Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jianghu Tower had already formed 2 floors. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Gu and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jianghu Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance ground. To Gu masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Gu masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in. Even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jianghu Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Gu master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the glass owner token. He could freely enter and exit 88-point Jianghu Tower. He could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago, he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the killer move ink transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo-Yao's-Will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. He snorted in his heart, "This killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the Gu worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry?" Mo-Yao's-Will chuckled, "Young man, you are quite fortunate to possess Hu Immortal blessed land. We should make good use of Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase these Gu from there. It is not difficult." Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Qiu's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, but he attracted the trouble of Mo-Yao's-Will. Mo-Yao's-Will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo-Yao's-Will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including Hu Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the Space Thought Gu to generate thoughts to think. With Space Thought Gu as the main Gu and other Gu worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo-Yao's-Will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts. Mo-Yao's-Will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually, Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. "Young man, you are so young, but you have so many secrets. He, this is really interesting." Mo-Yao's-Will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the fairy of Spirit Affinity House of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. Spirit Affinity House's generation of fairies were all rare beauties. They had both looks and talent. They were ethereal and elegant, like hibiscus flowers emerging from the water. But Mo-Yao was different. Her deep and beautiful eyes contained a natural craftiness. If placed in the demonic path, she would be a living demoness. She transformed into an enchanting long dress, wrapping her body in all the right places. Looking at the transparent bubble-like thoughts around her, she casually grabbed one of them. Next, with a soft pop sound, she exerted some strength and crushed this thought. But she did not gain anything. this thought's content was only the simple meaning of the word eat. She gasped, her plump lips curling up into a sexy arc. Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about a problem, you will think of all sorts of random thoughts and cover up the main point. But don't you know, in this way, it has aroused my curiosity even more? Humph, you are so old, you still have the face to call yourself big sister? Fang Yuan sneered, threatening, you are already dead, you should stop. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you entered my mind. Who knows, at the next moment, I might destroy this will of yours. He, so scary. Mo Yao patted her towering chest, giggling without a care, but in this half a month, you attacked me 28 times, using 19 different methods. You not only cultivate enslavement and strength path, but also wisdom path. Humph. Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart. Ayaya, young man, don't be like this. Sensing Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao shook her finger. I am your benefactor. Didn't Calamity Beckoning Gu become your immortal Gu now? You are still immortal, but you already have an immortal Gu. This is an incredible achievement. Don't worry, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my dying wish will be fulfilled, and this will have no reason to continue existing. Return the rank 7 immortal Gu House Water Pavilion? This was already in his mouth, how could Fang Yuan spit it out? Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling, but he had no other choice. Not to mention the remnant of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was another remnant of Mo Yao's will guarding the Riverside Pavilion. Speaking of which, this Mo Yao was really amazing. In the historical records, she was a refinement path grandmaster. But her attainment in soul path and wisdom path seemed to be even higher. Fang Yuan's dozens of thought encirclement were easily resolved by Mo Yao. Fang Yuan was having a headache now. He found that even though he inherited Di Qiu inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and invested a lot to refine Gu. Even though he refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, he could not use it. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind. In fear of harming him, it became a huge burden and hindrance. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Di Qiu inheritance. Fang Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer move Inc. transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? You really have guts, comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Fang Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said, in this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out, her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist, no matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in Soul Path and Wisdom Path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court blessed land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial borrow strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Jianghu Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used borrow strength Gu as the core, 6 flying zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 great flying zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th flying zombie Gu. What Gu is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window Gu in his hand. This Gu was an information path Gu. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This Gu was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This east window Gu was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to Wisdom Path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom Path, when it was first created, was a path for Gu masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a Gu immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, Gu masters would create countless related Gu worms, like the star thought Gu that Dongfang Yuliang had once used, the empty thought Gu that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought Gu that Gu immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words. The rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words. It could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Providence Gu. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of Wisdom Path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac goo, tender emotion goo, emotion poem goo and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Renzu, love goo. Nian, I Ching. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing, with his current wisdom path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion, I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just 1 day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities, they are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation, right now, because of who Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects, it is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, Calamity Beckoning Goo is yours, I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Goo house is an important matter, I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Goo Immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Goo Immortal, I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jianghu Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse? Are you sure, this is your so-called 6th flying zombie goo? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse goo. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of goo worms, then using the Een soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years old mountain sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood white corpses, nightmare corpses, and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie, Gu? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief Corpse Gu, of course not. But who am I? Hehe, I have already modified the Gu recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse Gu. When used by Gu masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse Gu recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This Gu recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this Gu recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement path. But you need to be careful, this killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor, the third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Jianghu Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most Gu masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of Gu masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower made this group of Gu masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Jianghu Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyun in the group, "You Huangjin tribe Gu masters are in luck, the rewards of any round in 88-point Jianghu Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly, "Leader is right, he. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high, I cannot enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Otherwise, I can go in and broaden my horizons. Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of giant son Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower." When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him, "Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast, you will earn a lot." Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Yingjia. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now, he was only a rank 1 Gu master, his aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Jianghu Tower of course, but with his strength, it was useless even if he went in. These days in the sacred palace, he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Chapter 577. Rumble, the ground shook, a flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky, they were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves, pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves, sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves, blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves, they were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back, they were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants, they could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver-gray 3 eyes, they were battle maniacs. Imperial court blessed land, in the faint golden sky, azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling, they were extraordinary. Fang Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king, the wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep, he was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Fang Yuan had already issued a mission. Ever since he entered the blessed land, other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, who did not fear him? In the entire Northern Plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. He, young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled, enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingqiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all rank 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Fang Yuan was still a mortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these earth chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth chief beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare goo refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth chief beasts were now rare in northern plains. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth chief beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many goo masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the goo masters in the group had hunted Earth chief beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time, they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth chief beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this beast king was not an ordinary 100 beast king, it was an old 1,000 beast king. Although this beast king could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild goo parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 goo. Among mortal goo masters, rank 1 was an apprentice, they had just started and had weak battle strength, they were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone, they were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders, they were the core of a force, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals, they were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild goo, such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiangdong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Goo Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit, we can win if we persevere. Jiangdong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed, they barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Goo Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, Northern Plains was a common custom, most of these Goo Masters cultivated the strength path. The Goo Masters fought with all their strength, they mainly used close combat, they would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Goo Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Goo Master's ribs were all shattered, he could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment, it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Goo Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with, now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture, what should I do? Jiangdong's eyes turned, he immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute, escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill, they were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past, it was difficult, I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, there are resources everywhere, it is time for me to accumulate my strength, how can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home, although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year, so, sorry everyone. Jiangdong's gaze flickered, he suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement goo worm. His sleeves tore through the air, with a soft swoosh, he left in a cloud of dust. The remaining goo masters were stunned, their leader had already escaped, what was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck. Jiangdong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone, it only chased after him. Jiangdong's methods were ruthless and fierce, it bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly, Jiangdong fell into despair. Lord Jiangdong, run. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiangdong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him. He recognized him as Ma Hongyun. He had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation. He was a logistics goo master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad. Jiangdong was overjoyed, he immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing, he could not help but want to warn Jiangdong. But he hadn't expected that Jiangdong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Ma Hongyun immediately ran, but Jiangdong was extremely fast, in a few breaths of time, he caught up to him. Jiangdong laughed heartily, lad, you saved my life today, it is a worthy death. As soon as he said that, he activated his goo worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconscious. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ma Hongyun's collar, throwing him backwards. But the old Earth Chief Beast King did not want the meat that was right in front of him, it still chased relentlessly. Jiangdong's laughter stopped abruptly, he felt like his mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Just as the old Earth Chief Beast King was about to catch up, a rumbling sound entered his ears, the vast earth started to shake. Soon after, a gray line surged up from the horizon. Gradually, the line became thicker and clearer. Wolves. Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide surged from the horizon with a grand aura, it was like a surging flood that engulfed the world. Thousand Beast King paused for a moment, his body shuddered as he turned around and ran. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group, right, there was an announcement earlier, the Wolf King is going to hunt here. Ahaha, heaven has not forsaken me, I am saved. Jiangdong was dazed for a moment before shouting excitedly. He sat on the ground, his body trembling in excitement, tears of joy flowed out of his eyes after surviving a desperate situation. But at the next moment, the wolf group surged over without slowing down, like a tidal wave, they tore and devoured Jiangdong in the blink of an eye. In the golden sky, above the green wolf, Mo Yao's will let out a pitiful sigh in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan, you let the wolf group roam freely, wherever they go, be it friend or foe, as long as they are alive, they slaughter them. Their killing nature is too heavy, even if you are not afraid of destroying heaven's harmony, are you not afraid of other Goo Master's thoughts? Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person, she naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fang Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Goo Immortals, he is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Goo, he has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible, when he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises, he is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fang Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Immortal's did not know many of Fang Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Fang Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Fang Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Fang Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth. But on earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Fang Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Fang Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar! A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you." He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right. Wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent, at such a young age, he can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal, she was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Fang Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, exhausted by the wolf group. It was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a myriad beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Fang Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beasts to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group, then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Fang Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad. Although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought. Gu masters nurture, use, and refinement, no matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly used the same Gu worms, but some Gu masters used them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person, master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought. They could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters, there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent, and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe, transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Fang Yuan's attainments were not bad mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Fang Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief Zombie goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1,000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Fang Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Fang Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered. After a few steps, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive?" He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jiangdong, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jiangdong. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into countless pieces and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield, its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended, the battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, there were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough, his stamina gradually recovered and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. I have to leave this place quickly. Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps, he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, that's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. Chapter 579. In the garden, silver light shone brightly as plants swayed in the wind. Sitting in the pavilion, Fang Yuan played with the Earth Chief corpse goo in his hand. This goo was shaped like an earthworm, with a yellow body and the length of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was coiled around Fang Yuan's fingers, moving like a snake. It was refined using the improved goo recipe provided by Immortal, using Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and flesh as the foundation. However, Fang Yuan did not test it. He was a cautious person. This Earth Chief corpse goo was refined using an improved goo recipe. What if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Immortal's will in his mind, the other party was a fairy of the Righteous Path Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He had to guard against her. But a Grandmaster is a Grandmaster. My Refinement Path attainment is already at Master Realm. But compared to Immortal, he seems as childish as a child. Thinking back to the process of refining Earth Chief corpse goo, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In the entire goo refinement process, Immortal had only mentioned 3 sentences, but they were the main points and the finishing touches. Fang Yuan benefited greatly, becoming enlightened. But he did not know that Immortal's will was also sighing inwardly in his mind. Double Master. To think this kid is not only an enslavement path master, but also a refinement path master. He's so young, yet he's already a double master. Even in my memory, there aren't many people with such talent. No wonder he is so ambitious, wanting to become a venerable, comparable to thieving heaven, paradise earth, and giant Sunday. It is natural for a young man to be arrogant and conceited. Immortal still scoffed at Fang Yuan's ambition of being comparable to venerables, but it was understandable. But to become a master, talent alone is not enough. There needs to be sufficient resources. Or even the guidance of a great teacher. It seems this kid has a deep background. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, combined with the double master information, she felt even more strongly that Fang Yuan had a great background. Wolf Wang Da's men, the Gu family and Chang family's patriarchs have come to seek an audience. A servant came to report. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He was the one who summoned these two people. He said indifferently, "Announce." "Yes." Outside the door, the servant respectfully withdrew. Not long after, the two of them came over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in an extremely respectful and fearful manner. After going through the baptism of the imperial court contest and having a high position with no lack of resources, under the Wolf King, Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu were already rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan glanced at the two of them. He didn't ask them to get up. Instead, he asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do a few days ago?" After Fang Yuan won and returned to the sacred palace, he ordered the 2 tribe leaders to mobilize the Gu masters of the 2 tribes. Clean up the battlefield for him. Replying to Wolf Wang Da's men, the battlefield has been cleaned up, a total of. Gu Guang wanted to report his gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He didn't really care about these spoils of war and only asked, "How many Gu masters did you capture?" Gu Guang didn't answer this time. He knelt on the ground and signaled Chang Jiyu with his eyes. Everyone knew that Chang Jiyu was Chang Shan-yin's biological son. After Fang Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. When Fang Yuan asked, Gu Guang let Chang Jiyu answer because he saw this relationship and was purposely expressing goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's expression was respectful, but his gaze revealed fanatical worship. He said clearly, "The human heart is unfathomable, greed is hard to satisfy." Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many Gu masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. These days, tribe leader Gu Guang and I have worked together to capture over 180 Gu masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared, reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escaped the net and bring them to justice. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad, and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, "The battlefield is vast, there are no gates or passes to guard, it is already not bad to capture so many Gu masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal, there is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me." "Yes, subordinate, son," obeys. Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Fang Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these Gu masters. "All of you, go out and close the door, guard the surroundings, no outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance." Fang Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed and there were no lights. The hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. "Lang Wangda, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member? In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin." A young Gu master among the captives shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, activating his Gu worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. "Lang Wangda, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war. This lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us, please spare us Lord. Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now, without saying a word, he killed people at every turn. It was truly cruel. These Gu masters were not experts, most of them were rank 1 or 2, they did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death, they could only beg for mercy. Noisy. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand, he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. Whoever dares to make noise, I will kill them. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied, he asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, what should I do next? Mo Yao lightly laughed, this is easy, little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the Gu worms. She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao instructed, a Gu worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These Gu worms were the Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner. One after another, Gu worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified, but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks. The headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet, blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these Gu worms, Fang Yuan followed Mo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the Gu worms in the southeast corner. Suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main Gu, sometimes it was the supplementary Gu. Even Fang Yuan was confused, he was inwardly vigilant. When all the Gu worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. This is... Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, this is a Gu house. Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, is its essence a Gu house? Mo Yao chuckled, foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a Gu house is a killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Gu houses are also killer moves, their essence is the same, naturally they can be converted. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance, he sensed Mo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, according to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into Gu houses? Of course. Mo Yao replied resolutely, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A Gu worm has a single effect. What is a killer move? It is to combine different Gu worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless, or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects. Mo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not, that was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed, inspiration flashed in his mind continuously. Mo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a Gu house is a killer move, it is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Jianghu Tower, or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single Gu worm, it is the combination of these Gu worms by Gu masters. Looking at it from another angle, a goo house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a goo house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon, they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another. Each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Fang Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the goo masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Fang Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a goo house. In the lighthouse, there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 goo masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales, their bodies were stiff like iron, some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. This is the killer move you thought of? Mo Yao said confidently, these goo masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the goo master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity. Fang Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end, only 6 to 7 goo masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget, we have an agreement. He. Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state. She replied to Fang Yuan while thinking, this lad is not simple, he can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level. Mo Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was actually playing a trick. I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Fang Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The goo masters used for testing were all dead. But Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now, is only a fragment of her will. Fang Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing, it can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire, while emotion is like water. When it is shallow, it is like a small stream, it cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these three, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second, thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? He. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed six-armed heavenly zombie king, not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile, that meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually, it would die. Looking at 88-point Jianghu Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house contained Giant Sun Immortal's will. But even someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal's will was slumbering now. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless, without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought Gu now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before Immortal Gu had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled, He, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard, why are you sighing? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms, and add 3 more. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows rose, he said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal blessed land. Communicating with jewel yellow skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so goo worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level, they could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, they would die for sure. But how they died, and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies, their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black, the nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength goo as the core, the 6 flying zombie goo as the foundation, and the other 18 goo as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the goo master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support goo, there are 3 life force goo, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength goo, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding, it complements the borrow strength goo. But goo masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Life force and death energy are clearly separated, they are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem, it is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force goo worms among the support goo, this is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy, at best, the killer move's power will fall, at worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move, 4-arm Wind King, that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 goo masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, "So, is the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king completed?" Mo Yao shook his head. "Not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank Gu masters, we still need high-rank Gu masters. Rank 5 Gu masters are the best. If it is rank 5 strength path, that would be perfect." Rank 5 strength path? Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Chapter 581. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Jianghu Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight, and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table. It was similar to a sand table. It was the entire appearance of Imperial Court blessed land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land could be seen clearly. "I am here again." In his mind, Mo Yao's sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her, he only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Jianghu Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Next, he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Di Qiu inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Jianghu Tower and refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. All in all, Di Qiu inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the immortal Gu, its effect was special, it benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind, he could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably, Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days. He had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm heavenly zombie king and ink transformation, as well as the modified earth chief zombie Gu's recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Jianghu Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, he had deep research on 88-point Jianghu Tower. Back then, he had infiltrated Imperial Court blessed land and created a loophole, creating Di Qiu inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He also had the video of Central Continent Gu immortals attacking 88-point Jianghu Tower, he also had the precious first-hand information from land spirit Langia, and now, he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time, he was very confident. But right after that, his gaze froze slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Di Qiu succession. But now, there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Di Qiu was completely restored, without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to make a guess, Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled, there are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Di Qiu. With the power of the 88-point Jianghu Tower, the previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Di Qiu is no longer there, and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly. why did I teach you the refinement path killer move ink transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right, the ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer move ink transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole? Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly. Even though it was easy to say, how to create a hole. Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time, it is no longer perfect, time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Di Qiu because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, if she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot, this was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes, she said, little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table, I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations, this will help you find a flaw. Alright. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself, it was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound, Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table, it was like a small boat in a vast ocean, it felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment, he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws, 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Di Qiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh, time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 Truyang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then, I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, little brother, next, you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions, he willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, they were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now, only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms, he had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal yuan stone had extremely high value, it could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate, it was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal yuan stone. In this life, he had risked his life to obtain Hu immortal blessed land, and the highest record he had was 12 immortal yuan stones. Right now, he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required immortal yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms, and so on, they all required immortal yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated, he commanded the goo worms, when the time was finally ripe, he shouted, ink transformation. The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud, raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw, he controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased, more than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, "Put in the glass owner token in your hand." Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased. About an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed. On the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge, like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jianghu Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, "That's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants, he set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he built the 88-point Jianghu Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. He, speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We've found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. Sigh, it will not be like me back then, I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water. He smiled bitterly. Make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you, I only have 2 immortal yuan stone left, I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land. In Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal yuan stone? Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jianghu Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind, even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides, at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression, don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, he raised his tone and intentionally said, you want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death? Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. You are really daring, since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the imperial court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him, I only want the owner token in his hands. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, I cannot kill He Lulan. Killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest, I cannot afford to offend He tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands, he will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now. Does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Chapter 582. Kill. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the hot air distorted one's vision. On the golden sea of sand, sandworms were emerging from the sand. As for the Gu masters, they occupied a sand dune and defended it with difficulty. This was 88-point Jianghu Tower's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every checkpoint was a brand new world with all kinds of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battlefield, immediately causing the Gu master's defensive line to fluctuate. Hold on for another 45 minutes and we will pass this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted loudly, boosting the morale. He was from the demonic path, and had now officially joined He tribe, becoming an external elder of He tribe. His personal battle strength was outstanding, but this round was a test of defense. It required the challengers to hold on to a specific sand dune for 12 hours. Facing the tide of sandworms, unless they were Gu immortals, the strength of mortals was minuscule, thus the more people there were, the better. But Pan Ping's words did not have much effect. Up until now, the Gu masters had suffered heavy casualties, they were exhausted and were about to reach their limits. Damn it, another myriad beast king appeared, how can we survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat on his face, shouting strangely. His real name was unknown, because of his thick beard, people called him Big Beard. In the previous round, he passed the 18th round of the 6th floor, thus making a name for himself. From being unknown to having a little bit of fame today. He was originally a rank 2 Gu master, a small fry that could not be found in the sacred palace. But because of the reward for clearing the round, he advanced to rank 3 realm. When a Gu master reached rank 3, it was not the same. Rank 2 were common, but rank 3 were rare, most of them were clan elders or elders. When Big Beard reached rank 3, his situation immediately improved. High-quality primeval essence raised his battle strength. His battle strength increased, along with the abundant battle spoils. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes extended olive branches to him. Small-sized tribes could not afford to raise an external elder, while large-sized tribes looked down on him. This is the 89th round. If we pass it, the reward will be incredible. It's impossible for people like us to get it. It is enough for me to exchange for 2 rank 3 Gu. The bearded man thought, his heart burning. As he fought, he took the time to glance at the big shots at the top of the sand dune. They were the ones who issued the mission and gathered close to 1,000 Gu masters to challenge this obstacle. The sandworm myriad beast king charged into the defensive line. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Golden light, arrow rain, fire, all sorts of attacks rained down on the myriad beast king. The myriad beast king's carapace suddenly turned golden, its defense greatly increased, blocking all the attacks. It roared again and again, charging into the crowd and stirring up a bloody storm. Chang Biao stood on the sand dune and frowned. The situation is rather grim, he said. This myriad beast king actually has a rank 5 golden armor Gu. If we let it continue to wreak havoc, the defensive line will be completely destroyed sooner or later. Up to this point, this was already the 9th myriad beast king. The battle strength of the myriad beast kings also differed according to the wild Gu parasitized on them. This myriad beast king was rather troublesome, because it had an outstanding defensive Gu, its group attack was not very effective. In such a situation, Gu master experts would normally have to personally make a move to have an effect. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Chang Biao's unspoken meaning. And it was precisely because of this. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the myriad beast king appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier. According to the order. And it just happened to be Ma Yingjia's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjia. He personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Ma Xun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjia? Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjia was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader, his teacher was Ma Xun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now, Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjia and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shan had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Fang Yuan's influence was unparalleled, he could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Fang Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued, Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shan. Ma Yingjia's master Ma Xun died in his hands. He and Chang Shan have a deep grudge. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, no. Ma Yingjia is a man of perseverance, he is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now, he wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King, instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our wolf-killing alliance is in the dark, this is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly, one wrong move and we will expose ourselves. Pan Ping was not willing to give up, he persisted, Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shan is a petty person, he has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjia commands the horse group, people call him Little Ma Xun, he has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group. Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path gu master, known as the Lone Blade General, he did things without restraint, he was bold and ruthless. From Chang Biao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Chang Biao acted cautiously. Overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much, this was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Chang Biao was a sinister person, back then when he schemed against Chang Shan, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path, how would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Ma Yingjia. Humph, wishful thinking. I told him about the wolf-killing alliance a moment ago, who knows? Ma Yingjia would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sigh, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shan killed Ma Xun, but don't forget who killed Ma Yingjia's father, Ma Shangfeng. Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person. He mentioned, "It is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies, we were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect." As long as Ma Yingjie believed that the existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better? When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake, even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Ma Yingjie's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Ma Yingjie willingly join the wolf-killing league? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Ma Yingjie before, but now he is one of Ma Yingjie's most trusted aides. Not long ago, the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast Group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Ma Yingjie immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic gu as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the gu worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to leave before Chang tribe and Gu tribe's gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic gu's value is not low, Ma tribe is declining, there are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Ma Yingjie could not use the green copper relic gu himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic gu he needed the most, and in one night, he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao's background was much more noble, and he had large amounts of resources. But even so, Chang Biao reached rank 2 dozens of times faster than Ma Hongyun. This was because green copper relic gu grew naturally, and were extremely rare, and had different origins. It was also thanks to the 88-point Jinyang Tower that Ma Yingjie got as a reward for passing the round. This kid Ma Hongyun got rich by taking advantage of Chang Shan Yin. Earlier, Chang Shan Yin even ordered Chang and Gu tribe's gu masters to arrest many gu masters who took advantage of him. What if I report this to the authorities? Chang Biao pondered. No, just one Ma Hongyun, a mere rank 2, he is not even an ant in Chang Shan Yin's eyes. His status is still too low, even if I report him, Ma Yingjie will not deal with Chang Shan Yin for a mere Ma Hongyun. This matter, I need to continue planning and waiting. 45 minutes later, the cheers on the sand dune were deafening. Victory, victory. It was not easy, I finally passed this round. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes gathered on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest. After this round, many gu worms appeared in Chang Biao and the rest's apertures. One of the east window gu contained information. 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest looked at each other after inspecting it. They had different expressions. Chapter 583. Boom! A figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Pan Ping's hair was disheveled, ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body, he raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path, he lacked resources and talent, thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened. He knew that this six-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records. It was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant, one day, I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Jinyang Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, his eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green. It was very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path, he usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe, he was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path, he cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shan Yin. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms. A total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly, his impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind, but it is also strange. The 2 killer moves were so similar. Maybe, this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shan Yin's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shan Yin is already an enslavement master, with talent in enslavement path. How can he also have talent in strength path? When I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shan Yin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention. He ordered, "Bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea, I will be there in a while." Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. What a pity for my good tea. Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists. "Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective?" Brother Chang guessed correctly, it is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful. Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic, but, there are some problems. I tried it 3 times, and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach. And it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move? Oh. Chang Biao heard this and his gaze focused. My symptoms are different from yours, you have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy, and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you. The two discussed for a while, but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience. They could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance. Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days. Imperial court blessed land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack! With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped, their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. You idiot! How many times have I told you, pay attention to your steps, pay attention to your steps? The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up. Shu, lower your voice, you idiot. The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyun were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyun's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. All of you, quiet down. If we disturb the Iron-beak bird group, we will be doomed. This time, we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyun. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyun. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? Sigh, I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 Gu worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Gu masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the Gu worms? Swoosh! Right at this time, there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron-beak birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the Gu masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyun, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south. We did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us, save us. A group of Gu masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing, they should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded, You idiot, do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyun thought of the Earth Chief Beast Group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiangdong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader. Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chang tribe Gu masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjia's trusted aide. The escaping Chang tribe Gu masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chang tribe's leader was Chang Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyun's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement Gu and isn't using it. Chang tribe wanted to scheme. They naturally had information on Ma Hongyun. They knew that his Gu worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They are going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement Gu. Ah. Right, I have a movement Gu. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his Gu worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction. His sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end, he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You, quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also, tell Lady Changli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chang tribe's Gu masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chang tribe's Gu masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through. It was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Changli lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop. Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face, turning around to look. He was stunned. What a beautiful girl. He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. Chapter 584. One day later. At the banquet. This time, the noble's son saved my daughter. I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chang Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjia hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, This was just a coincidence. I did not expect to save Lord Chang Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjia also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him, becoming the main character of the banquet. Dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious, and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chang Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood, looking at Ma Hongyun. Nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty. I. Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time, he only cared about escaping. With the sky full of ironbeak birds behind him, the situation was so urgent. Even if he saved Changli, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chang Biao had already calculated. Understanding Ma Hongyun's personality, his gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists and asked, Elder Chang Biao, Lords, I was one of the people involved. I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried, thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords. Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded, then speak. This person opened his mouth. His words were filled with sincerity, his emotions were vivid, with ups and downs, vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him. Looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze, they all changed, becoming respectful, gentle, and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyun's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface, he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyun's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyun. He had saved Changli. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyun explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjie's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjie mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions. But he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Fang Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was. They were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yingjie could afford to offend. Good, good, good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. As expected of a young hero. Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun and praised him. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this reason. Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyun. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have? To be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss? Changli is pretty and lovely, who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beak birds live. Although this Changli is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of Elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyun marries Changli, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjie quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought and still had doubts, could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement, isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains, I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life, nephew, please accept them. The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ma Hongyun looked at Ma Yingjie in a hurry. Ma Yingjie nodded and smiled, I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift, Hongyun, why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? Ma Hongyun quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling, thank you Lord Chang Biao for the gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyun. Under everyone's gaze, he intimately patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter. Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Lady Changli is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao raised his head and laughed. That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat. They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyun spread far and wide. On the second day, Chang Biao invited Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet again. But this time, the scale was smaller and not as big as before, only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjie looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. Go, summon Ma Hongyun to have an audience. The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Lianyun was instructing Ma Hongyun face to face. You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good, it makes people feel guilty instead. I think, tribe leader Ma Yingjie will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time, you just need to tell him everything clearly, you cannot hide anything. Oh. Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also. Zhao Lianyun's eyeballs turned. Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu? When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, shouting, I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Chang Biao rewarded me with gu worms. If I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot. Zhao Lianyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Ma Hongyun immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain, Why did you kick me again? Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding, What do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage, with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence? It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yingjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yingjie rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares, that is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? Humph, he has no use for them, he will definitely accept them and return them to you. Since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyun asked in puzzlement. Idiot. Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes again. Ma tribe is declining now, there are few tribesmen and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe, there is only one rank 3 old Ma Yuliang, and he is crippled. Ma Yingjie has just ascended to the position and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe. It is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yingjie's head servant. Ma Yingjie knows you very well, he is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms, this is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yingjie is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture, he will definitely return them to you. Why? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sigh, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head and agreed. The two had just come to an agreement when Ma Yingjie's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyun followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. Chapter 585. At night, Ma Yingjie brought Ma Hongyun to Chang tribe's banquet. After the banquet ended, Chang Biao asked Ma Hongyun to stay for a private discussion in the study room. Ma Hongyun was personally entertained by Chang Li. I wonder if my tribe leader has any insights on six-armed heavenly zombie king killer move? After talking for a while, Chang Biao changed the topic to killer moves. Ma Yingjie, however, did not test the killer move. He said frankly, I am an enslavement path Gu master, strength path is not my specialty. The 89th round rewarded me with this killer move. I am honestly disappointed. I plan to sell this killer move, so I have not tested it yet. Why? Chang Biao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Pan Ping beside him. The two did not expect this situation, but it was reasonable. Ma Yingjie was different from them. He had a comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to move unhindered in the world, dominating an area. This inheritance contained a killer move. Besides this, Ma Yingjie also had a powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Gu Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He could not even practice these killer moves, so why did he have to cultivate other path killer moves? He had cultivated enslavement path since he was young. As long as he cultivated it well, he would be able to dominate an area and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating other paths would instead divert his attention. Since ancient times, Gu masters mainly cultivated one path. There were very few who cultivated two paths at the same time. If one's attention was diverted, they would not be able to accomplish anything. Fang Yuan cultivated two paths at the same time. That was because of his previous life's experience. Ma Yingjie also had to manage the tribe's affairs. He did not have any spare energy to cultivate strength path killer moves at the same time. I won't hide it from you, Brother Pan, and I tested this killer move. Its power was astonishing and shocking. In front of my tribe leader, we might as well speak the truth. Saying so, Chang Biao paused, choosing his words with a hesitant expression. He looked at Ma Yingjie with a sincere gaze, saying with some awe, I hope my tribe leader can keep this killer move a secret and not spread it. Spread the word that the reward is something else. Chang Biao purposely evaded his words, but Ma Yingjie was a smart person. His gaze flashed as he suddenly understood. I see. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe leader, now he was the first elder. The tribe leader was his godson Chang Jiyu, while the true decision-maker was Wolf King Chang Shan-yin. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wanted to keep it a secret. This was a Gu master's custom. But there is a problem. If Chang Shan-yin hears of it and asks him for it, he will have to hand it over. Ma Yingjie looked at Pan and Chang's expressions and tone. He knew that six-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was not ordinary. It was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was selfish. After obtaining such a precious treasure, no one would be willing to hand it over for nothing. Ma Yingjie understood this very well. Seeing Ma Yingjie's eyes flicker, Chang Biao continued, I've already informed the others. Ma clan leader could rest assured about this. We still need Chief Ma's strength for the next checkpoint. He. Ma Yingjie's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao is exaggerating. My ability is limited. I am fortunate to be able to cooperate with all the experts here. It is a win-win situation. Let's do as Lord Chang Biao says. I have no objections. Seeing Ma Yingjie agree, Chang Biao and Pan Ping smiled. Sigh, what lord, my tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance and immediately tried to get closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjie onto the pirate ship. Ma Yingjie wanted to develop his tribe. He also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help. The three tried to curry favor and immediately changed the way they addressed each other, calling each other brothers. The three chatted in the study until late at night. They were very happy. When it was almost midnight, the three separated after deciding on Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's marriage. Brother Chang's plan is brilliant. With this marriage, Ma Yingjie will be tied together with brother Chang. In the future, when we deal with that Wolf King, would Ma Yingjie not be afraid? Closing the door, Pan Ping laughed. But Chang Biao shook his head. Ma Yingjie is not easy to fool, he knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In times of danger, he will definitely have the determination to cut his losses. Now is not the time to recruit him, but as long as we are on good terms with him, and let the world know of our close relationship, we can increase our resources and support that Ma Hongyun to increase our control over Ma tribe. In the future, when we declare war with Chang Shan-yin, as long as the enraged Chang Shan-yin sees Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjie will not be able to get off our ship to protect the tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was filled with silver light, it was bright and warm. Inside the carriage, Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun sat opposite each other. Hongyun, you are really lucky, you actually obtained Lady Chang Li's favor. He, I have already decided with Lord Chang Biao, the first day of next month will be your and Chang Li's wedding day. Ma Yingjie smiled. This news was out of Ma Hongyun's expectations, he could not react in time. I can see your loyalty, very good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjie sighed, patting Ma Hongyun's shoulder and summoning 3 red steel relic goo from his aperture. This. Ma Hongyun was flabbergasted, he blankly received these 3 red steel relic goo. Marrying Lady Chang Li, without strength and status, wouldn't that weaken our Ma tribe's reputation? Take these 3 red steel relic goo and use them to advance to rank 2 peak stage. With your aptitude, advancing to rank 3 is not a problem. I will now appoint you as the acting elder, you will be in charge of the tribe's miscellaneous affairs. Ma Yingjie announced. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Ma tribe leader in front of him. To him, this surprise was too big and too sudden. Ma Yingjie purposely had a dark expression, why aren't you kneeling down and thanking me? Ma Hongyun's mind was a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled on the ground, thank you Lord for promoting me. Do well. Ma Yingjie encouraged him, but his thoughts drifted far away. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move seems to have astonishing power. Since it can obtain Pan and Chang Li's attention, and it doesn't require too much strength path cultivation, why don't I give it a try? 88-point Jinyang Tower, Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light as he shouted and pressed his hands down. Immediately, all kinds of goo worms fell down like rain, quickly fusing with each other as they fell. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of ink. The ink quickly accumulated and covered the entire surface of the sand table again. Next, it found a flaw and formed a whirlpool, gathering towards it. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will saw this and evaluated in satisfaction, very good, you are already familiar with the refinement path method I taught you, burst rain. Using this method, you can speed up the goo refinement process by at least 30%, and even raise the effect by 20%. I have nothing left to teach you about this method. You only need to remember, the essence of burst rain lies in the word burst. But you cannot just focus on speed, the entire process requires your full concentration. Thus, you cannot use this method too frequently. If you use it too much, you might become dazed and dizzy, causing the goo refinement to fail. If you use it too much, your soul will be injured and you will lose your memories, becoming demented. Goo refinement was dangerous, it was not much safer than fighting. Fang Yuan already knew this, he listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. A moment later, the ink was used up, and the owner token slowly flew up, landing in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan looked at the owner token, it already had 5 edges. This meant the ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. It was strange. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone was scarce, he could only carry out 1 more ink transformation, why did he use it 3 more times? It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan obtained the 1-edge owner token, his authority had been raised, he could use the 1-edge owner token to obtain the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jianghu Tower. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he did not hesitate and immediately chose a floor. This floor was the 7th floor. 1-edge owner token could allow a Gu master to control a floor in 88-point Jianghu Tower. The Gu masters had already worked together to get to the 89th round in the 7th floor. Why did Fang Yuan choose this floor out of all the others? Because the reward for this 89th round was 5 Immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan sneaked in and used the owner token to control this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest passed this round and were taken over by Fang Yuan. He secretly kept 5 Immortal Yuan stones and sent the reduced version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into their apertures as a reward. The original 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as the pillars, and other Gu worms as support. After being modified by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's wills, the killer move handed to them had Overlord Gu replaced as the core, greatly reducing its power. Although the Flying Zombie Gu were complete, the Earth Chief Zombie Gu was an old version Gu worm and not Mo Yao's modified Gu recipe. Most importantly, the other support Gu worms were also modified, adding in Will Gu and others to secretly collect the experience of Chang Biao, Pan Ping and the rest. This way, not only would the other party not suspect that the rewards were secretly tampered with, they could also test the killer move for Fang Yuan and find out the inadequacies. Looking at the time, it has already been half a month since the killer move rewards were distributed. It is time to reel in the fish. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind with a negotiating tone. Mo Yao muttered, "It is not a long time, we can take 2 sets and see the results." Fang Yuan held the pentagonal owner token and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chang Biao, "We have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court blessed land. But with our speed, we will cross hundreds of thousands of li sooner or later, but all we see are city walls and more city walls." The sprinting Chang Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here, we can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions, we have walked for so long and have not met a single monster. Evidently, this round is testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze." The 2 were right, this 90th round was a maze. Just like Chang Biao guessed, it was testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Fang Yuan controlled this 7th floor and found these 2, everything was different. Chapter 586. Howl. Wolf howls suddenly resounded, a large group of turtleback wolves appeared in front of them. Wolves, why did a wolf group appear? Pan Ping's movements paused, his expression astonished. Chang Biao's expression sank, because of Fang Yuan, he hated wolves the most now. But he had never expected Fang Yuan to control this round situation. He said solemnly, "Our main goal this time is to probe. Now that the situation has changed, let's first kill these wolves and see what happens next." "Okay." Pan Ping nodded. The 2 joined hands and charged into the wolf group. At first, the 2 had the upper hand and slaughtered. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, the wolf group was endless, other breeds appeared, like vermilion flame wolf, water wolf, wind wolf and so on. Mutated wolf groups also appeared, like frenzied wolves, white eyes wolves and so on. The 2 gradually could not take it anymore. How can there be so many wolf groups? Could it be that this round is testing the Gu Master's fighting ability? Large numbers of thousand wolf kings and myriad wolf kings entered the battlefield. Pan Ping and Chang Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed, 88-point Jianghu Tower, the rounds get harder the further you go, especially from 90th round to the final 100th round, they are the most difficult. Chang Biao replied. After fighting for a while, the two could not hold on anymore. The situation has been investigated. The 90th round not only has a maze, there is also a wolf group. Chang Biao concluded. There are walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow. It is too restrictive for us to use human wave tactics. What do we do? Pan Ping frowned. Let's retreat first and discuss later. Chang Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. They used guest tokens to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Guest tokens were precious. Thus, every time they entered, they would have to spend a lot of money. All right. Pan Ping had long planned to retreat. He glared hatefully at the wolf pack in front of him. These damned wolf pups, sooner or later, I'll trample on your wolf king and humiliate him. Ha ha ha. He swore in a curse. The wolf king he mentioned was naturally referring to Fang Yuan. Ugh. In the next moment, Pan Ping's laughter stopped abruptly. A look of shock and fear appeared on his face. What's going on? We can't get out? Beside him, Chang Biao also discovered this serious problem. Originally, when the two of them used the guest token to enter the building, they could leave with just a thought. The two of them went in and out many times. He was already very familiar with this. But now, Fang Yuan was in control of this floor. The pentagonal owner's token was much bigger than the guest's token, so the two of them were like birds in a cage, trapped in a hopeless situation. Damn it, what should we do now? I only have 30% of my true essence left. Pan Ping shouted, his voice filled with panic. Chang Biao's face was grim as he shouted, calm down. His situation was slightly better than Pan Ping, he still had half of his primeval essence left in his aperture. However, even if his quintessential essence was in a perfect state, the pack of wolves in front of him was endless. It would run out sooner or later. This situation is very rare. Why can't we get out of 88-point Jinyang Tower? This checkpoint was quite strange. It is likely testing the Gu Master's courage. We cannot be cowardly. Chang Biao thought for a while before shouting. Hearing his words, Pan Ping's panic eased a little. He remembered that in the past, there were indeed some strange checkpoints that tested nothing else but the Gu Master's mental state. In these checkpoints, the more cowardly the Gu Master was, the stronger the monsters they faced. Pan Ping and Chang forcefully calmed down, attempting to break out of the wolf group's encirclement. But Fang Yuan was in control of this round, the so-called maze was clear in his heart, he knew every corner. He could easily mobilize the wolf group, no matter how Pan Ping and Chang charged, there would always be wolf groups chasing and obstructing them. No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf brat, watch my killer move. Pan Ping's primeval essence was almost exhausted, he had no choice but to activate the killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-arm zombie, his battle strength rose sharply and everywhere he went, he set off huge waves, the wolves suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. Chang Biao used his primeval essence and followed behind Pan Ping, saving a lot of energy. Good times did not last long, Pan Ping's primeval essence was soon completely exhausted. Chang Biao quickly saved him. At this critical moment, we can only work together to have a chance of escaping. Rest, use Yuan stones to recover your primeval essence, I will protect you. Chang Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move, firmly protecting Pan Ping. Like this, the two helped each other and stabilized the situation. Like this, 7 to 8 days passed. Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence was completely exhausted, they could not hold on any longer. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared towards the sky. Damn it, there must be a way out, there must be a way out. Chang Biao lost his usual demeanor, shouting loudly. Just when the two were in despair, they suddenly saw a large pile of Yuan stones at the corner ahead. Yuan stone. Yuan stone like a small hill, so many, I didn't see wrongly, right? The two were overjoyed at having found life in this desperate situation. They quickly gathered their remaining courage and rushed over, using Yuan stone to absorb their primeval essence and stabilize the situation. I get it, this round is testing the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted in joy. So that's it. Pan Ping heard this and realized. The two were overjoyed, but did not notice the abnormality in their bodies. As they activated Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King more and more times, unrecoverable livor mortis appeared on their bodies. This Yuan stone hill is enough for us to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. Pan Ping threw himself on the Yuan stone hill, crying tears of joy. Hurry up and recover your primeval essence. We cannot just sit here and do nothing, there should be other Yuan stone hills. When we are thirsty, we drink wolf blood, when we are hungry, we eat wolf meat. If we persevere like this, we might be able to pass this round. Chang Biao's eyes shone with brilliance. Brother Chang, you are right. Pan Ping suddenly sat up. Chang Biao's description made his face flush with happiness. This round is so difficult, there is a slim chance of survival. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be for passing this round. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu Masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan stone hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Fang Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Fang Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves. If they used their original methods, Fang Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Fang Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously, they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now, it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Ping Xian died. Before dying, he cursed Fang Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret, and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, "Exit, where is the exit?" He had too many things on his mind. Too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ma Yingjie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly. Activating the killer move for the 2311th time, although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly. The experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu Master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the goo worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their goo worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path goo worms. They were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's goo worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade goo had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later. In the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window goo, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility goo can condense hostile intent. Hostility goo has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination goo can condense determination. Determination goo is sharp and unstoppable, like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained will goo can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window goo contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered, in this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path goo worms, among which, there are 6 that involve wills. They are, hostility goo, determination goo, unrestrained will goo, change will goo, cold will goo, and chaos will goo. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom path was the most mysterious goo master path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then, is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Fang Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely large numbers of other wisdom path goo worms. It seems, I need to continue collecting information on wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Fang Yuan was not familiar with wisdom path, he did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself, on the other hand, I will use her to explore True Yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It's done, this time, 6-arm heavenly zombie king is truly perfected, there are no more flaws. Mo Yao said, her tone was weak and her expression was tired. Chapter 587. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always thought that no one in the world could be relied on, the only one he could truly rely on was himself. Thus, when he obtained the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king, he started to research it. This killer move was originally modified from his foundation. Moreover, these days, under Mo Yao's guidance, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment had deepened and his horizons had changed. Therefore, he understood the 6-arm heavenly zombie king like the back of his hand, clearly and thoroughly. Right now, when he saw this perfected killer move, he did not need to experiment to know that this move was extremely perfected. Mo Yao had removed many supplementary goo worms from the original foundation. The core and 6-pillar goo worms were not changed, but he added several supplementary goo worms. Fang Yuan exclaimed in admiration as he sensed the ingenuity in it. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, this is all thanks to the Will Gu in Pan and Chang, with their experience and knowledge, I was able to modify it to this extent. This killer move is already perfected to the extreme, as long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times it is used, it will not accumulate corpse energy in the body and cause livor mortis. Fang Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao was speaking the truth. This killer move was indeed perfected to the extreme. According to this train of thought, it was already the best. Unless immortal Gu were added in the future, or the core Gu worms were changed. But if immortal Gu were added, the original system would be broken and would need to be reconstructed. It would be completely different, like the saying, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the core Gu worms were changed, it would be like changing the entire train of thought. Changing the train of thought. The entire killer move would be completely different. After reconstruction. Rather than calling it Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, it would be more accurate to call it a new killer move. All in all, this killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core Gu, the pillar Gu, or the supplementary Gu worms, they were all perfected to the extreme. There was no longer anything that could be modified. Even though there were still repercussions, after 30 minutes, the corpse energy would cause damage to the Gu Master's body. If the time was exceeded, the Gu Master might even turn into a zombie. But this was caused by the Gu Master's improper use, it could be avoided. Because no matter how many times it was used, it would not accumulate livor mortis. Gu Masters could activate it frequently and obtain the effect of activating the killer move for a long time. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with such a great achievement. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. If you have any other ideas to perfect the killer move, I'm all ears. Mo Yao sneered. Reaching this step, the six-armed heavenly zombie king is already the limit, there is no room for improvement. But there is one thing that I am not satisfied with, that is the after-effects of this killer move. Fang Yuan said. It has been perfected. The current six-arm heavenly zombie king's power had doubled again, and it could last for as long as an incense stick's time. It is enough for you to deal with all the challenges in the mortal world. What else are you dissatisfied with? You have to know, any killer move is a combination of Gu worms, it is the use of Gu worms. There must be some drawbacks. The after-effects of killer moves were unavoidable, but they were severe. Some were weak. Such a strength path killer move is among the top 5 in my memory. Brat, don't be greedy. Mo Yao lectured. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His imaginary enemies were Gu immortals, existences that had transcended the mortal world. With six-arm heavenly zombie king, even if Fang Yuan gave up enslavement path, he could move unhindered in the mortal world. But against Gu immortals, it was far from enough. Fighting an immortal as a mortal, this goal was too arrogant, it was too sensational. Fang Yuan felt disdain, and it was not convenient for him to tell Mo Yao. Immediately, he continued, preparedness leads to success, unpreparedness leads to failure. What if one day, due to special circumstances, I use the killer move too much and turn into a zombie? I am also clear that the killer move six-arm heavenly zombie king cannot be improved anymore. Next, I need to get rid of this after effect. Mo Yao understood Fang Yuan's meaning. She fell into silence. Fang Yuan was young and successful, Mo Yao did not expect him to have such a cautious side. In truth, this made Mo Yao look at Fang Yuan in a different light. This lad has talent, resources, fortuitous encounters, he has perseverance and knows when to yield or when to stand tall. On one hand, he strives forward bravely, on the other hand, he is steady and cautious, taking everything into consideration. Sooner or later, this lad's name will shake the world. The silence was short. Soon, Mo Yao said, to get rid of this after effect, it is somewhat troublesome. Six-arm heavenly zombie king is not an ordinary zombie. The zombie energy is extremely dense, once a Gu master transforms, they cannot even use yin-yang rotation Gu. You are a grand refinement grandmaster, even you have no way. Fang Yuan did not believe it. Mo Yao was not affected by Fang Yuan's provocation, her tone was still calm. I need a rank 5 Gu master to completely transform into 6-arm heavenly zombie king, and then experiment on their body. I need this experimenter's full cooperation, I need to grasp their state at all times, physical aspect, mental state, perception, these are all important information for reference. Mo Yao did not want to think too deeply and exhaust herself. She used the same trick again, using a living person as an experiment to replace the process of her deep thinking and difficult deductions. Fang Yuan frowned, rank 5 Gu master. And they need to cooperate fully? That's right, it is best if they are willing. Because when I use slavery Gu and so on to control them, it will interfere with the proper expression of their emotions, and also destroy the experience and feeling of transforming into a zombie. This was difficult. If Fang Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of 6-arm heavenly zombie king's after effect, he would need to find a rank 5 Gu master, and he or she would need to be willing to listen to Fang Yuan's words, and take the risk of dying to fully cooperate with the experiment. Where could Fang Yuan find such a person? 3 days later. Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and slowly flew into Fang Yuan's hands. Activating the refinement path killer move ink transformation once again, the pentagonal owner token turned into a hexagon. Fang Yuan was half happy and half worried. He was happy because he now had a hexagon owner token. Once He Lolan's owner token reached 4 corners, he would be able to snatch it and refine it into a 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he would be able to inherit a true inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. An immortal venerable's true inheritance was a huge temptation to anyone. He was worried because for this 6th ink transformation, Fang Yuan had really emptied his savings. To raise funds, he sold the Immortal Gu remnant recipes again, causing these remnant recipes to lose their value. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rock men, fox groups, wolf groups, Gu worms, and even precious hairy men, as well as a few air bubble fish. For example, the rank 4 emotion poem Gu, golden dragon Gu, golden wind Gu, several rank 5 spring egg Gu, Vajra angry gaze Gu, touch gold Gu, loose bones Gu, crow 7 Gu, and clues Gu were all sold. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path Gu worms in my aperture. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there is one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances, rank 4 Blood Skull Gu. Rank 3 Bone Flesh Unity Gu, as well as Yin Yang Rotation Gu which has already used up its Yin Gu. There are also some Stargate Gu, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu, Burial Soul Toad and other supplementary Gu worms. Some of these Gu worms were extremely important and could not be sold easily. Some were absolutely necessary and needed to be used. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has almost been squeezed dry by me, I need to recuperate for a period of time. But I have the 6-edge owner token, I can control any 6 floors of 88-point Jianghu Tower. I can take away the rewards from each of the 6 levels at will. This amount of wealth is extremely abundant, if I take it all, my wealth will increase by over 60 times. Fang Yuan had his own plans. But now, he could not touch these riches. He Lulan had gathered a large number of experts and was already at the final round of the 5th floor. Not long in the future, he would have a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jianghu Tower. If Fang Yuan took away the rewards, wouldn't he be exposed? At the final stage, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone is sent out, I will take away the rewards. At that time, no one will know. Boom! The bear paw slammed heavily, the ground shook and rocks flew everywhere like cannonballs. As the dust settled, 5 to 6 horsecart-sized bear paws slowly rose up, leaving behind a huge crater on the ground. The rank 4 Gu master who was unlucky enough to be hit by the bear paw turned into a pile of red meat paste, mixed with bone fragments and brain matter. It is too fast. No one could react in time. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only a flying bear phantom, it only has half the strength of the real body. If it was a real desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The Gu masters on the battlefield were all injured, they were in a sorry state and had lingering fear. The one guarding the 100th round of the 5th floor was the phantom of a desolate beast flying bear. It was huge, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, white as snow. It had all sorts of excellent wild goo on its body. Its attacks were fierce, but its movements were light and quick like lightning. It did not match its fat body. The battle had not even lasted 30 minutes, but the Gu masters had already suffered disastrous losses. Lord Tribe Leader, let's retreat. This time, we were mainly probing it. We have already investigated the Gu worms on the flying bear, we have already achieved our goal. Our goal has already been achieved. Sun Shirhan stood beside He Lulan, advising. He Lulan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was a person who knew his soldiers well, he immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Jianghu Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough, we need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind, he snorted and said, retreat. Sun Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other Gu masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Chapter 588. Everyone left 88-point Jianghu Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader, according to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Jianghu Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Maing Jia, Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Dou Yi, Nye Yaqing, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here, you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky, I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ha ha ha. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition, he laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the most famous, he practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Chang Shan Yin could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunsheng, it was Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the imperial court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual Cultivator, Flying Master, Enslavement Master, these halos stacked on top of one's head, it was extremely glorious, thus Fang Yuan was ranked first, no one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunsheng, he said to Fang Yuan, Brother Shan Yin. In this battle, let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus, he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interests. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. Alright, let's divide it like this. Fang Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chang clan's #1 elder, Chang Biao. He also didn't come. But Chang Biao's surname was Chang, and he was a Chang tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Fang Yuan, so she closed one eye. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower would normally take several days. Or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take. Especially people like Pan and Chang. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left Truyang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in Truyang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. I sent people to inform them, but found that the 7th floor's checkpoint has a complicated terrain. It is a huge maze. Letter Gu are forbidden in the maze, and there are wild wolf groups roaming in the depths. Our subordinates searched for many days, but only found some traces of battle, and did not find Lord Pan and Chang. He Lulan snorted coldly, waving his hand. Forget it, let's not wait for them, the guest token has been prepared, we will set off tomorrow morning. On the second day, everyone majestically charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest scale of Gu masters working together since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the sacred palace. The 5th floor's final checkpoint was a barren mountain range. The brown mountain soil was as hard as iron and stone, there was no vegetation. The moment everyone arrived, the flying bear phantom sensed them, it raised its head and roared, exploding the air and echoing like thunder. Swoosh! But in the dusky yellow sky, a white whirlwind swept past, pressing down. The experts scattered in all directions. The flying bear phantom heavily smashed on the ground, with a loud sound, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Intense winds blew, causing many people to be unable to stand still. It is truly ferocious. Pei Yanfei's expression was solemn. If he had taken it head-on, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he did not die. It is all thanks to tribe leader He Lulan's reminder, otherwise, we would have been ambushed by this bear the moment we entered. Gu Guolong said with lingering fear as he looked at the huge pit, at the reckless roar of the flying bear. This is called learning from experience. The last time we entered, we were ambushed by the flying bear, 5 experts died on the spot. He Xiao-yi gritted his teeth, replying hatefully. Brother Shan-yin, it's up to you. He Lulan urged. According to the battle plan, the first wave of attacks would be launched by the enslavement path Gu masters, to exhaust the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Needless to say, large groups of wolves charged towards the flying bear phantom from all directions, from the sky to the ground. In the sky, there was the azure wolf group. On the ground, there were white eyes wolves, frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves and so on. Fang Yuan had brought 400,000 ordinary wolves with him. At once, the wolf group covered the sky, like a huge wave in the sea. They flooded towards the island like flying bear phantom. Howl! The flying bear's roar shook heaven and earth. Howl! The wolf group howled, not willing to show weakness. An intense battle erupted, creating a rain of blood. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, each attack killing dozens of wolves. The wolves could only cause harassment, only the mutated wolf group could slightly injure the flying bear phantom. But the essence of enslavement path was to drive down the enemy at the same time. The main point was to exhaust the enemy as much as possible. Fang Yuan commanded the wolf group, suddenly fluttering like the wind. Suddenly, like a pile of snow pressing down, the flying bear phantom seemed to have fallen into a swamp. It slaughtered and attacked, but could not break out of the encirclement. So, this is the mastery of a master. Wild beasts are wild beasts, they do not have human intelligence. Chang Shan Yin is toying with them. The beast group is like a work of art under the Wolf King's command. Everyone was dazzled. Enslavement Path Gu Masters Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng. They could see the intricacies behind this, they could not help but feel admiration and admiration. But good times did not last. The flying bear phantom suddenly stopped moving, its mouth bulged and it spat out. With this spit, heaven and earth changed color, starlight shined brightly. It was like a galaxy. Rank 5, Galaxy Gu. The galaxy roared down like a dragon or a python, sweeping away the wolf group wherever it went. Be it the frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves and so on, they were swept away by the galaxy and whittled away. Some used defensive Gu and struggled to hold on, some did not, they quickly turned into specks of starlight. At once, the wolf group suffered heavy casualties. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, he ignored it. He persisted for a while longer. Only when there were less than half of the wolves left did he call off the wolf group. Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng immediately mobilized their beast groups. They took over. Of these two, the former was called Little Fox General. He was a quasi-master. In terms of enslavement path attainment, he was only below Fang Yuan in the sacred palace. The latter was an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by the super force He tribe. Although he did not have the talent to become a master, he had a solid foundation and great strength. Tang Miaoming controlled the fox group, while He Qisheng controlled the eagle group, one heaven and one earth. They worked together. But the flying bear phantom became even more ferocious. The galaxy encircled it and subdued it. With another loud roar, intense winds blew and white clouds appeared in the sky. In an instant, the winds condensed into the shape of a tiger, turning into a wind tiger. The white clouds condensed into the shape of a dragon, turning into a cloud dragon. Rank 5, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu. Thousands of wind tigers and cloud dragons charged, clashing with the fox group and the eagle group. At once, the battlefield became noisy. It was a scene of carnage. Oh no, if this goes on. Tang Miaoming's forehead was covered in cold sweat, she had a splitting headache as she gritted her teeth. The battle was too intense, she wanted to preserve the fox group, thus her meticulous control caused her soul to be consumed to the limit. As for He Qisheng, his situation was even worse than hers. The fox group was still resisting, but He Qisheng's eagle group had already been slaughtered by the wind tiger cloud dragon. They could not attend to one thing. The other Gu masters retreated again and again, but there was no surprise on their faces. Star River Gu and Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu were found in the previous probing. Everyone was mentally prepared. Did you find it? He Lulan asked the investigative Gu master beside her. The investigative Gu master was very nervous. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on activating his Gu worm. His brows were tightly furrowed. He replied with a trembling voice, I found the location of the Star River Gu. It is in the flying bear's mouth, residing on the longest fang on the left side. As for the other Gu worms, we need to continue investigating. Dealing with fierce beasts was different from dealing with Gu masters. The Gu worms on fierce beasts were wild Gu, they could be captured. And the Gu worms on the Gu masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild Gu worms. As long as they could capture the wild Gu on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Gu worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. Wild beasts did not have apertures, wild Gu lived on their bodies. This was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, continue investigating. He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River Gu was residing in the flying bear's mouth. It was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are unable to hold on. Pei Yan Fei's expression was grim. Chapter 589. Wild Goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air and could be activated at will without any worry of primeval essence depletion. But in an intense battle, the more it progressed, the fewer times the Wild Goo would be able to activate. When the battle situation turned bad, these Wild Goo would rely on their instinctive reaction to danger to leave their host and escape on the spot. Thus, when attacking ferocious beasts, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, their firepower would usually be fierce in the early stages of the battle. After the battle continued for some time, their attacks would gradually lose their ferocity. Even so, we cannot let the Fox Group and Eagle Group suffer losses like this. Lord Changshan, please make a move. He Xiu said from the side. Make a move, make a move. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing proudly at one side and sneered, according to the previous battle plan, I will make a move first, then the two of them will take over. This will repeat over and over again, with each round lasting 15 minutes. But right now, they have not even lasted 15 minutes, it is not my turn to make a move. If they went on stage now, the wolf group would only suffer the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom. Although they would achieve the goal of exhausting the flying bear's battle strength, if they could reduce their losses, Fang Yuan would be happy to do so. As for how severe the other people's losses were, what did that have to do with Fang Yuan? He Xiu was furious, but due to Fang Yuan's status, he could only suppress his anger. Wolf Wangda's people, everyone has to give it their all in this battle. Right now, Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are fighting a bloody battle, but Lord is just watching from the sidelines. Isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fang Yuan raised his brows, his killing intent surging. He crossed his arms. But a monstrous arm suddenly shot out from his back. The monstrous arm was heavy and powerful, but moved like lightning, smashing towards He Xiu. He Xiu had never thought that Fang Yuan would dare to do this in public. He dared to try to kill him in such a crucial battle. Before the fist even reached him, he felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain. An incomparable sense of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, the awareness that he had developed from many years of battle finally saved his life. He didn't even think about it. Almost at the first moment, he mobilized his defensive goo worms and barely put up 3 layers of defense. He was a defensive goo master, precisely because he specialized in defense. During the struggle for the throne, He Lulan had sent him to Fang Yuan's side to protect Fang Yuan. But in the great battle that followed, He Xiu was concerned about his own safety and threw this mission to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was left alone on the battlefield. The strange punches were as easy as breaking dry weeds. In a short period of time, his 3 defenses were shattered, and finally smashed into his chest. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. He Xiu's sternum was completely shattered. A huge force surged forth, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew in the air, spitting out a trail of blood. Then, with a loud bang, it smashed into a small mound several hundred steps away. With a loud bang, the smoke and dust dispersed. Half of his body was embedded in the mound, unconscious. He instantly lost the ability to fight. Wolf Wangda's people. What's going on? What's going on? Why did they attack all of a sudden? He Xiu persuaded Wolf Wangda's people to immediately join the battle, but in the end, both sides had a disagreement, and Wolf King suddenly attacked, sending He Xiu flying. Everyone was in an uproar at this shocking change. The internal conflict came so suddenly, and was so serious. He Xiu's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, and was also an important person in He tribe's higher-ups. Fang Yuan hit him with such a heavy blow. This was no different from openly provoking He Lulan. Once it caused a conflict between He Lulan and Changshan, Not only would this battle be ruined, it might even cause a political storm in the entire sacred palace. Wolf King, what is going on? I want to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was heavy as water as he walked over and questioned. He usually called Fang Yuan Brother Shan Yin to show his closeness. But now, he directly called him Wolf King, which meant he was very angry. But no matter how angry he was, why would Fang Yuan be afraid of him? Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at him without fear, his killing intent dissipating as he sneered, "Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at the right time. Your subordinate is so insensible, he actually dares to lecture me? So impudent and disrespectful, I taught him a lesson for you. Don't thank me, what kind of friendship do we have?" Putting the blame on him, impudent, disrespectful, these two labels were directly thrown over. The last sentence, "what kind of friendship do we have," was even more profound. It seemed like he was saying that they had a deep friendship, but at the same time, it seemed like he was saying that they did not have any bullshit friendship. He Lulan stared angrily at him. This Chang Shan Yin is really too arrogant. He actually dares to hit my people. Look at your lawless attitude, you really think I can't deal with you just because you have the highest battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. On the surface, he was a dark path cultivator, but because of the great strength true martial physique, he cultivated the strength path. His battle strength was strong, but he could not casually use strength path methods, because it would accelerate the calamity of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it. Right now is the crucial moment of attacking the flying bear phantom. If I have an internal conflict now, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The most important thing for me now is to find a strength path immortal goo and advance to immortal. As long as they successfully killed the flying bear phantom, He Lulan would be able to pass through this floor, and the owner token in his hand would immediately become a one-edge owner token. With the one-edge owner token, he could check the rewards of any round in every floor. If he knew which floor rewarded a strength path immortal goo, he would have a target to attack in the future. Thus, killing the flying bear phantom was an extremely important matter. Even with He Lulan's violent temper, he had to endure it. Today, I will let you be arrogant for once. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet and lick my toes. When I tell you to shut up, you don't dare to make a sound. When I tell you to bark twice, you start barking like a dog. He Lulan was extremely furious, veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at Fang Yuan with a fierce gaze. Just as everyone was feeling stifled and uneasy because of this tense atmosphere, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. "Good. Brother Shan Yin, you did well. This disrespectful person needs to be taught a lesson." This was like He Lulan taking the initiative to admit defeat. Everyone who was familiar with his temper was shocked. His own people were beaten until they were half dead. He Lulan actually agreed. Wolf King is too domineering, he did not care about a super force like He tribe, now even He Lulan has to admit defeat. Bullshit, this is He Lulan tribe leader looking at the big picture. He is not willing to lower himself to Chang Shan Yin's level. Chang Shan Yin beat our He tribe people, he will suffer sooner or later. Everyone criticized silently, while some secretly transmitted their voices. Roar. The roar of the flying bear attracted everyone's attention again. The flock of eagles and foxes were being routed. Sirs. This subordinate has failed you. He Qisheng's mouth and nose were bleeding, his face full of shame. Tang Miaoming's face was pale and her delicate body swayed. Protect the two lords. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. The two of you have worked hard and made great contributions. He had a sincere heart. After this battle, there will be a great reward for you. He Lulan took the initiative to console him. Without any obstruction, the flying bear charged towards them. Logically speaking, it should be a pack of wolves surrounding and attacking. The consumption continued. But when He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan behind her, she saw Fang Yuan standing proudly with his arms crossed. He did not say a word, but the wolves on the battlefield retreated faster than anyone else. "I'll endure it. One day, I will teach you a lesson." He Lulan gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not mobilize Feng Yuan. If he forcefully requested and Feng Yuan rejected him on the spot, he would be embarrassed instead. His reputation would be damaged. Thus, He Lulan shouted, "Move, execute the second step of the plan. Go." Immediately, 2 figures shot out like lightning. The first figure had a graceful figure, wearing a fluttering blue dress. It was White Fairy Shi Shui. The second figure had a sturdy build, wearing a yellow robe. It was Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong. White Fairy Shi Shui flew in the air, her sleeves fluttered as she shouted, snow started to fall from the sky. It was her signature rank 5 Gu worm, Flying Snow Gu. Gu Guolong was running on the ground, his legs were moving like windmills, everywhere he went, dust and sand flew. It was also a rank 5 Gu, it was called Flying Sand and Moving Rocks. At once, the sky was filled with white snow, while the ground was filled with yellow dust and brown soil. The mountain-like flying bear phantom was in the middle of the snow and dust. Its speed fell by several times, and its vision was greatly affected. It roared and waved its paws in the snow and dust, creating fierce air currents that caused the snow and dust to fly even more, blurring one's vision. Seeing this, He Lulan laughed sinisterly, ordering, "Third step." This time, close to 10 figures rushed out. Each of them was a famous expert. There was Bian Si Xian, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Dou Yi, Nye Qing, Tao Yu, Lu Shuang. These Gu masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Together with Gu Guolong and Shi Shui, the lineup was extremely powerful. They entered the snow and dust, attacking the flying bear phantom from all sides. The flying bear roared and showed its berserk nature, retaliating randomly, but the effect was not good. In contrast, the group of Gu masters used their prepared investigative Gu worms. Their vision was clear as they dodged and attacked the flying bear phantom indiscriminately. Pei Yan Fei had wings on his back. The swallow wings were like scissors, cutting through the air. Swallow Wings Gu. Golden Coat Gu. Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer Move, Golden Rainbow Strike. He turned into a golden flash of lightning, and with a cracking sound, he slashed down rapidly. The flying bear roared in pain, blood splattered, and a huge wound appeared on its chest, from its left shoulder to the right waist. Nye Qing followed closely behind. He was a rank 5 Gu master, activating Iron Hook Silver/Gu. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, aiming at the flying bear phantom and hissing fiercely. Immediately, several bright lights appeared in the air. Some were black like iron, some were silver like dazzling. His claws continued to tear the air. Countless bright lights landed on the flying bear's eyes, nose and mouth. Nye Qing attacked its weakness, beating the flying bear until it could not even raise its head. Overlapping Shadow. Bian Si Xian shouted, lightly waving the shadow sword in her hand. A dark shadow sword light flew hundreds of steps and soundlessly hit the flying bear's right leg, leaving behind a 10-meter-long wound. "Protect me!" Yi Lui Sang gave a loud roar and raised both of his palms up high. A fireball appeared above his head and quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fireball became bigger and bigger, turning the battlefield red. The blazing light could not be concealed by the snow and dust in the air. The flying bear also felt danger, struggling and charging towards Yi Lui Sang, who was in the air. But at the next moment, it was attacked by Dou Yi, Gu Guolong, Tao Yu and the others. Dou Yi was a transformation path Gu master. He turned into a giant crocodile and stood up, fighting and retreating at the same time. He opened his huge mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. These teeth landed on the flying bear's body, embedding deeply into it, and in 2 to 3 breaths of time, they exploded, turning the flying bear's body into a bloody mess. Gu Guolong waved his sleeves. Dozens of Gu worms flew out. These dozens of Gu worms landed on the ground, causing the ground to bulge like a mound of earth. The mound of earth cracked, and huge stone statues resembling rock men stood up, attacking the flying bear phantom. Tao Yu was also an earth path Gu master. But his method was different from Gu Guolong. He continuously extracted earth qi and gathered it around him. Next, he punched continuously, each punch sending out a lump of earth qi, flying in the air and turning into meteors, smashing on the flying bear. Bam bam bam, the intense meteors greatly slowed down the flying bear's attack on Yi Luisang. Finally, Yi Luisang finished gathering. He pressed his palms down. The huge fireball was like a mountain, hitting the flying bear phantom without any suspense. Boom! The intense explosion was deafening to the ears. A frenzied wind started to blow, quickly spreading in all directions, blowing away the snow and dust that filled the sky. The expressions of the Gu masters at the side changed. The intense winds blew, causing their clothes and hair to shake intensely. After the dust dispersed, a huge crater appeared at the center of the battlefield. The ground around the crater was burnt to a glass-like state by the intense flames. The flying bear phantom shrunk its head and crossed its arms, curling into a ball, not making a sound. The bare skin on its body shone with alternating black, white, red, green and yellow lights. Rank 5, 5-element bear skin Gu. Although this Gu could greatly reduce the effects of metal, wood, water, fire and earth path Gu worms, under the fierce attacks of the experts, the flying bear was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out, some wounds were deep to the bone. The Gu masters stood at the periphery, staring at the flying bear with full concentration. The flying bear phantom was strong, but after 2 rounds of battle, it had achieved such results. Be careful, don't forget that it has grand chaotic dance Gu. Sun Shirhan reminded. The Gu masters had solemn expressions, while some nodded. Grand chaotic dance Gu was a rank 5 Gu. It could cause the flying bear to enter a berserk state, increasing its speed and strength by several times, and its limbs could twist at will. Once this wild Gu was activated, the flying bear's danger level would rise sharply. If it was careless and got caught by the flying bear, it could not last for a few breaths before being smashed into meat paste. What are you afraid of? Don't forget we have old Sir Tai Bai here. Whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded. He Lulan shouted. The rewards made the Gu master's eyes brighten. With great rewards, there would be brave people. Let me. Hao Ji Lu shouted, raising a huge wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gaze, he rapidly charged towards the flying bear. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps. The flying bear suddenly raised its head, its eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a transparent air bubble. The air bubble expanded at lightning speed, enveloping Hao Ji Lu and the flying bear, before shrinking and vanishing. Chapter 590. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Where did they go? They actually disappeared. Don't tell me this round has other mysteries. Everyone made guesses and discussed. He Lulan frowned, feeling puzzled. Sun Shirhan's expression was gloomy, as if he thought of something. He said hesitantly, "Is this Battle Space Gu? Battle Space Gu?" At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Sun Shirhan. He Lulan's eyes shined, saying, "This is indeed a Space Path Gu, but if it is Battle Space Gu, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in danger. Battle Space Gu has disappeared for so many years, to think it would reappear here." Tai Bai Yuncheng sighed, as if he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. His knowledge was not ordinary. What is Battle Space Gu? Everyone asked. Yi Luisang's gaze was solemn. He was also the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Lui tribe, but because he lost, he had no choice but to join He tribe. He had a mysterious fire path immortal Gu and was extremely knowledgeable. He explained, the so-called Battle Space Gu is a rank 5 space path Gu. Once it was activated, it could pull both the enemy and himself into another space. There, Both sides will engage in a battle to the death. Only after the victor is decided, or when the time is up, can we leave the space. Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm. He Lulan sighed at the sky, saying in a regretful tone. Everyone's expression turned grim, expressing their worry for Hao Ji Lu. The flying bear phantom was so strong. Even with everyone's strength, they could not kill it. Just Hao Ji Lu alone. How could he be its match? The result of this battle, anyone could easily guess. The flying bear would win and Hao Ji Lu would lose. Although Hao Ji Lu had water image goo and other escape methods, Yi Lui Sang had already said that the space created by the battle space goo would only close when the victor was decided between the enemy and himself. Hao Ji Lu had used all his escape methods, but he would be caught by the flying bear phantom sooner or later. Kill. Unless he had a space path goo worm to counter it. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path goo master, everyone knew this. Even the experts present did not have a space path, thus they were helpless against battle space goo. Perhaps there is still hope. Patriarch Yelu had just said, decide the winner, or wait for the time to run out. What does this end of time mean? Tang Miaoming asked. Yi Lui Sang let out a long sigh. AI, this time is over. It was directed at the goo master. To maintain the battle space goo, primeval essence needed to be consumed continuously. If a goo master keeps using it, when their primeval essence is exhausted, the battle space will naturally disappear. This time, everyone completely lost hope. The flying bear phantom's battle space goo was a wild goo. Wild goo absorbed the primeval chi in the air, but the primeval chi here was endless. It was impossible to count on the end of time. If we could completely absorb the vitality in the air, wouldn't that be possible? Bian Si Xian put forward a very good idea, which made everyone's eyes light up. But it was useless. Everyone discussed for a moment and found that they had to deal with the invisible and intangible primordial chi. He had to use chi path methods. However, chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished for a time, but was later replaced by strength path. By now, strength path was already so weak, not to mention chi path. Chi path could be said to have gone extinct long ago. It was very rare to see a chi path goo master. Tai Bai Yunsheng had roamed northern plains for so many years, but he had only seen 3 chi path goo masters. Among them, the closest one was also the strongest. It was one of Lu Wenwu's sworn brothers, variant human Mo Shi Kuang. But this person had already followed Lu Wenwu and pledged allegiance to Lu tribe. How could he work under He Lulan? Even if he could help, he was a goo master who specialized in attacking. He might not have the ability to deal with primeval chi. Even if he had the ability, outsiders could not enter Imperial Court blessed land now. Even without chi path, it is important. The crucial thing is to cut off the connection between primeval chi and battle space goo. It is not necessary to empty the primeval chi here. Tai Bai Yunsheng stroked his beard and said. But no one could do anything about this. Cutting off the connection between primeval chi and wild goo was the specialty of restriction path. Restriction path was also an unorthodox path. There were very few restriction path goo masters. None of the people here were restriction path goo masters. Sigh, I passed the high-grade round earlier. In the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower, I found the restriction path goo worm break element goo. It can be used here. Unfortunately, how could I have thought of this? I changed it for something else. Lu Shuang patted her thigh, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing at the side expressionlessly, not speaking. Think of a way, there must be a way. He Lulan had just said that when the air shook, the huge figure of the flying bear phantom appeared. It opened its mouth and roared, showing its arrogance. Everyone's heart sank, quickly looking for Hao Ji Lu's traces. They wanted to see him alive or dead, but there was no corpse of Hao Ji Lu. Quickly look at the corner of the flying bear's mouth. Sun Shirhan was an investigative goo master. He was the first to find some clues. Everyone followed the voice and saw there was blood on the corner of the flying bear's mouth. When it roared, there was a piece of cloth between its sharp teeth. This cloth looked familiar. Everyone quickly connected the dots. Wasn't this what Hao Ji Lu was wearing? They realized at once. Hao Ji Lu was chewed and eaten by the flying bear. The pitiful Hao Ji Lu, a famous demonic path expert, known as Water Demon, he had shone in the imperial court contest, but died here. Fate was unpredictable, reality was cruel, everyone could not help but feel a sense of sadness. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also helpless now. Although he had manas before Gu, he needed a target to use it on. Right now, Hao Ji Lu's corpse was chewed into pieces by the flying bear and swallowed. How could he save him? The morale of the Gu masters fell. The flying bear phantom is too fierce, how can we fight it? The battle space is small. The flying bear had 5 elements: bear skin Gu, wind tiger cloud dragon Gu, star river Gu, grand chaotic dance Gu, and 5 elements bear skin Gu. If it was one-on-one, who could be its match? Who would have thought that the final hurdle would be so difficult? The rounds of 88-point Jinyang Tower got harder as they progressed. The final round, the 100th round, was the most difficult. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already condensed over 10 floors. The Gu masters were working hard to get through the rounds, but most of them were stuck at the final 90th round. This final round was the first time the Gu masters had tried it. Damn it! Morale is at rock bottom, it is hard to fight anymore. Are we going to return in failure? He Lulan's expression was ashen. This time, he made a big fuss and lost an expert, but in the end, he got nothing. This was a huge blow to his reputation. Not only that, He Lulan wanted a strength path immortal Gu. He wanted a corner owner token. If he could not get through this floor, he would only have an ordinary corner owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose another one, he would waste a lot of time. Time waits for no man. He Lulan could not wait. Just as the morale of the troops was wavering, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke slowly. How hard is it to kill a flying bear? These words caused dozens of gazes to shift towards him. But soon, these gazes lowered. The Wolf King was not the Wolf King of the past. The previous Wolf King Chang Shan-yin was a famous hero of Northern Plains, a legend of exterminating Hatu Gu's bandits alone. The current Wolf King. He was a flying master and enslavement path master, the publicly recognized #1 general of this imperial court contest. During the decisive battle, he easily defeated the enemy's general in the midst of thousands of troops, turning the tides. He had a proud and aloof nature, even ruthless and cruel, attacking whenever he wanted to. He Xiu-yi, who was almost killed by him, was a good example. Looking further back, there was another example. It was Sun Shirhan. He had once been publicly slapped by Chang Shan-yin, his entire face was stepped on in front of everyone. His dignity and face were all thrown away. Only He Lulan's gaze was fixed on him. Only Black Tyrant was not afraid of the ruthless and aloof Chang Shan-yin who acted without restraint. Brother Shan-yin, I am willing to listen to your brilliant plan. He Lulan cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. It is not a brilliant plan, it is not worth mentioning. He paused for a moment before continuing. This battle space Gu might be mystical, but it is only a rank 5 Gu, it has a limited range. In my opinion, we only need to fight from afar and avoid the battle space Gu's attack range. He Lulan was dazed, this was like a wake-up call. Everyone's eyes shined, someone patted his head and said excitedly, I was scared by the battle space Gu's reputation. Indeed, as long as it was a Gu worm, it would have a range of effect. The battle space Gu's range should not be wide. Otherwise, why would the battle space Gu only activate after Hao Ji Lu got close? Of course, battle space Gu was a wild Gu, its range needed to be measured further. Next, I will control the wolf group to surround the flying bear. You guys stay at the periphery and fight from afar. Fang Yuan commanded. He Lulan was overjoyed. He could not command Fang Yuan, but now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to join the battle, he quickly said, "Let's follow Wolf King's plan." The battle started again. The wolf group was inside, surrounding the flying bear. And the Gu masters were at the periphery, attacking from afar like raindrops. This way, it formed a situation like ants devouring an elephant. The flying bear roared unceasingly, activating Star River Gu, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu, Grand Chaotic Dance Gu and so on, causing the wolf group to suffer heavy casualties. As for the Gu masters, they were safe and sound, there were no more casualties. He Lulan was initially worried that Fang Yuan would retreat due to the huge casualties of the wolf group. But Fang Yuan was unyielding, not retreating even to the death, and even turning a blind eye to the wolf corpses on the ground. He Lulan was naturally puzzled, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fang Yuan's refusal to retreat to his previous promise: once they pass, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. But he did not know that Fang Yuan was truly concerned about the owner token in He Lulan's hands. He Lulan wanted to raise the owner token in his hands. This was exactly what Fang Yuan wanted. When his owner token reaches 4 edges, Fang Yuan would snatch it and form a 10 edges owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fang Yuan's actions, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Gu master's side. The flying bear's injuries became more and more severe, blood flowed out like a waterfall. Howl! Suddenly, the flying bear roared again and spat out a transparent bubble. Rank 5 Battle Space Gu was activated again. The Gu masters were already prepared and quickly retreated, but the transparent bubble was only aimed at one blood forest wolf. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flying bear and blood forest wolf disappeared. What's the use of using the same trick again? Someone saw this and laughed loudly. As long as we don't get close to it, why would we be afraid of the battle space Gu? Ha ha ha. All of you shut up. He Lulan shouted angrily, but his expression was one of annoyance. Chapter 591. This time, the duration of the battle space Gu was much longer than before. After half a day, the battle space Gu disappeared, and the mountain-like flying bear phantom appeared in front of everyone again. Oh no, it was like we guessed. Sun Shirhan cried out. Humph. He Lulan's expression was extremely ugly. The flying bear phantom had no injuries on its body, its snow-white fur was flowing with a dazzling light. Its gaze was spirited, its battle intent high, but it seemed to have recovered completely. There was a rank 5 healing Gu on the flying bear. This was already clear information. As for its opponent, the blood forest wolf that was pulled into the battle space, only a pile of white bones remained. How can we fight this? Even the fierce General Pei Yanfei, whose battle intent was like a raging fire, was at a loss. At the side, Tai Bai Yunqing stroked his beard, muttering, "No matter how serious the flying bear phantom's injuries are, as long as we activate the battle space Gu and pull it into the battle space, it will recover to its original state after resting for half a day. During this period of time, we can only watch." That's right, although the battle space Gu is a wild Gu and is not controlled by the flying bear, it is very sensitive to danger. But wild Gu is very sensitive to danger. When it senses danger, to protect its host, it will randomly choose a target and pull them into battle space. Doesn't this mean we can't use the wolf group? The wolf group is close combat. If they surround the flying bear, isn't this the best target to pull into the battle space? It seems we Gu masters have to do it ourselves. Someone said this, and the entire place quietened down. Pulling back the wolf group and letting the Gu masters attack. That might not work. The flying bear was extremely fast, pulling the Gu master into the battle space. The Gu master would struggle intensely. Struggling at death's door, trying to find a way to survive. To break the battle space Gu and prevent the flying bear from having time to heal itself, there was a simple method, that was to make the Gu master who was trapped in the battle space commit suicide. But nobody would want to commit suicide, it was human nature to survive. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng could not save them. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was a bloody example, it was right in front of them. This is the final hurdle. It is too difficult. Our batch is full of talents and heroes, yet we can't do anything to this flying bear virtual image even with our combined strength. The flying bear quietly lay on the ground, vigilantly watching everyone. For the time being, it didn't attack and only let out a low growl. You can't say that either. The crucial point was that the battle space goo could not be restrained. We don't have restriction path, chi path and other methods. Hey family patriarch, I suggest we change the strategy. Yi Luisang was also a patriarch of a super force. Others didn't dare to advise him, but he could. He Lulan snorted coldly and did not reply. His thoughts raced like lightning. The current situation. It was almost impossible to solve the problem of the battle space goo. It seemed like there was only one way, and that was for me to take the initiative and have the flying bear pull me into the battle void. In the air, I used strength path killer moves. Kill the flying bear. His strength path killer move was not to be underestimated. Its power was vast and mighty, it was He tribe's secret technique. He Lulan's dark Dao cultivation was not enough to deal with the flying bear. But if he used his strength path methods, along with the amplification of his great strength true martial physique, killing the flying bear would not be difficult. But this way, he would have to break the concealment effect of dark limit immortal goo and hasten the arrival of the 10 extreme calamities. I did not have enough time to begin with. If I use my strength path killer move now and kill the flying bear, the time will be even shorter. I still need to attack the next floor in such a short time and get through 100 rounds to obtain the strength path immortal goo. The difficulty of this is too high. But if I don't get through this round, without the one-edge owner token, how can I know the location of the strength path immortal goo? Whether I change the strategy of the next floor or ask for reinforcements from the tribe, I need time. The worst situation is that even if I use my strength path killer move to kill this flying bear and obtain the one-edge owner token, this 88-point Jinyang Tower might not have any strength path immortal goo. He Lulan was hesitant. This was a matter of life and death, and the path ahead was dark, he was at a loss. It is not difficult to break the battle space goo. His words were shocking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Wolf King. Brother Shan Yin, you have another brilliant plan? He Lulan quickly asked. Fang Yuan chuckled, for the matter of the 50% reward, I have to do my best, right? This plan has 3 steps. First, we will fight from afar and exhaust the flying bear. Second, we will send death warriors to engage in close combat. Once they are dragged into the battle space, they will immediately commit suicide. Third, the flying bear will not have any time to rest, we will continue to fight from afar and persevere, we will definitely be able to kill this beast. Brilliant plan. Why didn't I think of it? Immediately, someone shouted, some slapped their thighs in joy, while some sighed inwardly at the ruthlessness of this plan. But no matter what, everyone knew this was a way to solve the problem. In northern plains where wars were frequent, every tribe had death warriors, it was just that there were more or less of them, elites or not. He tribe was a super force, not only did they nurture many death warriors, they were all elites. This way. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly, he could not bear to do this. Sun Shirhan's eyes flashed with sharp light, he only looked at He Lulan, not saying a word. Dying on the battlefield and sending oneself to die were 2 completely different concepts. The former was the glory of a warrior, the latter was a person in power harming the lives of others for their own benefit. If this was really done, He Lulan's reputation as the leader of He tribe would be ruined. This went against the values of the righteous path. The most important thing to do in the righteous path was to have a good reputation. If one's reputation was bad, their achievements in the righteous path would be limited. Demonic path was different, regardless of reputation, the most important thing was strength. Thus, in the complex demonic path, there was Hao Ji Lu who brought disaster, and also Tai Bai Yunsheng who saved the dying and healed the injured. Because of this, Sun Shi did not persuade him. He was an astute person, he knew that no matter what he said, it would not be appropriate. He had already thought of this method, but he did not suggest it. He did not dare. Right now, Sun Shi had already become an external elder of He tribe. Once he suggested it, his reputation would be ruined. Would he still be able to stay in He tribe? I'm afraid only the vicious and cruel Wolf King can say it without any scruples. Sun Shi sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan. He was filled with hatred and fear, his face was still aching. But what Sun Shi did not know was, to He Lulan, his life was about to be forfeit. What use was reputation? When He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's suggestion, he immediately decided to adopt it. But he still frowned and thought for a long time, hesitating and sighing. He played out his benevolent side to the fullest. Finally, he heaved a long sigh and spouted a bunch of genteel words without stopping. The gist of it was, he had no choice but to adopt this method. The dead tribesmen, he would bury them as his brothers. Their relatives, he would take care of them personally. Everyone knew this, but did not point it out. This was the rule of the righteous path. After going through this process, He Lulan immediately gave the order. He summoned He tribe's death warriors. These He tribe death warriors had rank 2 cultivation level, they had been nurtured by He tribe since young, instilled in them day and night, they were extremely loyal. As for rank 3 death warriors, they were not non-existent. But normally, when they reached rank 3, then they would be very valuable, almost all of them would leave their status as death warriors. But among the super forces, there were a few death warriors with rank 3 or even rank 4 cultivation level. They would not be used easily. He Lulan was the current leader of He tribe, to let these death warriors die. They would not say anything. If the ruler wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had to die, even if they did not want to die, they had to die. This was the system. There were no more surprises in the following battles. After a dozen or so death warriors died, the flying bear virtual image fell to the ground, on the verge of death. Just as everyone wanted to deal a fatal blow, they suddenly found they could not move. How can this be? It is the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower, we are unable to move. This is too shameless, we were so close to killing this flying bear. Everyone shouted and shouted, dumbfounded. Only Fang Yuan had a calm expression, he hid the 6-edge owner token, he knew that this round had been cleared. He Lulan also sensed it, he quickly took out the owner token and stared at it, only to see a corner slowly growing out of the originally round owner token. At the same time, the feeling of fortune was transmitted to his heart, letting him know that he had completely controlled this floor. So this final round does not require us to kill the flying bear, we only need to beat it until it is on the verge of death. He Lulan was overjoyed inwardly, but he showed a sorrowful expression, he sighed, everyone, don't be impatient, the battle is over, the mission is complete, this round has been cleared. Sigh, it is a pity for my He tribe's good men. If not for the battle space isolating the inside from the outside, would have used puppets or wild beasts to replace them. Cleared. Everyone was surprised and happy. He Lulan tribe leader, I wonder what the reward for this round is? Can you let me broaden my horizons? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. His goal in clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower was to find lifespan goo. However, lifespan goo were rare and precious, they could only be used as rewards after passing the 90th round. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression, he pointed at the dying flying bear phantom, this is the reward for this round. What? It is this flying bear phantom? What's going on? Everyone was shocked, only Fang Yuan knew what was going on. He had the 6-edge owner token, he knew all the rewards of the rounds in 88-point Jinyang Tower like the back of his hand. Before challenging the round, he knew that the reward for this round was a rank 6 Phantom Path Immortal Goo. Its name was easy to understand, Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As expected, at the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the dying flying bear gradually turned into a lump of white light the size of a mountain. The white light shrunk and turned into a de, flying towards He Lulan. He Lulan quickly received it and observed it carefully. He was the owner of the owner token. After passing this round, the reward was his. He had just touched this flying bear phantom goo, but because of the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he easily refined it. Fang Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was a product of cheating. Only by controlling a certain floor could he take the floor's reward. Of course, it was not that he could not compete for He Lulan's owner token, but if he did, he would awaken Giant Sun's will, the losses would outweigh the gains and he would die a terrible death. This risk could not be taken, it was best not to. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was dispirited and on the verge of death, its aura was weak and its condition was not good. But He Lulan's gaze was fixed on it. What was this? This is an immortal goo. He had just sighed inwardly, when he heard someone speak, "This immortal goo, give it to me." The tone was plain, but there was an unquestionable determination. He Lulan frowned, he did not need to turn around to know who this person was. Chapter 592. When Fang Yuan publicly asked for Flying Bear Phantom Goo, He Lulan's first reaction was to reject it. This was an immortal goo. Even ordinary goo immortals could not obtain one even if they begged for it. No matter how powerful the Wolf King was, he was only a mortal, he dared to make such an excessive request. Moreover, this Flying Bear Phantom Goo was very convenient to use. With just a thought and a casual toss, the goo worm could instantly turn into a Flying Bear Phantom and fight. The battle strength of the Flying Bear Phantom, although not as terrifying as the true Desolate Beast Flying Bear, was absolutely at half immortal battle strength. With one could look down on the mortal world. If He Lulan had such an immortal goo during the Imperial Court contest, how could it be Fang Yuan's turn to perform? Fang Yuan was openly asking for it, it was extremely rude. But He Lulan was furious, but also felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps only a person like Chang Shan-yin would have the guts to ask for it in public. Looking at the Flying Bear Phantom Goo in her hands, He Lulan gradually calmed down. Not good. The Flying Bear Phantom was almost killed by us, this immortal goo's condition is extremely bad, it cannot be used again, it needs to rest for a period of time. An immortal goo is injured, it needs to be healed. Other than that, I can only let it recover on its own. During this period, it needs to be fed, it cannot be interrupted. If I remember correctly, this Flying Bear Phantom Goo's food is the Desolate Beast Flying Bear's flesh and blood. This is difficult. How can I have such a thing? I can only ask for help from the tribe. The more He Lulan thought, the less anger he felt. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal and escape from the threat of death. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was not what he needed, what he truly desired was a strength path immortal goo. My urgent matter now is to find a strength path immortal goo. Immortal goo are usually only at the final round of a certain layer, I need to rely on everyone's strength to pass the round. Even though He Lulan was not afraid of Chang Shan-yin. But if he forcefully held onto Flying Bear Phantom Goo, he would definitely fall out with the Wolf King and become estranged, making it even harder for him to mobilize the Wolf King's strength. Instead, she might as well give this immortal goo to him in exchange for his strength, to truly help He Lulan. In this way, he could also take care of He Lulan's reputation so that others wouldn't say that he didn't keep his word. He Lulan had only thought about it for a moment. Humph. Sun Shirhan sneered, Wolf Wang Da's man, this is an immortal goo, you want to take it away with just one sentence? Previously, my patriarch promised you 50% of the reward. But that does not mean we have to give you the immortal goo. Looks like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's eyebrows twitched. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was not concealed at all as he rushed towards Sun Shihan. Sun Shihan's expression changed. He could not help but move a few steps closer to He Lulan. No one doubted him. Whether Fang Yuan had the guts to kill him. The Wolf King's ferocious might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Ha ha ha. He Lulan raised his head and laughed, taking a step towards Fang Yuan and patting his chest. A man's words carry enormous weight. Earlier, we promised Wolf King 50%, so it is 50%. Pass this round. We are also relying on Brother Shan Yin's brilliant plan. Thus, another 10% is not too much to ask. But immortal goo are unique, their value is immeasurable. You can take 60% at most. As for the remaining 40%, how are you going to compensate us? That's right, we also put in a lot of effort. Even though I was heavily injured, I did not retreat. Everyone saw it. Lord Water Demon Hao Ji Lu even died because of it. I believe Wolf Wang Da's men will definitely give us an explanation. Everyone agreed, targeting Fang Yuan. Even if Fang Yuan had the strength. But wealth moved people's hearts. Seeing that an immortal goo was about to fall into his hands, the surrounding people were envious and jealous, thus they focused all their attention on Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, until they shrunk into a knot. He Lulan laughed inwardly. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, no matter how fierce you are and how strong you are, you have fallen into my trap. 7 days later. 88-point Jinyang Tower, 7th floor, 90th round. In the maze, the flying bear phantom roared at the sky. Its body was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out of its mouth, several of its sharp teeth were broken, its right eye was completely blind, its large eyeball was hanging out of its socket like a grape, it was in a sorry state. And it only had one enemy. He was floating in the air, with 6 arms on his back. Compared to the flying bear phantom's mountain-like body, he was extremely tiny. But the flying bear phantom looked like it was facing a great enemy, it was even trying to put up a strong front. Both sides had fought for more than 15 minutes, it deeply felt the strength of this tiny existence in front of it. Flying bear phantom goo, as expected of an immortal goo. The flying bear phantom that is formed has quite a bit of intelligence, it is almost crafty. When I face strong enemies in the future, I can let it attack freely, it will save me a lot of mental energy. Fang Yuan looked at the flying bear phantom below him, evaluating in his mind. 7 days ago, He Lulan gathered many experts and passed the final round of the 5th floor, obtaining flying bear phantom immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony, asking for it on the spot. The other goo masters were jealous and tried to stop him, but Fang Yuan expressed that he was willing to pay the other half of the price, his attitude was firm. Eventually, He Lulan gave this goo to Fang Yuan. With this goo, Fang Yuan found He Lulan that night and asked for a loan, forming an agreement behind her back. After returning, he used to immortal blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies, exchanging for the corresponding goo worms and food, and on the 6th day, he recovered flying bear phantom goo to a healthy state. On the 7th day, Fang Yuan secretly entered the 7th floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower to personally test flying bear phantom goo, as well as the perfected killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan ordered flying bear phantom goo to attack him without holding back, while he himself used the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to fight. Flying bear phantom goo was an immortal goo, it had half the battle strength of flying bear. But it was not Fang Yuan's match in 6-arm Heavenly Zombie state. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. He thought about it for a long time. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, is truly amazing. It uses borrow strength goo as the core, it can borrow the power of heaven, earth, water, fire, and all sorts of natural forces to strengthen itself, allowing the strength to flow endlessly. Even more amazing is that it can temporarily turn me into a zombie body. This way, my body will be in a half-dead state, my recovery speed will rise greatly, and I will be able to get rid of pain, as if I have limitless strength and am omnipotent. If it was a living body, continuously exerting strength would result in a lack of strength. But now that Fang Yuan had turned into a heavenly zombie, he cleverly avoided this drawback. This strength, this feeling, made Fang Yuan intoxicated. At the same time, it made him even more vigilant. I can only maintain this state for a short while. But during intense battles, I often immerse myself completely, forgetting the passage of time. Such a killer move gives me a good feeling and makes me easily intoxicated. I must not forget the killer move's time limit, otherwise the consequences will be severe. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a powerful killer move, but it had a time limit. If the time limit was exceeded, using it for a long time could cause the Gu Master to completely turn into a heavenly zombie. The severity was even higher than the 10 extreme calamities. Even if he used Yin-Yang rotation Gu, he would not be able to recover. Fang Yuan wanted to resolve this flaw, but Mo Yao's standards were too harsh. It was hard to find a suitable person to test the Gu in a short time. Actually, you have not fully displayed the power of this flying bear phantom Gu. At this time, Mo Yao's will in Fang Yuan's mind suddenly spoke. Oh, what do you mean? Mo Yao seemed to have some understanding of Phantom Path. Phantom Path focuses on the coexistence of phantom and reality. From rank 1 to rank 5, phantom is the main focus, turning into phantom to avoid attacks. Thus, Phantom Path Gu Masters often lack offense and have plenty of defense. But after rank 6, Phantom Path Gu Immortals have both offense and defense, turning phantom and reality into reality. When defending, they turn into phantom, causing all attacks to fail. When attacking, they turn phantom into reality, making it hard to defend against. And Flying Bear Phantom Gu is a Phantom Path Immortal Gu. Killing desolate beast flying bears, taking their skin, blood, bones, and soul to refine. A single Flying Bear Phantom Gu would only have half the battle strength of a true flying bear. But if it is equipped with other Gu worms, like the previous Battle Space Gu, Grand Chaotic Dance Gu, 5 Elements Bear Skin Gu, and so on, its battle strength would rise greatly. Mo Yao's words made Fang Yuan nod repeatedly. He recalled the scene when he challenged the round. It was because of the Gu worms on the Flying Bear Phantom's body that its battle strength rose sharply, to the point where everyone was helpless against it. But after the Battle Space Gu was taken by He Lulan. The other Gu worms were also divided among the others. When Fang Yuan fought with the Flying Bear Phantom alone, the Flying Bear Phantom no longer had any Gu worms on it. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain the upper hand in the battle. He could not help but have some understanding. From another perspective, using Flying Bear Phantom Gu with other Gu worms, isn't it just using many Gu together? Isn't this a killer move? Killer moves were the Gu Master's ingenuity, using many Gu worms and using them together to form the best effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Mo Yao nodded. You comprehended it well, that is indeed the case. However, only Phantom Path Gu can truly be used with Flying Bear Phantom Gu. Not to mention others, just one Gu can allow Flying Bear Phantom Gu to turn from solid to phantom, dodging all attacks. Make Phantom Gu? Fang Yuan's heart could not help but tremble. He could imagine how troublesome the Flying Bear Phantom with the help of the Qi Gu would be. This would allow Flying Bear Phantom Gu's usage to undergo a qualitative change. Mo Yao smiled lightly, saying, Lad, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you about the 3 Phantom Path inheritances. One of them might even be a Phantom Path Gu Immortal inheritance. We'll see. Fang Yuan calmed down, his tone indifferent. His wariness towards Mo Yao's will had never disappeared. Chapter 593. Time passed quickly. Another month had passed in the blink of an eye. Northern Plains. Fierce winds howled and snow fluttered. The world was a vast expanse of whiteness. Pure white snow covered 10,000 li of grassland. Bone-chilling winds engulfed the world. Sometimes it formed tornadoes, sometimes it lifted the deep snow on the ground. The 10-year blizzard disaster wreaked havoc on the whole of northern plains. Living beings lamented, all living beings withered. In a limited area, the surviving humans and animals struggled at death's door. Not only did they have to overcome the cold, they also had to fight against snow monsters and others. Under such a harsh environment, the snowmen were like fish in water, moving about frequently and becoming very active. The icy blizzard was like a warm spring breeze to the snowmen. They hunted in the blizzard. Large numbers of wild snow path, ice path and water path goo worms were living on their bodies. During normal times, the snowman tribes that were hunted, suppressed and sold by goo masters had developed greatly, their forces expanding rapidly. Amidst the howling blizzard, 2 black shadows flashed. The shadows stood on the cliff, overflowing with immortal aura. They were He tribe's 2 goo immortals, He Bai and He Cheng. They looked down at the valley below them from high above. The blizzard was still violent, but it could not sway the two's clothes in the slightest. The falling snow could not obstruct the two's probing gazes. In the valley, ice houses had already been built. There were tens of thousands of them. A group of valiant snowman warriors had just returned from hunting. They had returned from a rewarding journey and were entering the valley. Rank 6 would path goo immortal He Bai frowned. These snowmen are taking the chance to develop. In these 3 days, this is the 7th time we have seen a tribe of such scale. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Although snowmen have the word human, they are variant humans. After the blizzard ends, northern plains humans will actively develop and will definitely have many battles with these snowmen. The more snowmen there are to humans, the more enemies they have, the stronger they are. He Cheng patted He Bai's shoulder, smiling. Brother should be happy. Looking at it from another angle, these snowmen are our wealth. If we capture these snowmen, we can not only exchange them for immortal yuan stones from other goo immortals. We can also teach Xianxia a lesson. The corners of He Bai's mouth curled up into a smile. Elder brother is thoughtful. If not for Xianxia, I would have gotten wooden chicken goo long ago. He had actually interfered in the battle for the imperial court. Over the past few days, we have been hunting snowmen and selling them to jewel yellow skies. I really want to see Xianxia's expression right now. After saying this, the smile at the corner of He Bai's mouth immediately disappeared, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Elder brother, He Lulan has already been in imperial court for so long. According to the calculation of the time, 88-point Jianghu Tower should have already formed more than 20 floors. Why haven't I seen the wooden chicken goo? He Cheng laughed. Calm down, calm down. The 88-point Jianghu Tower had a total of 88 floors. How many floors were there? He Lulan, that child. Although he was short-tempered, he was cautious when it came to important matters. Ever since he entered imperial court, he has never lost contact with us, right? Moreover, He Lulan already has a one-edge owner token. As long as the wooden chicken goo is taken, before it forms a floor, He Lulan will sense it. We will be able to receive the information. He tribe was a super force. Although they did not have talent, they could match Fairy Mo Yao's level. But using goo worms to send messages inside and outside, they still had their own ways. He Bai side, Imperial Court blessed land and the outside world of northern plains have different time flow. 1 day in the outside world is more than 20 days in Imperial Court blessed land. I am slightly worried that He Lulan will not be able to notify us in time. If that happens, the help we can provide will be lesser. He Cheng consoled with a smile. Brother, you are confused because of your concern. Don't worry, with He Lulan's current strength, getting through 3 to 4 floors is not a problem. Before that, let's take care of this Yeti tribe in front of us. Alright. The anxiety in He Bai's heart dissipated as he nodded. The two's figures shot down like lightning, directly charging towards the snowman tribe in the valley. He Cheng opened his mouth and laughed lightly. Immediately, his majestic laughter shook the heaven and earth, resounding through the clouds. The whole valley buzzed from the vibration, and the majestic snowfall also became sluggish. Bam 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 bam, the sound wave swept through, and countless ice houses were shattered into ice and snow. In an instant, the snowman tribe suffered disastrous losses. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A strong enemy has appeared, brave warriors, it is time to defend our homeland. Defend our homeland, remember, we cannot fall, behind us are our wives, children, and parents. The snowmen shouted loudly. After a short period of panic, they prepared to resist. Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating themselves. Heibai floated in the air, looking at the snowmen swarming over with a cold gaze, like he was looking at a group of ants. He lightly waved his sleeves. Buzz buzz buzz, a black mass of goo worms flew out. First hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands. Eventually, hundreds of thousands of goo covered the sky above the valley, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The snowmen looked at the sky, their faces filled with shock and fear. Their fighting spirit that had just surged up was completely frozen by the might of the goo immortals. At this moment, they truly felt the bone-chilling coldness of the snowstorm. Goo immortals had immortal essence, and one bead of immortal essence could be seen as limitless primeval essence. This meant that any goo immortal could manipulate a vast number of mortal goo without having to worry about a lack of primeval essence. Although the snowman tribe was strong, facing the battle strength of a goo immortal, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting to be slaughtered. At the next moment, Heibai lightly pointed, and the goo group pounced down. Mournful screams could be heard endlessly in the valley. Over 10 days later, Imperial Court blessed land. Hei Lulan slowly put down the letter Gu in her hand, laughing coldly. The letter Gu came from Hei tribe's Gu immortal. The content was cliché, but it still urged Hei Lulan to speed up the search for wooden chicken Gu. Imperial Court blessed land originally did not allow internal and external communication, but after so many years, even giant sun immortals' arrangements could not withstand the erosion of the river of time, and there were loopholes in it. Although they did not have Fairy Mo Yao's talent, Hei tribe, Lu tribe and other super forces also had their own methods of internal and external communication. Once a Gu master advances to an immortal, their entire life will be elevated, and they will possess immortal essence. Mortals are simply not an immortal's match, to deal with a Gu immortal. And it has to be a Gu immortal. Strength path immortal Gu, Hei Lulan softly muttered, slowly getting up and leaving her seat, walking towards the window. He looked up, the peak of the sacred palace was filled with dazzling colors, the newest floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower was about to form at this moment. 38th floor. Hei Lulan sighed inwardly. He had seen this situation many times, and was no longer as excited as the first time. But his reverence towards ancestor Giant Sun was accumulated every time True Yang Tower was formed, and now, he was completely in awe of his ancestors' heaven-defying methods. Only by relying on 88-point Jianghu Tower and borrowing ancestor Giant Sun's strength can I take revenge. Hei Lulan took out his owner token. Although so much time had passed, his owner token was still a one-edge owner token. Hei Lulan was well versed in history, and was well aware of his own strength. This time's lineup was not bad compared to the previous victors of the Imperial Court contest, but it was not too good either. At most, he could only pass 3 or 4 times. Hei Lulan wanted to obtain his own strength path immortal Gu, and also had the clan mission of plundering wooden chicken immortal Gu. This meant that the quota for 2 passes had already been reserved long ago. Thus, these days, he had restrained himself and focused on recuperating. At the same time, he still opened up 88-point Jianghu Tower, allowing Gu masters to increase their strength as much as possible. By doing this, he naturally gained the gratitude and reverence of the Gu masters outside of Hei tribe. Of course, Hei tribe had many dissatisfaction and puzzlement. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, He tribe members could only feel angry, but did not dare to say anything. "Come!" He Lulan lightly called. His trusted aide He Shu immediately appeared in front of him, quietly kneeling on the ground and lowering his head. "Lord Tribe Leader, please instruct me. How is the situation recently?" He Lulan caressed the owner token in his hand, looking far away. His gaze was still on 88-point Jinyang Tower. "The situation seems stable recently, but there are turbulent undercurrents. Chang tribe's Gu masters have been assassinated, and many Gu masters have mysteriously disappeared when they went out. Chang tribe leader Chang Jiyu personally went out. They searched everywhere, trying to capture the culprit, but found nothing. Instead, the situation of Chang tribe's Gu masters being harmed has become more serious." He Shu reported. "Oh, who is so daring?" He Shu showed an ashamed expression. "This subordinate is still investigating." He Lulan slightly nodded, saying with a tone of schadenfreude, "Don't be anxious, we should not be anxious about this. Chang Shan Yin's way of doing things is too sinister and ruthless. He has lost the harmony of the people, and now he is tasting the bitter fruit. Several months ago, when he swept through the Earth Chief Beast Group, he sent Chang tribe's Gu masters to capture many Gu masters, but he actually killed them all. This caused a lot of anger among the people, but because of Wolf King's fierce reputation, although they wanted revenge, they did not dare to move. Right now, He Lulan remembered it clearly. Because among these unlucky Gu masters that Fang Yuan used as test subjects, there was someone who was related to He Lulan. Wolf King actually did not give her face and killed this person. This made He Lulan secretly bear a grudge. Tribe leader is wise, this subordinate also thinks so. He Shu flattered and added, "Chang tribe leader might be Chang Jiyu, but this person is Wolf King's son and was appointed as tribe leader by Wolf King with one sentence. He is too young and cannot convince the people. The whole of Chang tribe's affairs are actually in the hands of Chang Jiyu's foster father, the former Chang tribe leader Chang Biao. But not long ago, the news of Lord Chang Biao and Lord Pan Ping dying in the 90th round of the 7th floor spread. Chang tribe was in turmoil, and Chang Jiyu could not maintain the situation in Chang tribe. The Avengers saw this opportunity, and maybe because of the True Yang building's reward, their strength rose greatly, so they went around to assassinate Chang tribe's Gu masters." "Yes." He Lulan nodded. He Shu's analysis was also his opinion on this matter. Quickly investigate this person, to be able to disregard Wolf King's fierce reputation and focus on revenge, this is bravery. These days, to assassinate Chang tribe's Gu masters without being discovered, this is a scheme. This person is brave and astute, he should be recruited into our He tribe. Only our He tribe can protect her life. He Lulan instructed. "Yes, Lord." "Are there any movements on Chang Shan Yin's side?" Ever since Chang Biao's corpse was found and returned to Chang tribe, Wolf King might have obtained some clues from Chang Biao's corpse. On that day, he entered True Yang building and has yet to come out. This subordinate sent people to investigate. Wolf King should have gone to the 90th round of the 7th floor's labyrinth. Ever since he entered, the howls of wolf groups could be heard from the labyrinth. He Shu reported. He Lulan frowned. Chang Biao, Pan Ping and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's death were all situations he did not want to see. But now that they were dead, He Lulan could only accept this reality. He could completely predict that once Wolf King comes out of the building and learns of Chang tribe's misfortune, he would fly into a rage and search for the culprit. At that time, the whole sacred palace would probably be turned upside down. He Lulan could not wait for Wolf King to incite even more anger among the people, but he was worried that Wolf King would implicate the innocent and kill people everywhere, greatly weakening the strength he could mobilize when challenging the rounds. This was something He Lulan had to prevent. But how could he stop it? He Lulan did not speak, falling into deep thought. He Shu quietly knelt on the ground, patiently waiting for He Lulan's next order. He Lulan's thoughts did not last long, a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. His gaze instantly sharpened, staring at Truyang building at the peak of the sacred palace. There, the 39th floor was slowly condensing. Although it had yet to take form, through the one-edge owner token, He Lulan could know the goo worms in this floor. Wooden chicken goo. Wooden chicken goo has finally appeared. He Lulan's heart shook, but soon, he calmed down. His gaze was like cold lightning as he turned to look at He Shu. Chapter 594. Not long after, Ma Yingjie heard the summons and hurried over to pay his respects. As He tribe's greatest opponent, Ma tribe had suffered a crushing defeat in the decisive battle. Ma tribe's experts were almost all slaughtered. Young tribe leader Ma Yingjie was luckily saved and bravely took on the heavy responsibility of tribe leader. His original plan was to hole up in Warm Pond Valley and recuperate as much as possible. But He Lulan forced him to come and forcefully annexed Ma tribe. Next, Ma tribe could only follow He tribe to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Ma Yingjie had thought that He Lulan wanted to strip Ma tribe of its name and swallow the whole tribe. For this, he had put in many efforts and even accepted outsiders and gave them the surname Ma. But in the end, none of the things he had predicted happened. Not only that, after Ma tribe came to Imperial Court Blessed Land, they did not receive any harsh criticism from He Lulan. Instead, they were treated equally. He Lulan selflessly opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower. Ma tribe had gained a lot of benefits. Right now, Ma tribe was recovering well and the tribe's forces were growing stronger day by day. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Ma Yingjie had been feeling uneasy because of this. Receiving He Lulan's sudden summons, the uneasiness in his heart increased by several times and reached its peak. Looking at Ma Yingjie, He Lulan smiled. Ma tribe leader, how has Ma tribe been these days? Ma Yingjie was extremely vigilant and immediately replied, we are fine. This is all thanks to tribe leader's magnanimity and disregard of past enmity. Ma tribe has been struggling at death's door and has now recovered some vitality. If I remember correctly, this time, Ma tribe was sponsored by Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu Immortal Xianxia, right? He Lulan said amiably. Ma Yingjie was tongue-tied and broke out in cold sweat, unable to speak. Ma tribe, as a Huang Jin bloodline, privately communicated with a demonic path Gu Immortal. This was no doubt breaking the rules set by ancestor Giant Sunday. Could it be that He Lulan is here to settle the score? Damn it, now he is the meat on the chopping block, and I want to destroy the Ma family. All I need is one word from He Lulan. Ma Yingjie was very nervous. Revitalizing the Ma family was his lifelong wish. The Ma family was his lifeline. Ha ha ha. He Lulan laughed, her laughter echoing throughout the study. Don't be nervous, Ma family head. As long as you cooperate obediently, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. Please speak, patriarch. Ma Yingjie gritted his teeth. A wise man submits to circumstances. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to bow down. What? However, what He Lulan said next shocked Ma Yingjie. He was as stunned as a statue. Great Snow Mountain Blessed Land. The towering snow-capped peak stood tall among them. The sky was blue. Radiance flowed around. The fifth branch peak. Within Ice Lake Palace, a negotiation was nearing its end. Xianxia had an anxious expression as he looked at Demon Lord Longdan in front of him, saying impatiently, Demon Lord, don't forget who lent you the immortal Yuan stone in an emergency. To repay your debt. It was me. Now that I encountered some trouble, I asked you for help, but you are making all sorts of excuses. Isn't this too disappointing? Is the great Demon Lord Longdan such a petty person? Demon Lord Longdan smiled as he sipped his tea, saying in a gentle tone, Lord Songzi, please be careful with your words. Ben Jun will always remember our previous friendship in my heart. I have not forgotten it at all. But this time, Lord Songzi, your trouble is not small. If I help you, I will offend He tribe's Gu immortals. My business in Jewel Yellow Skies has just started to improve. it cannot withstand such a blow. Shui Songzi sold snowmen for a living, he was quite wealthy. But in the last few months, his business in Jewel Yellow Skies was fiercely attacked by He tribe. He tribe's Gu immortals hunted snowmen wantonly and sold them at low prices, greatly destroying the rules and benefits of the snowman's slave trade. This was a different kind of confrontation. It involved many things. In order to protect his source of income, Shui Songzi had to accept the challenge, barely maintaining a deadlock with He tribe's Gu immortals. Although he was wealthy, he was only one person after all. Compared to the super force He tribe, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, he paled in comparison. Thus, he could not hold on any longer and started to ask for help from the surrounding Gu immortals. Demon Lord Long Dan's calm demeanor made Shui Songzi anxious. "Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush, tell me directly, what do you want for you to help?" Demon Lord Long Dan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he stared at Shui Songzi. "Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan Gu, as long as you give it to me, I will do my best to help you." Shui Songzi heard this and stood up from his seat, pointing at Demon Lord Long Dan. "You actually have the cheek to say this?" Demon Lord Long Dan raised his eyebrows, his voice turning gloomy. "Why would I feel embarrassed? Who would help for no reason? Shui Songzi, I advise you not to be rash. If you point at me again, I will get angry." Humph! Shui Songzi knew he was not Demon Lord Long Dan's match. He snorted coldly and withdrew his finger, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Demon Lord Long Dan did not urge him to stay. He looked at his departing figure with a gloomy expression and snorted coldly. He had long since disliked Shui Songzi, relying on the fact that he had some spare cash. He was usually very arrogant. Back then, he had borrowed Immortal Yuan stone from Shui Songzi, but Shui Songzi actually dared to give him a high-interest loan. Shui Songzi took advantage of the situation and made a huge profit. Demon Lord Long Dan suffered a loss. He had always kept this in mind. Shui Songzi returned to his seventh peak with an ashen expression. Without outsiders, he sat cross-legged on the cushion, his tense expression finally relaxed as he sighed. "If I had known this, I would not have interfered in the imperial court contest." He deeply regretted it. Winner takes all. Previously, he had invested a huge amount in the imperial court contest, but had gained nothing. Now, he was facing the attacks of He tribe's Gu immortals. He could not even protect his source of wealth. In the end, the righteous path is united, while the demonic path is divided. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has so many demonic path Gu immortals, but I cannot obtain any of their help. In contrast, He tribe's Gu immortals can obtain the help of many forces. They can work together to pressure me. Sigh, after this battle, I have used up all my years of accumulation. My losses are disastrous. The waters of the imperial court contest are too deep. It is not something I can step into. Previously, many demonic path Gu immortals had interfered in the imperial court contest, but how many of them had a good ending? Sigh, my greed was aroused by wooden chicken Gu. I thought that since I had already offended He tribe's Gu immortals, I might as well interfere. But I did not know how many demonic path Gu immortals were watching me make a fool of myself. Sigh, it is time to reflect. Shui Songzi sighed repeatedly. Just as he was about to reflect on this painful experience and learn from it, a letter Gu pierced through the air and appeared in front of him. Isn't this the letter Gu I gave to my tribe for communication? Shui Songzi felt it was strange, and held it in his hand. His mind inspected it, and he immediately showed an astonished expression. What does this mean? He Lulan actually wants to cooperate with me? Shui Songzi sneered in disdain, using wooden chicken Gu as bait to deceive me. This might be another scheme of He tribe. Wait a moment. This is actually, does He Lulan really want to cooperate with me? Interesting, ha 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 ha, interesting. Half a month later, Mother. He Lulan suddenly sat up on the bed. He breathed heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. A long while later, his pupils gradually regained their focus. It was another nightmare. This nightmare had been tormenting him since a long time ago. Each nightmare was like a pile of firewood. It made the fire of hatred in his heart burn even more fiercely. After calming his breathing, He Lulan got up from the bed. His body was swollen like a bear, and his triangular eyes started to shine with an intimidating light. But on his face, there was a deep sense of exhaustion. But when he opened the window, this exhaustion was completely concealed, and people could feel it. Only the aura of a ruthless overlord lingering around his body. He looked up at 88-point Jinyang Tower, and pondered about the matter of cooperating with Shuesongzi. In the letter, he did not hesitate to take a risk, telling Shuesongzi the biggest secret in his heart, and even gave out the crucial goo worms, using his body as a hostage to exchange for Shuesongzi's trust. Right now, the 39th floor had been condensed for a long time, and his cooperation with Shuesongzi was progressing well. Thanks to this demonic path Gu Immortal's help, He Lulan had a smooth journey in the 39th floor. It could be said that he was advancing triumphantly. His actions were equivalent to betraying He tribe. He tribe's Gu Immortals would definitely not let him off. In fact, He Lulan did not even know how long he could hide this matter. But he was clear that as long as he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was safe. Imperial Court Blessed Land forbade Gu Immortals from entering or leaving. At this point, he could no longer turn back, he could only move forward until his death. But the most crucial thing in He Lulan's plan, the strength path immortal Gu that could change the entire situation, had yet to appear. He could only continue to wait. 88-point Jinyang Tower, 7th floor. 90th round. Chang Jiyu pays respects to Lord Supreme Elder. Chang tribe leader knelt on the ground with an ashamed expression. Do you know why I summoned you? Fang Yuan stood in front of him, speaking plainly. This subordinate is ashamed, I have failed to live up to Lord Supreme Elder's trust. This subordinate is extremely useless, allowing the murderer to roam freely, Lord Supreme Elder, please punish me. Chang Jiyu continued to kowtow, his forehead knocking against the ground, producing muffled sounds. Not long after, blood could be seen on his forehead. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, you have some self-awareness, you know your own incompetence. Stop kowtowing, get up and answer me. This subordinate doesn't dare. Get up. Fang Yuan emphasized again, his tone was calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable and irrefutable decision. Chang Jiyu stood up, his head lowered, blood was slowly flowing down his face, he was in a sorry state. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed lightly, he stretched out his hand and comforted the wound on Chang Jiyu's forehead. White light shone, under the power of a healing goo worm, Chang Jiyu's wound rapidly healed, not leaving any scars. Chang Jiyu's body shuddered, 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Ever since the father and son met, this was the first time Chang Shanin had made such an intimate action towards his son Chang Jiyu. Chapter 595. Fang Yuan wiped Chang Jiyu's tears, his tone gentle like the spring breeze. What are you crying for? You are my Wolf King's son, you can only bleed and not shed tears. The word son made Chang Jiyu's heart shudder, as if he had received an electric shock. Great joy engulfed Chang Jiyu's heart like a tsunami. Father finally admitted that I am his son. He called me personally. The grievances he had accumulated in his heart, the pressure he had to bear, the accumulated anger, shame, and grief towards his foster father's death, at this moment, he was greatly relieved. He could not help but shed tears of joy, but Fang Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. He endured bitterly, his face was distorted and his lips were bleeding from biting, but his tears still flowed out unceasingly. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out, Father, but he did not dare, he could only repeatedly apologize while sobbing, I'm sorry. Fang Yuan lightly patted his shoulder, saying warmly, do you know what your greatest shortcoming is? Chang Jiyu was slightly dazed. Fang Yuan continued with an affirmative tone, your greatest shortcoming is that you are not strong enough. Not strong enough? Chang Jiyu stopped sobbing, his teary eyes staring at the imposing figure in front of him. This is yellow gold relic goo, it is enough for you to climb to rank 4 peak stage. There is also purple crystal relic goo, it can let you advance by leaps and bounds in rank 5. Fang Yuan took out 2 relic goo and stuffed them into Chang Jiyu's hands. Chang Jiyu received it in a daze, then a surge of gratitude filled his heart. This is a father's love. How many poets have praised a father's love as heavy as a mountain, as deep as the sea? Today, I finally feel it. Father. Chang Jiyu sobbed emotionally, looking at Fang Yuan, he kneeled down. A young eagle's wings will not become as hard as steel without going through the tempering of wind and frost. A young horse will not be able to gallop like the wind without experiencing a fall. I have already heard the report on Chang tribe's matters, but I will not care. Become strong. Accept this tempering, take over the tribe, and use this to establish your prestige, this is what you need to do. I'll be watching you from behind the scenes, Fang Yuan said. Lord Father, this child is ashamed. Being so attentive to by his biological father made Chang Jiyu excited. This made him feel a sense of fear. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know your concerns. Was he worried that his aptitude was insufficient and it would be difficult for him to break through to rank 5? Don't worry, not only will I raise your aptitude, I will also teach you a set of strength path killer move, it will be extremely powerful. This is my special skill, even during the final battle of the royal court. I only used 30% of my power. Chang Jiyu couldn't help gaping, pleasantly surprised. His father actually had a method to raise his aptitude, and was even going to teach him a strength path killer move. This set of strength path killer moves was what father had used in the decisive battle against Ma tribe. And that was only 30% of its power. Father, you are my biological father after all. Although adoptive father Chang Biao treated me very well, compared to my biological father, it was nothing. This was the deepest bond in the bloodline. Lord Father, he is going to nurture me. He is going to vigorously groom me. After the shock, Chang Jiyu's heart surged with even greater joy. Next, I will raise your aptitude. Relax your mind and calm your mind. Sleep, have a good sleep first. Fang Yuan's voice was warm and gentle, while secretly activating a hypnosis goo. Chang Jiyu's mood had fluctuated greatly, he was already exhausted. Under the effect of the goo worm, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. Under the effect of the goo, he soon fell asleep. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking out blood skull goo. This goo had a crystal-like texture, it was the size of a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. Right now, it was full of fresh blood, it was scarlet, flickering with demonic blood light. This blood. It was obtained by Fang Yuan secretly killing Chang tribesmen these days. The sleeping Chang Jiyu's lips curled up. A smile of happiness appeared on his face. He would never have thought that the main culprit who had been assassinating Chang tribesmen these days was the biological father he adored and worshipped the most. Even outsiders like He Lulan were kept in the dark, not suspecting Fang Yuan. Go! Fang Yuan willed, blood skull goo slowly flew out of his palm, circling around Chang Jiyu. Next, blood skull goo stopped above Chang Jiyu's head, opening its mouth and spitting out a thick stench of blood. The blood directly entered Chang Jiyu's head, skin, hair, following his meridians, finally gathering in his aperture. Chang Jiyu's aptitude started to rise slowly but steadily. By the time Chang Jiyu woke up, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. The previous encounter was like a dream, causing Chang Jiyu to be suspicious. But the pile of goo worms and sufficient food on the ground was the best proof, proving that everything had really happened. Heavens, my aptitude really rose, it is now 96%. After inspecting his aperture, Chang Jiyu shouted in joy. Stay here and cultivate properly these few days. Use all the relic goo that father left behind, this way, your cultivation will reach rank 5 upper stage. The other goo worms on the ground were temporarily lent to you by me. There is an east window goo inside that records the details of the killer move, just practice according to it. An echo entered Chang Jiyu's ears. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Ah, this is father's voice. Lord Father, your son will definitely not disappoint you. Your son will definitely become a rank 5 goo master and master the killer move. Chang Jiyu's heart surged with unbounded heroism and fighting spirit. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out a yellow gold relic goo and placing it in his aperture. Fang Yuan had been observing in secret. This is the person you chose to test the goo on. He is really not bad. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sneered, but in the east window goo, you specially pointed out the flaws of 6-arm heavenly zombie king. The goo worms you lent him were also not tampered with. Aren't you afraid he will remember the flaws and use them carefully, not turning into a heavenly zombie? Hee, Mo Yao, you don't need to worry. I still have this bit of ability to grasp people's hearts. You haven't used the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king, but when you turn into a heavenly zombie, that feeling of endless power is so intoxicating. Even I am mesmerized by it. Chang Jiyu is a young man, his temperament is lacking in self-control. When he practices the killer move, he naturally needs to find wolf groups to practice with. This is my territory. When the time comes, I just need to guide him and he won't become a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan's tone was confident. Humph, you humans are just so crafty and sinister. Just like this blood skull goo that you used. Us ink men would never refine this kind of evil goo worm to harm our own clansmen. Mo Yao ridiculed. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, the representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That would require me to have the ability to stop it. Moreover, why should I stop your human race's internal strife? Humph. I can't wait for all of you humans to die. Only then will there be space for us variant humans to survive. Mo Yao rolled his eyes. Her identity was very peculiar. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House and had an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing, but she was also an Inkman and not a pure human. She looked at the humans killing each other like how the humans looked at the snowmen. Or the feeling of beast groups fighting each other. But, do I really not have the ability to stop it? Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt in his heart. 3 days later, Chang Jiyu used relic goo and successfully raised his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage. Next, he started to practice the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king without stopping. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, he was intoxicated by the killer move's vast power, gradually forgetting the killer move's flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, an intense battle of attrition was created. In the intense battle, Chang Jiyu charged left and right, fighting to his heart's content and forgetting the time. By the time the battle ended, he discovered to his horror that he had already turned into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared in front of him again. Father, save me. Chang Jiyu, who had turned into a monster, knelt on the ground. He anxiously asked for help. My son, how did you become like this? Fang Yuan was greatly shocked and asked angrily, I had clearly warned you not to overuse this killer move. How could you forget this most crucial thing? Father. I am ashamed, I was muddle-headed and forgot the time. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late for regrets. Father. Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground and looking at Fang Yuan with teary eyes. Right now, he was neither human nor ghost, his only hope was on Fang Yuan. Sigh, this is difficult. In this state, even if I use yin-yang rotation goo, I won't be able to save you. This killer move's power is peerless, but it is also because of this that the repercussions are extremely severe. Even I, your father, have no way. Fang Yuan spread his arms, his expression was one of grief, anger and conflict. Even, father, you have no way? Chang Jiyu knelt on his knees and walked towards Fang Yuan's feet, his expression was one of disappointment and fear. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly, this killer move has a great origin. I took a great risk and barged into a Gu immortal inheritance, risking my life to obtain this immortal killer move. This is an immortal killer move? No wonder it is so powerful. Chang Jiyu was stupefied, although Fang Yuan had a tall and imposing image in his mind, compared to a Gu immortal, he was undoubtedly inferior. Chang Jiyu had always been Chang tribe's young tribe leader, although he was not familiar with Gu immortals, he was by no means a stranger. I was wrong, I made a huge mistake, how could I be so eager for quick success? Chang Jiyu cried loudly, his voice was as sharp and unpleasant as an owl's. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, crying, Father, your son has failed to live up to your ardent expectations. Your son was wrong, your son has let you down. No, it is precisely like this, I needed you to become like this. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he helped Chang Jiyu up. My son, how many times have I told you, don't cry. You can't cry. Although you were wrong, I, your father, am also at fault. These days, I have only been exploring this labyrinth round and did not take care of you at all times. Your father believes that there is always a way out, we will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There will definitely be a way, believe in your father, believe in yourself. Fang Yuan's words were sincere, his eyes slightly teary. Father. Chang Jiyu cried continuously. He was thoroughly moved. He had turned into a monster, he did not even dare to look at his own face. But his father Chang Shanin did not feel disgusted, it was clearly his son's fault, but he still took the blame. Now that his son had become like this, he still did not give up. This is the deepest bond between father and son. This is my father, my biological father. Chang Jiyu was extremely moved, a flame of hope was ignited in his heart of despair, he had the confidence to continue living. Child, you should stay here for now. Let me think about how I can change you back to your original state. As for Chang tribe, father will take care of it. Don't worry, rest well here, with us father and son working together, why would we be afraid of a mere killer move dead object? Fang Yuan's words made Chang Jiyu feel like he had found his backbone. Chapter 596. The mournful screams almost pierced through the eardrums. Chang Jiyu's body trembled in pain, his muscles bulged as the 6 monstrous arms on his back danced chaotically, stirring up the wind like thunder. But Fang Yuan only needed one hand to firmly press him in the air. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he controlled his goo worms while shouting, My son, endure. This is the time. Chang Jiyu was in so much pain that he almost lost his reason, this was inhuman pain. Even though he had transformed into a heavenly zombie and had almost no sense of pain, he could still feel every inch of his skin and muscles being mercilessly and cruelly torn apart. But Fang Yuan's words were like a clear spring, pouring into Chang Jiyu's heart. Chang Jiyu endured with all his might, and finally, just as he was about to faint, the intense pain dissipated like the tide. Success, success. Chang Jiyu breathed roughly, his head was splitting, he barely opened his eyes and saw that the skin on his arms had already turned back into fresh flesh and blood. Even the 6 monstrous arms that grew out of his back showed signs of shrinking. Nothing was more attractive to Chang Jiyu than returning to his human form. At this moment, he almost cried tears of joy. Not good. Suddenly, Fang Yuan spoke with a gloomy tone. Chang Jiyu's newly recovered arms almost instantly turned back into a heavenly zombie state, turning into a withered tree. The 6 arms on his back also grew back, extremely stubborn. No, no. Why did they turn back? Father. Chang Jiyu screamed in panic, subconsciously asking for help from Fang Yuan. But when he saw the feigned exhaustion on Fang Yuan's face, Chang Jiyu could not cry out. "Father is tired." "That's right, Father has been helping me these days, thinking of close to 100 methods without sleeping or resting. Who knows how many goo worms have been wasted. At least the rank 5 goo I saw. There were 70 to 80. What reason do I have to blame Father? This is all because of my carelessness, a huge mistake. Father, your son has let you down." Chang Jiyu felt heartache and shame, but also felt the blissful feeling of a child being taken care of by a wolf king, like grass being sheltered by a tree. Damn it, this heavenly corpse is really tenacious. Even this method doesn't work. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He asked in his mind, "Mo Yao, what other methods do you have? Tell me quickly." Fang Yuan had come up with more than a dozen methods, but they had all been rejected before. Mo Yao was the one who came up with the idea for the experiment. This was also one of Fang Yuan's plans. On one hand, it was to constantly test Chang Jiyu. He was trying to find a way to return to his human state. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity to stimulate Mo Yao's will to think continuously and consume her power. Mo Yao pondered for a moment before saying, "There's another way, but it's more dangerous. The person testing the goo will suffer 3 times the pain of the previous test. It's extremely likely that he'll die from the pain. He is a heavenly corpse. He could be considered dead. Why would he die from pain?" Fang Yuan was puzzled. He can only be considered half a dead man. His body is dead, but his soul is still left in his body. Unless his soul is sucked into the door of life and death, only then can he be considered truly dead. Mo Yao explained. The door of life and death was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. It was very famous and was recorded in the legends of Renzu. The current era was different from the immemorial antiquity era. The door of life and death had disappeared long ago and had changed owners several times. Their control over departed spirits was greatly reduced. That was why monsters like zombies existed. If this was during Renzu's era, there would be no zombies in the world. Mo Yao's method was extremely risky. It could cause the person's soul to shatter and disintegrate from the pain. Once Chang Jiyu's soul shattered, he would die completely. Mo Yao urged again, "Lad, there are gains and losses in everything. The killer move's power is unparalleled, but the flaws are hard to make up for. These days, you have experimented so many times and spent your family's wealth. You even borrowed money from He tribe and others. You are already aware of the difficulty. This is my final method. I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous. There is a slim chance of survival. Whether to use this method or not, it is up to you. This son of yours has already completely transformed into a heavenly corpse. His battle strength is outstanding. He is a very good fighting force. He also listens to your words. Sacrificing him like this is really too much of a pity. I advise you to keep him by your side and dispatch him." Fang Yuan did not speak. "Father, please rest more, this son is not in a hurry." On the other side, Chang Jiyu also said. Fang Yuan looked over. Although Chang Jiyu had transformed into a heavenly corpse and had an ugly appearance, his eyes were still clear, filled with admiration and worship towards him. Fang Yuan smiled. "Child, Father has already thought of a good method. This method is extremely dangerous, your life will be in danger. But the possibility of success is very high. Father is currently hesitating." Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed faintly. Although Fang Yuan said so, Chang Jiyu, who hated himself and was determined to recover, only had one choice when he heard it. Sure enough, when Chang Jiyu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes blossomed with a strange light. "Lord Father, please use this method, this son's current appearance is simply worse than death." Fang Yuan gazed into Chang Jiyu's eyes. but, you are my only child, father. Chang Jiyu cried, prostrating on the ground. He hugged Fang Yuan's calf. This son also cannot bear to part with you. But this son really does not dare to continue living with this kind of face. Even if there is only a trace of hope, this son will still strive to struggle. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Never mind. People always have to live according to their own wishes. Father also cannot bear to let you continue to suffer like this. Rest for a few days, let father prepare a bit. After a few days, we will make our final attempt. After a few days. Ah, Chang Jiyu's voice was already hoarse. Persevere a bit more. Fang Yuan's gaze was warm, his heart as calm as ice as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Jiyu's screams suddenly stopped. This was the 307th time he fainted from the pain. Humph, truly useless. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he snorted in dissatisfaction, stopping the goo worm's activation. This experiment had to be carried out when Chang Jiyu was conscious, otherwise it would be useless. Chang Jiyu fainting meant that his soul had already shattered, reaching the brink of collapse once again. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop. Using a soul path goo worm to slightly nourish his soul. I said before, this method does not have much hope, let's leave Chang Jiyu alive. In his mind, Mo Yao advised in a compassionate tone. Fang Yuan snorted, his eyes narrowed as a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Try again. Try one last time. Chang Jiyu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He saw Fang Yuan standing at the side. In his eyes, his father was haggard and exhausted. This made his heart wrench, tears flowed down his eyes in shame as he choked with sobs. Father, let's try again, don't be discouraged. Don't lose heart. Fang Yuan consoled with a smile. Father, if I still faint from the pain this time, don't try again. Father, this is all my fault, you really should have a good rest. Chang Jiyu said. Alright, after trying this time, it is time to have a good rest. Fang Yuan sighed. The deep meaning in his tone was not something Chang Jiyu could sense. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, other goo worms were added. Some of these goo worms stopped on Chang Jiyu's face, some burrowed into his skin, some mixed into his blood vessels and flowed into his heart. Ah! The intense pain came again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth and growled. Soon, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, his expression distorted. Fang Yuan's hands moved methodically, adding goo worms one after another. The more goo worms there were, the more intense Chang Jiyu's pain. He struggled with all his strength, his eyes rolled back, losing his rationality from the pain. He was in a state of madness. Stop. His soul won't be able to hold on for much longer, Mo Yao advised in his mind. But Fang Yuan seemed not to have heard it, continuing to add goo worms. Enough, this number has already surpassed all previous attempts. Chang Jiyu really can't hold on any longer. Mo Yao could not bear to watch. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. No reply. You are too reckless, if this goes on, he will die completely. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. How can I not take some risks? Fang Yuan sneered, increasing the number of goo worms to the maximum. His eyes shone with excitement. Add in 3 more goo worms and I will be able to see the effect. This is the 3rd one. Good, this is the 2nd one. Wonderful, there is only one left, success or failure depends on this. Ugh. Fang Yuan's expression turned sluggish, the surrounding goo worms suddenly scattered like fireworks. Chang Jiyu no longer struggled, motionlessly floating in the air. He was dead. The pain was enough to make one's soul fly away. But his expression was very serene. The surroundings returned to silence. You are the one who caused his death. In his mind, Mo Yao's voice was ice cold. I am the one who caused his death. Fang Yuan's brows slightly raised, lightly laughing. He died a worthy death. At least I know how stubborn the flaw of this killer move is. Mo Yao did not speak again, as if she was ashamed of Fang Yuan's cold-blooded and despicable actions. She concealed her figure, disappearing from Fang Yuan's mind. The smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared. He increasingly realized that Mo Yao's will in his mind was an extremely huge threat. Did she know the method to deal with the flaw of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move? Did she know the correct method, but purposely did not want to say it? Or did she not want to think, in case she weakened herself? Especially when the killer move's flaw was so severe, at the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will would suddenly attack his mind, causing Fang Yuan's thoughts to become chaotic. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop the killer move, it was impossible. What Gu did Mo Yao's will use? These days, I have been collecting wisdom path information from all over, and also purchased many wisdom path Gu worms that can condense wills. But I've never found any worm that can produce such a mysterious, unfathomable will like hers. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower has almost 60 floors. He Lulan is attacking the 39th floor with all her strength. It seems that her target is most likely Wooden Chicken Gu. Chapter 597. After coming to Imperial Court Blessed Land for so long, and entering 88-point Jinyang Tower many times, Fang Yuan had never forgotten his original intention of coming to Northern Plains. That was to save Dang Hun Mountain. And to save Dang Hun Mountain, he needed landscape as before Gu. To obtain this Gu, there were many difficulties, and the key lay in one person. This person was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Ever since Tai Bai Yunsheng joined He tribe army, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to him. Several months ago, Fang Yuan had obtained a piece of information. After He Lulan obtained a one-edge owner token and could check the rewards of every round, Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately went to ask about the existence of Lifespan Gu. But back then, 88-point Jinyang Tower did not have Lifespan Gu. Only when the 55th floor condensed did He Lulan tell Tai Bai Yunsheng that she had found a 15-year Lifespan Gu. After the 55th floor condensed, He Lulan confirmed the location of the Lifespan Gu. It was the reward at the 85th round. From then on, Tai Bai Yunsheng put all his energy into attacking the 55th floor. He incited Gu masters many times to gather large groups and charge through the obstacles. Relying on his prestige, wealth, and asking for help from experts like He Lulan, he made good progress. Hard work pays off. Tai Bai Yunsheng expended all his wealth and finally reached the 85th round. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see Tai Bai Yunsheng get what he wanted. Tai Bai Yunsheng was old and did not have much lifespan left. It was normal for him to want to use Lifespan Gu to extend his lifespan. But if he really obtained this Lifespan Gu, he would not take the risk of ascending to Immortal. If he did not take the risk of ascending to Immortal, heaven and earth would not sense him and form the Immortal Gu landscape as before. Without landscape as before Gu, what could Fang Yuan use to save Dang Hun Mountain that was about to perish? Especially in the past few days, there was news that Tai Bai Yunsheng had tried many times to break through, and there was hope. He didn't hesitate to put He Lulan on credit, and even promised He Lulan to join He tribe. The requirements to become an external elder. Thereupon, Tai Bai Yunsheng used He tribe's funds to recruit a large number of experts. With a grand lineup, he charged into the 55th floor to make the final attack. In his previous life, Tai Bai Yunsheng had risked his life to ascend to immortality. However, Fang Yuan was cautious. Not daring to take the risk, he decided to make a move personally. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan had originally planned to get rid of Mo Yao's will first, as he had to deal with the internal situation before dealing with the external situation. However, there was no progress on this matter. Now, he could only use the OP token and sneak into the 55th floor. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already figured out the situation on the 55th floor. A magnificent river of blood flowed here. In the depths of the river stood a grand and majestic Blood Dao Palace. In the Blood Dao Palace, there were 3 main halls and 69 auxiliary halls. Every palace had large numbers of Blood Dao Gu worms, as well as Blood Beast guards. Blood Dao Gu worms moved in groups and had majestic power. But as long as they spent time, eventually, there would be a time when they were exhausted. The troublesome ones were the Blood Beasts. After these Blood Beasts were killed, they would absorb the blood energy to revive after a short while. It could be said that there was no end to killing, and no end to killing. Tai Bai Yuncheng's several attempts to charge and had all failed at the hands of these Blood Beasts. But in his last attempt, he inadvertently succeeded. He was pleasantly surprised to find, as long as he charged into the deepest part of the palace and took the token hanging on the main beam, the Blood Beasts in this hall would dissipate on their own. This discovery gave Tai Bai Yuncheng a strong sense of confidence. He was penniless and did not hesitate to sell himself to He tribe to borrow funds. He gathered a group of Gu masters and charged through this round. When Fang Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yuncheng's group had already charged through 33 auxiliary halls. They were currently engaged in an intense battle in the majestic main hall. Fang Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token and with a thought, this floor instantly fell into his control. The 6-edge owner token allowed Fang Yuan to control 6 floors of True Yang building. Fang Yuan had once used one chance to control the 7th floor. Now, he was using the second chance to control this 55th floor. He Lulan had a 1-edge owner token and controlled the 5th floor. Fang Yuan willed as his body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared on the main beam of the main hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam, not far from him was that crucial token. Holding his breath and concentrating, the scene of Tai Bai Yuncheng's group fighting appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The deeper they went into the main hall, the more Blood Beast guards there were. The battle was extremely intense. Tai Bai Yuncheng's group only had less than 50 people left. As they advanced, they suffered heavy casualties, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. 2 rank 5 Gu master experts, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, took turns to be the spearhead of the group. As for Tai Bai Yuncheng, as the number 1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains, he was protected at the center of the group. He continued to use men as before Gu, rays of white light shot out and shone on the corpses, reviving the Gu master, or shone on the living, healing their injuries and restoring their primeval essence. But even though Tai Bai Yuncheng was rank 5 peak stage, he was still in a difficult situation. Members of the group continued to fall, although he tried his best, he could not save everyone. Countless blood beasts surged out from the corridors and rooms of the main hall, densely packed together and piled up on the group's path. The closer they got to the crucial token, the stronger the blood beasts were. Especially the blood beasts, they could absorb blood qi and recover quickly, reviving continuously. Tai Bai Yuncheng's group advanced to this place, but the blood beasts behind them revived again and chased after them. The group's situation was getting more and more dangerous. No wonder in my previous life, Tai Bai Yuncheng had to take the risk to ascend to Immortal. This round's difficulty is quite high, unless a Blood Path Gu Master takes action. Fang Yuan controlled this floor, he could see Tai Bai Yuncheng's actions clearly. This round, to a Blood Path Gu Master, was no different from an immortal realm. There were large numbers of Blood Path Wild Gu that could be subdued, as well as pure blood beasts that could be devoured to raise their Blood Path cultivation. Unfortunately, Blood Path was not tolerated in this world. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor, once a Blood Path Gu Master appeared, they would immediately be chased by the Righteous Path. Because Blood Path battle strength could be raised quickly, even Demonic Path Gu Masters were wary of them. Often, once a Blood Path Gu Master was discovered, not only would they be chased by the Righteous Path, they would also be ambushed by Demonic Path Gu Masters. In He tribe army, there was not a single Blood Path Gu Master. Even if there was one, they would be hidden deeply and would not be used by Tai Bai Yuncheng. Fang Yuan probed for a while and realized that Tai Bai Yuncheng's chances of success were very slim. The worry in his heart. Immediately, more than half of it dissipated. Fang Yuan lay on the beam, taking out the legends of Renzu. He played time while paying attention to Tai Bai Yuncheng's movements. Charging into 88-point Jinyang Tower would also result in death. Fang Yuan wanted landscape as before Gu. He could not let Tai Bai Yuncheng die now. Charge, we must break out of this encirclement. Otherwise, we will all die. Tai Bai Yuncheng's face was covered in blood. He shouted with all his might to raise the morale. One bow, the blood fiends roared and roared furiously. Like a huge wave of blood, they pounced on the group. The main hall was peaceful. Fang Yuan leisurely flipped through the book in his hand, and even adjusted his posture, so that he could lie down more comfortably. Roar! A blood beast with the head of a tiger and body of a horse charged into the group of Gu masters, crazily biting and tearing at them. Of the 2 Gu masters who were attacked, 1 died and 1 was injured. Man as before. Tai Bai Yuncheng shouted. He waved his palm and a white light shot out. It shone on the injured Gu master. The Gu master in his hands immediately returned to his previous state. The terrifying injuries caused by the blood beasts disappeared. The injured Gu master breathed roughly, still in a state of shock, and temporarily retreated into the inner circle. The gap he left behind was immediately filled by others. But that dead Gu master's corpse was violently dragged out by the surrounding blood beasts. Tai Bai Yuncheng did not make a move. He could not become an immortal. Even a rank 5 Gu master had limited primeval essence and needed to use it carefully. Moreover, this dead Gu master's Gu worms were severely damaged, especially his defensive Gu, which had been pierced and destroyed. Even if he was saved, he would be killed again. The remaining Gu masters cursed in pain, but could only look at their comrade's corpse. Dozens of blood beasts were crazily gnawing at them. Blood beasts were extremely sensitive to blood. A trace of blood would make them go crazy. They could strengthen themselves by devouring the blood of strong creatures. Soon, all the blood of the dead Gu master was sucked dry. The entire corpse turned into a dried corpse. It was a terrible sight to behold. The blood beasts that absorbed his blood started to grow human shapes. Some pupils turned into human pupils. Some grew a few human ears, while some grew nimble human arms. But because they wasted time devouring the corpse, the pressure on Tai Bai Yuncheng and the rest was greatly reduced. They took the chance to advance by dozens of steps. Fang Yuan flipped the Legends of Renzu to the 3rd chapter, section 14. Northern Dark Ice Soul saved his sister Guyue Desolate Een. The 2 once again asked Cognition Gu about how to save their father. Cognition Gu said, "O humans, Chengbai Mountain has already disappeared. I do not know when or where it will form again. I do not know any other methods to save your father. But don't be discouraged, you can go and ask Wisdom Gu. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition." The student surpassed the master. What Cognition Gu did not know, Wisdom Gu might know. Northern Dark Ice Soul and Guyue Desolate Een found Wisdom Gu under Cognition Gu's guidance. Wisdom Gu had a grudge with Renzu. Back then, Renzu had used Rule and Regulation Gu to capture Wisdom Gu. But Wisdom Gu escaped in the end. At first, Wisdom Gu was not willing to help Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Guyue Desolate Een. But seeing that they were introduced by his mother Cognition Gu, he said reluctantly, "O humans, I can give you some pointers. But I need a reward. One of you has to give me your middle age." "I will give you my middle age." Desolate Guyue Desolate Een immediately said without hesitation. She was awakened by her younger brother, Northern Dark Ice Soul, and the meaning of her life was to save her father, Renzu. Thus, she had no choice but to answer now. Northern Dark Ice Soul could not compete with her sister. She could only give up her middle age. This meant that once Guyue Desolate Een passed her youth, she would directly skip middle age and enter old age. But in order to save her father, she could not care so much. Wisdom Gu obtained Desolate Guyue Desolate Yin's middle age and guided her. At the center of the golden desert in the west, there is a still sapphire sea. It is calm and smooth like a mirror. That is the source of all living beings, all life in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea, there are many life Gu that illuminate all living beings in the world. Dive into the sea. If you can find a human-shaped life Gu, bring it ashore. This human-shaped life Gu can give your father a new life. But pay attention to the time. You cannot exceed 15 minutes, otherwise you will be assimilated by the blue sea. At the end, the wisdom Gu added, it is not easy to find a human-shaped life Gu. Only those who truly understand the true meaning of life can do it. If you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective. Desolate Guyue Desolate Yin wanted to ask something, but Wisdom Gu flew away after saying so. It did not give the siblings any chance. Noisy roars and ghostly cries entered their ears. Blood beasts were like a tide, surging forward. Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest were like reefs, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts again and again, moving forward step by step with difficulty. Soon, we are only 300 steps away from the main hall. Only 300 steps left. Someone shouted, boosting morale. Careful. Suddenly, a Gu master beside him warned. That morale-boosting Gu master was dazed and was fiercely hit by a blood beast with a bear's body and dragon's head. Bam! The Gu master's ribs were instantly shattered, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs spurted out. His body flew out, and the Gu masters behind him tried their best to stop him. At once, the formation was in chaos, and was in danger of collapsing. Hold on, hold on. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. In such a situation, once the Gu masters split up, they would immediately be torn to shreds by the surrounding blood beasts. Only when the Gu masters huddled together could they have a chance of survival. But the Gu masters retreated step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke through the defensive line and fiercely attacked. At once, miserable screams resounded. Many Gu masters were still trying their best to recover their primeval essence. Caught off guard, they were torn to shreds by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast waved its sickle arm and charged at the front. Swoosh! A Gu master's head was directly cut off by it. Blood gushed out of the neck, and the head was sent flying into the sky. Before it could fall, it was caught by the flying blood beast. With a gulp, it was swallowed into its stomach. But the bright red-hot blood fell down and splashed onto Tai Bai Yunsheng's face. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly wiped it with his hand, and barely opened his eyes. The thick smell of blood was pungent, and even caused the blood beasts to roar. It's over. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart sank. At this time, a figure pounced over like a fierce tiger. Bam bam bam. After a few exchanges, the person killed the mantis blood beast, and at the last moment, stabilized the formation. It was Zhu Zai. A rank 5 Gu master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved by him, as if they were pulled back from the edge of a cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price, and 3 new wounds appeared on his body, all deep to the bone. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and quickly activated Man as before, healing him. Zhu Zai returned to his previous state, and the new wounds disappeared. At the same time, the primeval essence that was expended earlier also recovered. But the few expendable Gu that he had used earlier were truly expended. Man as before could only target the human body, and had no effect on other Gu worms. This Man as before has amazing effects, but it cannot be used on the body. Fang Yuan sighed, and looked at the book in his hand. Guyue Desolate Yin and Northern Dark Ice Soul trekked through the Golden Desert, and saw the blue sea at the center of the desert. The blue sea was extremely beautiful. Just like Wisdom Gu said, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not cause any ripples in the blue sea. Under the cover of the soft golden sand, it was like a deep blue gem, quietly embedded in the golden silk. The siblings dived to the bottom of the sea, and found that the bottom of the sea was filled with densely packed life goo. These life goo were like sapphires. But they were of different sizes and shapes. Some were like horses, some like tigers and leopards, some like eagles and pigeons, and some like snakes and dragons. The siblings carefully looked around, and were dazzled. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, snowmen, hairy men, and all sorts of other life goo had been seen, but they could not find a human-shaped life goo. Helpless, the siblings could only get out of the sea and return to the shore. The moment they left the blue sea, the deer-shaped life goo that younger brother Northern Dark Ice Soul was playing with suddenly let out a gentle light, and jumped onto the sand, turning into a small deer. This was the birth of life. The siblings looked at this scene in amazement, and stared with wide eyes. Only when the deer jumped far away did Sister Gued Desolate Een suddenly realize. No wonder Wisdom Goo said those words at the end, and directly flew away without letting us ask. I understand the true meaning of life now. The true meaning of life, what is that? Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly asked. Desolate Gued Desolate Een pointed at the blue sea in front of them. She asked, say, if we really find a life goo that is a human-shaped sapphire. If we bring it out, what will it turn into? Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment, and answered, like that deer, it will turn into a real living being. Saying this, he suddenly froze. Desolate Gued Desolate Een smiled at him, it seems you understand. We are such living beings. We are formed from life goo. We are human-shaped sapphires. Northern Dark Ice Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Goo had already said it clearly, this blue sea is the source of all living beings, all life in the world originates from here. Humans, naturally originated from here. Their father, Ren Zhu, was once a sapphire at the bottom of the sea. By chance, he came out of the sea, and became a living being. He roamed the world, and struggled to survive until he reached this step. But humans are the spirit of all living beings. How many human-shaped sapphires were there in this huge blue sea? There were definitely very few of them, and it was very likely that there was only Ren Zhu. Wanting to find a small sapphire in this huge sea, how big of a project was this? This was even more difficult than Desolate Gued Desolate Een at Chengbai Mountain. Finding the only success goo was 1,000,000 times more difficult. I know a way to get human-shaped life goo as soon as possible. Desolate Gued Desolate Een suddenly said. What way? Northern Dark Ice Soul suddenly had a bad premonition. Desolate Gued Desolate Een smiled, that is to let me sink to the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, becoming a life goo again. Although Desolate Gued Desolate Een had become a monster, he was still a human in essence. The essence of life had not changed. Since he was a human, once he assimilated, he would become a human-shaped sapphire life goo. This deduction was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Goo said, pay attention to time, he could not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise he would be assimilated by the blue sea. Wisdom Goo's words were not nonsense. Wisdom Goo also said, if you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective. From this sentence, it was very likely that there were no more human-shaped sapphire in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to find human-shaped life goo. In that case, don't blame Wisdom Goo, it is you who cannot do it. No, sister, you cannot sacrifice yourself like this. Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly stopped her. Although he wanted to save his father, but he was not willing to sacrifice his own sister. I can do it, the meaning of my life is to save my father. Desolate Gued Desolate Een replied calmly. Northern Dark Ice Soul was suddenly speechless. He was the one who gave Desolate Gued Desolate Een this meaning of life, and Desolate Gued Desolate Een lived for this. In other words, if she saved her father, then her life would have no meaning. What was the point of continuing to live? As long as she sacrificed herself, she could save her father. This was the greatest meaning of desolate Guiyue desolate Yin's life. Humans are the gems of heaven and earth. It is just that whether a gem is bright or not, we need to carve it ourselves. Every effort we make, every choice we make, is a carving. And humans can only obtain life by sacrificing their lives. Desolate Guiyue desolate Yin said this leisurely before sinking into the blue sea. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried his best to stop it, but he could not. Desolate Guiyue desolate Yin had become a monster with unparalleled strength. He was not its match. 15 minutes later, desolate Guiyue desolate Yin was assimilated by the blue sea, turning into a human-shaped sapphire. But this sapphire was not in the shape of a complete human, it was missing a small part. This was because earlier, desolate Guiyue desolate Yin had traded his middle age to wisdom Gu. People often spend half of their lives before they understand what life is. Northern Dark Ice Soul held back his tears as he left the golden desert with this sapphire. He did not feel the joy of success, but instead fell into great guilt. In a way, he was the one who caused his sister's death. 50 steps left. Tai Bai Yuncheng shouted with all his might. After advancing with great difficulty, his companions fell every few moments. The intense battle had reduced the Gu masters beside him to only 5. But success was right in front of him. Let's work harder, I want to tear these blood beasts to pieces. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang stood on the left and right of Tai Bai Yuncheng, protecting him as they shouted to raise the morale. 30 steps. 2 fell, only Tai Bai Yuncheng, Zhu Zai, and Gao Yang were left. The surrounding blood beasts bared their fangs and claws, looking sinister and terrifying. They advanced wave after wave, hundreds and thousands of them. 10 steps. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exerted all their strength, but because their Gu worms were overused, they suffered great losses and their primeval essence was almost depleted. This old man swears that I will repay you greatly in the future. Tai Bai Yuncheng's eyes shined, his tone extremely sincere. Old sir, what are you saying? We were saved by you back then, without old sir, we would not be here today. Old sir's life-saving grace is as heavy as a mountain. Even if we die today, we will repay your kindness. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai replied emotionally. The righteous path also has hypocrites, but the demonic path has true heroes. 5 steps. Save me. Zhu Zai shouted and pounced forward, disregarding defense. He wanted to perish together with the blood beasts blocking the way. Tai Bai Yuncheng stretched out his palm, but could not summon white light. He shouted, "Oh no, my primeval essence is depleted." This terrible news caused Gao Yang's face to turn pale. All along, Tai Bai Yuncheng had been the core. With the continuous support of man as before Gu, they were able to advance so deeply. No worries, no blood beasts dare to enter the main hall. As long as I enter the main hall and recover, Zhu Zai can still be saved. Tai Bai Yuncheng shouted again. Gao Yang's spirit was roused. Tai Bai Yuncheng was right, although the blood beasts tore the corpses apart, their main purpose was to absorb the blood. As long as most of the corpses were still there was hope of saving Zhu Zai. Howl. In the next moment, a giant python-like blood beast suddenly appeared behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Gao Yang in one gulp. 2 steps. The main hall's door was right in front of him. Tai Bai Yuncheng's body was riddled with injuries. He staggered out from the gap between the blood beasts. At the crucial moment, he used his last precious primeval essence to create a golden armor, blocking the attacks for him. Arrived. Only by sacrificing one's life can one obtain life. Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, I will remember your sacrifice. Tai Bai Yuncheng used all his remaining strength and pushed open the main hall's door. He fell down in the main hall. The blood beasts behind him roared and bared their fangs, but did not dare to enter the main hall. Just like what Tai Bai Yuncheng had observed earlier. Tai Bai Yuncheng laid on the ground, without a trace of strength. The injuries all over his body brought him intense pain. He breathed heavily for a few times, before suddenly laughing loudly, his laughter mixed with sobs. His face was covered in tears. There are 3 main palaces and 69 auxiliary palaces in this trial. If I can clear all of them in the stipulated time, I will get a high-grade assessment. Clearing 2 main halls and 46 side halls is a middle-grade assessment. I cleared 1 main hall and 23 side halls, but I can only get a low-grade assessment. But I got lifespan goo. A 15-year lifespan goo can increase my lifespan by 15 years. 15 years. Chapter 598. Fang Yuan lowered his head, looking at the unconscious Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was the culprit behind Tai Bai Yunsheng's fainted body. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood, lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut. He was riddled with injuries, his snow-white hair had coagulated with blood, he no longer had the demeanor of the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Just a few steps away, outside the main hall's door, a sea of blood beasts were roaring, the clamorous sound waves continuously surged towards them. Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at them, saying softly, "Shut up." In an instant, there was dead silence outside. The blood beasts shut their mouths, kneeling on the ground like obedient cats and dogs, not moving an inch. Fang Yuan used the 6-edge owner token to control this floor. He was the owner of this floor, and these blood beasts were naturally under his control, obeying his will and following his commands. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering this floor, quietly sensing. Right now, there were still many Gu masters left in this round. Among these Gu masters, a portion were pulled in by Tai Bai Yunsheng, but were eliminated in the previous battles. There was also a portion of scouts from various forces, all of them were investigative Gu masters. They came from He tribe, Ma tribe, Yi Lui tribe and other forces, paying close attention to the success or failure of Tai Bai Yunsheng's trip. As for this main hall, other than the withered corpses on the ground, only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left. Fang Yuan closed the main hall's door, half squatting on the ground, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's head. The Gu worms were already prepared, he activated them one after another. Soon, a faint white light shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, becoming the only source of light in the dark main hall. The white light became brighter and brighter, Tai Bai Yunsheng's face gradually showed a painful expression, his brows furrowing deeper. After a while, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes. There were no pupils, only sclera. The whites of his eyes shined with a faint light, at the same time, large amounts of images appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. All of Tai Bai Yunsheng's memories from his old age to his youth were extracted by Fang Yuan. An old man was walking in Northern Plains, the sky was vast and the land was vast, the grass was swaying in the wind. The wolves howled. "Old mister, we brothers will never forget your kindness of saving our lives." Gao Yang and Zhu Zai knelt down at his feet. A purple-haired old beggar opened his mouth, revealing his few teeth as he laughed weirdly. "What kind of Gu master do you want to be?" "Heh heh heh, I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. This kid looks pretty good, I'll choose him." In Inkman City, an Inkman pointed at the young Tai Bai Yunsheng and laughed heartily. Even further back, when he was even younger, why did you betray me? On the night of their wedding, Tai Bai Yunsheng stumbled and fell. Shouts of killing could be heard from outside the tent. His wife's face was filled with coldness and hatred as she slowly approached him. Her eyes were filled with an ominous glint as she gritted her teeth. "Tai Bai Yunsheng, if you want to hate someone, then hate your parents. It was them who annexed my tribe and killed my parents. I want to take revenge for them. Childhood, my son. You are the next tribe leader of my Tai Bai tribe. Don't cry, don't let your sympathy overflow. To survive in Northern Plains, we need to harden our hearts. In the future, you will lead our Tai Bai tribe." His father reprimanded him severely. Fang Yuan screamed in pain. In his mind, scenes flashed continuously, narrating Tai Bai Yuncheng's legendary life. Such a grand piece of information was a huge impact and damage to Fang Yuan's mind. Fortunately, the scenes were not endless. There would be an end eventually. After reading through Tai Bai Yuncheng's life, Fang Yuan immediately stopped his goo worms and sat on the ground. He breathed roughly, his whole body was covered in sweat. A long while later, his pupils regained their focus. Soul-searching was not a simple matter. Especially when Fang Yuan was worried about Tai Bai Yuncheng's safety, he did not want to harm him, thus he had to bear most of the pressure himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Bai Yuncheng was still in a deep slumber. However, his originally tightly knitted brows had relaxed. His breathing was stable, his expression peaceful. Instead, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. I didn't find it. He sighed in regret. Didn't find what? In his mind, Mo Yao's could not help but ask in confusion. Fang Yuan's actions made her curious. Fang Yuan did not answer her, but his frown deepened. Regarding the important plan of landscape as before Gu, how could he tell Mo Yao? Landscape as before Gu was an immortal Gu that Tai Bai Yuncheng obtained after he became an immortal. Rumors said that this Gu was created when Tai Bai Yuncheng became an immortal, heaven and earth resonated with him, causing a burst of divine light. But there was another possibility. Tai Bai Yuncheng already had the immortal recipe of landscape as before in his mind. If he really had the Gu recipe, then Fang Yuan could steal it, as well as river as before and mountain as before Gu, and bring them to Langya blessed land, asking the land spirit of Langya to refine the immortal Gu for him. This way, he would not need to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and the danger would be greatly reduced. But after Fang Yuan's soul searched, the result was terrible. Fang Yuan did not find the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before. This meant that the rumors were true. Landscape as before Gu was indeed obtained by Tai Bai Yuncheng when he became an immortal, heaven and earth resonated with him. This meant that if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal Gu, he would have to snatch it from the hands of Tai Bai Yuncheng, who had become an immortal. Fang Yuan was not a Gu immortal yet. In Fang Yuan's memory, there were no successful cases of fighting an immortal as immortal. It was no doubt harder than ascending to heaven. But what other choice did he have? Of the three choices back then, this was already the easiest one. His time and energy were invested into this plan. Although Fang Yuan did not have confidence, he could only take the risk and make preparations. Outside 88-point Jianghu Tower, Tai Bai Yuncheng's figure appeared. He is out, he is out. What is the result? Someone saw Tai Bai Yuncheng charge into the main hall. Oh no, Lord Tai Bai Yuncheng is not moving, he seems to have fainted. The surrounding Gu masters immediately gathered around. Looking at him, everyone's expression changed. Tai Bai Yuncheng's injuries were incomparably heavy, they were secretly shocked. He is still breathing. Someone stretched out his finger and checked Tai Bai Yuncheng's breathing, shouting, "Quick, who is a healing Gu master? Who is the healing Gu master? Quickly stabilize old lord's injuries. Let me. I am also a healing Gu master." Many healing Gu masters took the initiative to help. Tai Bai Yuncheng's reputation and benevolence had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Undoubtedly, he was more popular than He Lulan and Chang Shan-yin. Even Lord Tai Bai Yuncheng suffered such heavy injuries. Sigh. I am afraid our large-scale attempt this time has failed. Someone sighed. The time limit is over, most of the Gu masters have not returned, the casualties this time are too severe. Did anyone see Lord Gao Yang and Lord Zhu Zai come out? Someone suddenly realized and asked. Everyone looked around, looking at each other. No one saw Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's figures. And in 88-point Jianghu Tower, that round still existed. Only that Gu masters were not allowed to enter for a short period of time. Everyone was very clear on what this meant. Since 88-point Jianghu Tower was formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such heavy casualties caused the square to fall into silence. When Tai Bai Yunsheng opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed, his body extremely weak. He could not even get up. Seeing him open his eyes, the servant girl beside him immediately shouted in joy, "Old sir, you are awake, you are finally awake. Someone come quickly, old sir is awake." Soon, Tai Bai Yunsheng heard a series of hurried footsteps. A group of healing Gu masters. They came to his side and checked his body together. "Lord Elder, don't worry, your injuries are no longer a problem. But you are old, the injuries this time are quite severe and have damaged your foundation. You need to take care of yourself in the future, especially in the next few months. Your body is weak and cannot take nourishment, you need to recuperate quietly." The leader of the healing Gu masters consoled him. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not hesitate to agree to He Lolan's request in order to lead the group to charge through the round. He had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was unfocused, he had been in a daze since he woke up, but after hearing this, he recovered a trace of spirit and asked, "Where is this?" Returning to Lord Elder, "This is Lady He Lolan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in the round and narrowly escaped death, our clan leader has been very concerned and personally brought you here to recuperate. The servants have already reported it, I believe Lord Clan Leader will come to see you soon." It was still that leader who answered. Failed in the round and narrowly escaped death. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly, the memories in his mind started to recover. He recalled the final scene. He used his last trace of primeval essence to activate the defensive Gu and successfully squeezed into the main hall from the encirclement of the blood beasts. But not long after, he fainted and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying in this place. That means, I really failed in the round? Tai Bai Yunsheng's tones suddenly rose, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. Lord Elder. The group of healing Gu masters around the bed looked at each other, wanting to console him but unable to say anything. Thus, they could only lower their heads. In the room, there was silence. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze stared blankly, he was silent for a while before suddenly raising his head and laughing, so I failed. I failed at the last step, I failed at the last step. He could not get up, he could only use his palm to slap the side of the bed and laugh crazily. Lord Elder, Lord Elder. The healing Gu masters panicked and quickly tried to persuade him. My pitiful Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, they sacrificed their lives to protect me. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were overflowing with tears, his laughter filled with grief. My condolences to Lord Elder, there is a limit to one's strength, Lord Elder has tried his best. Lord Elder, it is already a great fortune that you could come out alive. The dead cannot come back to life, old sir, my condolences to you. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to persuade him. But these words, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears, were filled with sarcasm. They were like needles stabbing into his heart. At the last moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng left behind his primeval essence and did not choose to save Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, but for himself, he activated the defensive Gu and charged into the main hall. It was him, for his own selfish desires, he disregarded the sacrifice of his companions. Was this still Tai Bai Yunsheng? Was this still the publicly acknowledged and respected Tai Bai Yunsheng, the one who saved the dying and healed the injured, the one who saved people from suffering? Why did he do this? But at that crucial moment, he did not think at all. He chose to do this. He purposely sacrificed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in exchange for an opportunity, all for that 15-year lifespan Gu reward. It was all for the sake of dragging out an ignoble existence. This choice made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel unfamiliar with himself, he felt ashamed, he felt inferior, and he felt remorse. Back then, he did not think or hesitate. But now, he had turned into a whip of morality, interrogating his soul and lashing his conscience. Tai Bai Yunsheng painfully closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone in the room knelt on the ground. He Lulan smiled as she walked to Tai Bai Yuncheng's bedside. Seeing Tai Bai Yuncheng's pained expression, He Lulan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Elder Tai Bai, I am very happy that you have awakened. I have already heard about the situation. You, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and the others have displayed the bravery of our Northern Plains men. Even though you lost, it was a glorious victory. As long as we learn from this lesson, we will definitely pass this round and turn defeat into victory. Wash away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yuncheng did not open his eyes, he did not speak, but showed a pained expression. He had already understood the reason for his failure. After he entered the main hall, he successfully escaped the encirclement of the blood beasts and fell in the main hall. But after he succeeded, he laughed wildly in joy, his mood fluctuated greatly, and with his heavy injuries, he fainted. Passing this round. There was a time limit. When the time was up, the unconscious Tai Bai Yuncheng was forcefully transported out like the other Gu masters. He was only a step away from success, but he failed because he fainted. But such an ironic outcome was not the source of Tai Bai Yuncheng's pain. His pain was because he had betrayed his comrades for his own selfish desires. Was this still Tai Bai Yuncheng? Memories flashed in his mind. Again and again. Since young, he had always believed in the power of love. Ever since he was a child, he had a good reputation. When Tai Bai tribe annexed other tribes, he saw his childhood playmate facing the tragic fate of becoming a female slave. He was the one who spoke, wanting to marry her. Thus, he forgave a group of captives. But on their wedding night, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted enemies and attacked his tribe, causing his parents to die. His subsequent life as a slave was filled with hardships. He had always been suffering from intense inner torment. Finally, one day, he kindly scooped a bowl of water for an old beggar he did not know. The old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first inheritance allowed one to bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance allowed one to control wind and float in the sky, roaming freely in the world. The third inheritance allowed one to transcend life and death, helping the common people. Tai Bai Yuncheng chose the third inheritance. At that moment, he seemed to have found light in the darkness. His heart was no longer tormented. He had no regrets, he was reborn from the ashes. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter still lingered in his ears. Transcending life and death, helping the common people became his creed in life. For the rest of his life, he really did so. He received the gratitude of countless people, his benevolence spread far and wide, his radiance illuminated the whole of Northern Plains. He was a living legend. But now, he failed. His failure was not because he did not obtain lifespan Gu. It was because he betrayed his comrades, he betrayed his own creed in life. But all of this was done by himself without any hesitation. He used almost his entire life to establish and practice his own creed in life. But at that moment, he destroyed this creed himself. He saw another side of himself, his selfishness. He had once thought that he was that person in everyone's eyes, walking in the grassland under the setting sun, helping the common people, practicing medicine to save the world. But now, in his heart, this image was getting further and further away. He staggered along. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, his shadow became longer and longer. Chapter 599. He Lulan frowned as he walked out of Tai Bai Yuncheng's room. Experts do not get arrogant in victory and do not give up in defeat. To think that the famous Tai Bai Yuncheng is only a so-so. He was very dissatisfied with Tai Bai Yuncheng's mental state. Tai Bai Yuncheng is the #1 healer. If he is not in good condition, the difficulty of passing the rounds will increase by a lot. Thinking of this, He Lulan raised his head and looked up. At the top of the sacred palace, there were thousands of rays of light shooting out majestically. 67 floors had already condensed in 88-point Jianghu Tower, it was currently condensing the 68th floor. He Lulan looked at it with infatuation, a cold light of determination flashed in his eyes. In this 68th floor, there was a strength path immortal goo. He Lulan had a one-edge owner token. He knew about this strength path immortal goo the moment it was absorbed by 88-point Jianghu Tower. This was a rank 6 strength path immortal goo. It was called Flying Bear Strength Goo. Flying Bear was a desolate beast, it had battle strength on par with Goo Immortals. Flying Bear Strength Goo could allow Goo Immortals to have a certain chance of summoning a Flying Bear Phantom when they attack, and unleash Flying Bear Divine Strength. This was the Immortal Goo that He Lulan needed. With it, he could advance to a Strength Path Goo Immortal. I have to get this Immortal Goo. With it, there will be hope for my revenge and my great plan. He Lulan clenched his fists, but he soon relaxed. His trusted aide, He Shu, ran over and knelt down at his feet. He Lulan's expression quickly returned to normal. Even in front of his trusted aide, he did not reveal a trace of his true emotions. Every day at this time, He Shu would come and report the situation of the experts in the sacred palace, Lord Changshan Yin. He is still at the 90th round of the 7th floor, there is still no progress. Lord Yi Lui Sang is at the 49th floor. I broke through the 81st round and lost 30% of my Goo Masters. He Lulan completely opened the 88-point Jianghu Tower to the public. This was a rare act of generosity, and it caused everyone to crazily explore the True Yang Tower. Even if every guest token was sold at a sky-high price, there would still be countless people scrambling for it. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Blinded by greed, many people died in battle. Including Tai by Yunsheng this time. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Hao Ji Lu, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, 5 rank 5 experts had already fallen. This was a huge loss for He Lulan. The smaller the strength he could use, the harder it would be for him to obtain Flying Bear Strength Goo. Of course, he completely opened up the 88-point Jianghu Tower. There were also certain benefits. The Goo Masters who participated, as long as they survived, most of them would experience rapid growth. There were also many Goo Masters who succeeded. There were many new rank 4 and 5 faces. 88-point Jianghu Tower. This was originally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the benefit of his descendants. This 68th floor is the focus of our tribe, it is even more important than the 39th floor. This is a mission specially given by a certain supreme elder of our tribe. Thus, every bit of strength in the sacred palace needs to be cherished. He Shu, from today onwards, announced this news to the public. From today onwards, 88-point Jianghu Tower is closed, everyone has to listen to my orders. Break through the 68th floor. True Yang Tower will be reopened. He Lulan instructed, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Hearing this was a mission from a certain supreme elder, He Shu's body shook, his expression turning extremely solemn. Go and do it. He Lulan waved his hand. He Shu quickly accepted the order and left. Every Imperial Court contest was a game of chess played by Goo Immortals. Even the strongest Goo Master was just a chess piece on the chessboard. Goo Immortals would help a tribe participate in the Imperial Court contest in order to obtain certain immortal Goo, this was the most common situation. He Lulan was certain that closing 88-point Jianghu Tower might cause dissatisfaction, but with the reputation of He tribe's Goo Immortals, no one would dare to raise any objections. Tai Bai Yunsheng's injuries are severe, but he only needs to rest for half a month before he can join the battle. After all, he is a healing Goo Master and is at the back of the battlefield. He needs lifespan Goo, to mobilize him, we can start from this aspect. Changshan Yin is competing with the 7th floor. His days are not going well. Because of his carelessness, his own son Chang Jiyu died in this round. To regain his reputation, he has to get through this round. But he asked for Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Goo from me earlier, and also owed me a huge amount of resources. I can still mobilize him. There is also Yi Lui Sang, he has a fire path supplementary immortal goo, it can be of great help. I will use heavy enticement, of course, the most important thing is to mobilize the strength of Shui Song Zi, He Cheng and He Bai. It is time to send a letter to them. He Bai looked at He Lulan's letter and was extremely excited. After waiting for so long, wooden chicken goo has finally appeared, to think it was in the 68th floor. He did not have the slightest doubt of the contents of this letter. After all, He Lulan was He Cheng's son, the current generation leader of He tribe. If his loyalty was to be doubted, then who else in this world could be trusted? At the side, He Cheng laughed heartily. Brother, you have waited until the moon is bright and the flowers bloom, your hard work pays off. Did the letter mention the matter of strength path immortal goo? He Bai's face turned red. I am ashamed, I only cared about wooden chicken goo and forgot about nephew's situation. Nephew has the great strength true martial physique, he needs a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal. Nephew also mentioned this matter in the letter, but unfortunately, the strength path immortal goo has not appeared yet. There is still no strength path immortal goo? He Cheng frowned. Previously, He Bai was worried about wooden chicken goo and was comforted by He Cheng. This time, it was He Bai's turn to comfort He Cheng. Brother, don't worry, 88-point Jinyang Tower needs to condense a total of 88 floors, there are still 20 floors that have not condensed yet. He Cheng nodded and sighed, dark limit immortal goo can't be concealed any longer, this can be considered my son's last chance. Sigh, man proposes, God disposes, let's leave it to fate. He Bai's heart was fervent as he changed the topic to wooden chicken goo. He reminded, brother, time waits for no man, we need to quickly prepare. We need to provide some assistance to He Lulan. Yes. This matter cannot be delayed, where is the place mentioned in the letter? He Cheng slowly stood up from his seat. He Bai also stood up, it is near Demon Blood Hill. Let's go. The two goo immortals were very straightforward. They immediately set off. Not long after, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in Northern Plains. Back then, the four great tribes of the Righteous Path had joined hands to exterminate the demonic path bandit group that had been wreaking havoc in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. This demonic path bandit group was extremely savage. Because of their deep background, they had the secret support of demonic path goo immortals. After an intense battle, the bandit group was completely exterminated. The Righteous Path's losses were not light. The blood of the demonic path goo masters dyed the entire hill red, thus the later generations called it Demon Blood Hill. He Lulan's letter requested help. Two He tribe goo immortals. They had already prepared for a long time. They would take it and leave, this trip was to help He Lulan get through the checkpoint as soon as possible. But 88-point Jinyang Tower was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land, why did the two He tribe goo immortals come here? This had to be explained from the structure of 88-point Jinyang Tower. As mentioned earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was formed from tens of thousands of small towers, and Divert Disaster Goo was one of its main cornerstones. The small towers were several li apart, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land and taking care of all parts of Northern Plains. Normally, they would absorb the wild goo worms in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Every 10 years, these small towers would sink one after another. They would sacrifice the wild goo in the towers, and at the same time, respond to the snow calamity in the outside world of Northern Plains. They would obtain mystical heavenly powers. These heavenly powers would plunder the whole of Northern Plains, taking the precious goo resources of Northern Plains to the top of Imperial Court Blessed Land's sacred palace, thus forming a layer of 88-point Jinyang Tower. These layers would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal's idea was rejected by Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was a refinement path great-grandmaster. he took a different path and came up with a brilliant idea, refining the current 88-point Jinyang Tower. Every time 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining goo from scratch. Not only did it use the wild goo in the small towers, it also used the goo worms it absorbed. For example, the 68th floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower would first absorb Flying Bear strength goo and refine it, using its own strength to form the 100th round. Then it would absorb other strong goo worms to form the 99th round. Next would be the 98th round, 97th round. It was like building a tall building, a heavy foundation had to be built first. If the goo worms were not complete, then Truyang Tower would use goo recipes, Yuan stone, or inheritance secrets to replace them. Everyone knew that the harder the round in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the greater the reward. Actually, it was because the greater the reward and the stronger the goo worms, the harder the round would be. It could be said that every goo worm absorbed was a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After countless imperial court contests and countless generations of sages and immortals' research, they finally obtained the working mechanism of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, there were no loopholes in it. However, as time passed and the world changed, a loophole appeared, allowing Northern Plains goo masters to make use of it. This loophole was in the refinement aspect. 88-point Jinyang Tower plundered Northern Plains, absorbing goo worms and refining them, using their strength to form the round. What did one rely on to refine goo worms? Will. Back then, how did Fang Yuan refine the liquor worm? He used primeval essence as the carrier, letting the goo master's will continuously wear down the goo worm's will, until the goo worm was filled with the goo master's will. Only then would the goo worm become the goo master's tool. When Fang Yuan refined goo, he had used the immortal goo spring-autumn cicada to take advantage of the situation. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. Fang Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to suppress the low-rank goo worm's will, making it shrink to the side. Then, he poured his primeval essence into it, and his will entered, swallowing the goo worm's will that had shrunk to a point. 88-point Jinyang Tower was not a goo master, so what did it use to refine other goo worms? Giant Sun Immortal specially left his will for this. Giant Sun's will. When Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel, he had seen Giant Sun's will. It was truly grand like the sun, majestic and vast. In comparison, after Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel, the will he left behind was as tiny as an ant. 88-point Jinyang Tower used Giant Sun's will to refine goo worms. Immortal Venerables were invincible, their wills were also invincible, and could easily destroy any other wills. Thus, 88-point Jinyang Tower had never met with any difficulty when refining goo worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was no soul to provide a carrier, constantly thinking would lead to continuous consumption. To resist this astonishing consumption, wills would often choose to sleep. When Fang Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will, which was stored inside, woke up from its deep sleep. Although Giant Sun's will was as vast as the sun, Giant Sun Immortal had passed away for so many years, he was gradually unable to resist the power of time, and chose to sleep. After Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88-point Jinyang Tower's goo refinement speed slowed down. Chapter 600. Fierce winds howled and the blizzard wreaked havoc. Demon Blood Hill, which was covered in dark red grass, was now a vast expanse of white. The towering hill had also succumbed to the might of the 10-year blizzard, becoming as weak as a baby. Howl howl howl, huge figures, at least 10 meters tall, were faintly discernible in the blizzard. These were weather monsters that would only appear in the blizzard, snow monsters. The bigger these snow monsters were, the stronger their battle strength. 10 meters tall snow monsters could battle rank 3 goo masters. 40 meters tall had the strength of a rank 4 goo master. 50 meters tall had the terrifying battle strength of a rank 5 goo master. Along with the blizzard, the snow monsters wreaked havoc in Northern Plains. They slowly gathered and concentrated their attacks on the few lucky survivors in northern plains. It brought a death blow to humans and all living things that were struggling at death's door. But everything had its vanquisher. Snow monsters were snowmen's prey. By devouring the flesh and blood of snow monsters, snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even prolong their lifespan. He Bai and He Cheng stood at the peak of the towering Demon Blood Hill. They were wearing black robes and were especially conspicuous in the vast expanse of white snow. Beside them were the corpses of hundreds of snow monsters. Unless the snow monsters reached 60 meters in size, no matter how many snow monsters there were, they would only be sending themselves to death when facing Gu immortals. He Bai and He Cheng had been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, He Bai's expression shook as he sensed something and his sharp gaze looked towards the left. There, a whirlpool of blizzard formed in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant hand completely made of blizzard, flying snow hand. The flying snow hand finished forming and grabbed towards He Bai and He Cheng. I was waiting for you. He Bai laughed heartily and flicked his finger. Large numbers of rank 5 Gu worms flew out. He Cheng also did the same. The flying snow hand grabbed these Gu worms one by one and gripped them tightly. The snow hand collapsed and the Gu worms inside disappeared, tightly gripped by a mighty force. They were sucked into Imperial Court blessed land. He tribe's 2 Gu immortals did not resist and let the flying snow hand grab their Gu worms. This situation lasted for an hour as large numbers of rank 5 Gu worms were taken away. He Bai and He Cheng stopped and looked at each other with a smile before their figures flew away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a while, He Lulan suddenly sensed something. Her eyes lit up as she raised her head and stared at the 88-point Jianghu Tower. Backup is here. At the peak of the sacred palace, mist and multicolored light swayed. The 68th level was still forming. The 100th stage had already been completed. The 68th layer that had yet to form was still in its embryonic form. It shone like liquid as it swayed, containing the large number of Gu worms that were brought in from the outside world of northern plains. Some of these Gu worms were wild Gu, while others came from He Cheng and He Bai. The 88-point Jianghu Tower would choose the strongest among them. It formed the 99th checkpoint, the 98th checkpoint. He Lulan sensed carefully and frowned. Those 2 from He tribe have already made their move. But Xue Songzi is still watching with folded arms. He and Xue Songzi communicated secretly and reached an agreement. One of the terms of the deal was for Xue Songzi to assist him at a specific time. But now, Xue Songzi was not moving at all. He Lulan was displeased. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it through a Gu worm. Soon, he received a reply. In the letter, Xue Songzi complained, saying that these days, he had been pressured by the 2 He tribe Gu immortals. The snowman business had already been squeezed to the point where it could no longer continue. It had plummeted. Moreover, he had already provided many rank 5 Gu to He Lulan for wooden chicken Gu some time ago. At this moment, he did not have the strength to make a move. Excuses. He Lulan was furious. He almost crushed the letter Gu. Demonic Path Gu masters are really not good people. They are all treacherous and cunning people. But soon, He Lulan restrained the anger on his face. He had actually expected this to happen. After all, he was only a mortal, while Xue Songzi was a high and mighty Gu immortal. A transaction between a mortal and a Gu immortal was like an ant negotiating with an elephant. The 2 sides were simply not on the same level. If the Gu immortal wanted to go back on his words, the mortal could not do anything. He Lulan was secretly anxious. The 68th floor was forming. As time passed, the effect of the Gu immortals' reinforcements would be weaker. It seems that I need to get wooden chicken Gu first before Xue Songzi can make a move. He Lulan sneered, immediately gathering everyone. Wooden chicken Gu was on the 39th floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower. For several months, He Lulan had been focusing on this floor. He also had Xuesongzi's help, thus his progress was smooth. He successfully advanced to the final round. Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo was the reward for this final round. This final round could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be easy. The main test was patience and painstaking work. He Lulan personally led people and tried 40 to 50 times. He had already understood the situation. Each time, he would nibble away a little bit. Over time, the effect was shocking. There was only the final layer of paper left before he succeeded. Before we attack the 68th floor, we can take down this 39th floor and boost our morale. He Lulan thought about it and immediately took action. The next day, he gathered all the Goo masters in the sacred palace and held a pledging ceremony. That night, he led everyone and successfully broke through the round, obtaining the rank 6 Immortal Goo Wooden Chicken. Just like He Lulan expected, once the round was broken, the morale was greatly boosted. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The gloominess of Tai Bai Yuncheng's loss was swept away. With Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo in hand, He Lulan's confidence rose greatly. He used this to lure Xuesongzi to help. 7 days later, the 68th floor was completely formed. He Lulan could not wait any longer. He led everyone to attack. When they reached the round, he did not rush to attack. He ordered the Goo masters to get into formation. Over 100 refinement path Goo masters got into formation. These people were carefully selected. They were loyal and reliable. Although they were not masters, they were all elites. The Goo masters got into a round formation. He Lulan slowly walked into the center. He sat down and took out the two-edge owner token. The two-edge owner token slowly rose into the air. At the same time, He Lulan's body started to shine with gray light. The light was like needles, extremely sharp and piercing into the air. Not only He Lulan, the other refinement path Goo masters also started to shine with gray needle lights. These needle lights continued to grow, becoming thicker and longer. They filled the whole round formation. The needle lights on everyone's bodies touched each other and instantly linked together. A huge gray light slowly stretched out from the round formation, directly piercing the two-edge owner token in the air. Around the round formation, large numbers of Goo masters were observing and guarding. What are they doing? A young Goo master asked. A young Goo master asked in confusion. Beside him, an elderly patted his shoulder. Hee, this is the foundation of a super tribe. Kid, watch carefully. What you're about to see will leave you dumbfounded. Saying so, the owner token suddenly shook. The tremor was weak, but as the gray light spread, the amplitude rapidly increased. By the time this tremor reached the round formation, it had already turned into a huge tremor. The gray light condensed in the round formation was like a lake of light. After this huge tremor, the lake suddenly burst out with a dazzling radiance. Everyone squinted their eyes. The gray light shone on every corner of the first round. Like snow melting, the world inside the round gradually turned transparent, before completely disappearing. It was like the curtain on the surface was torn apart, revealing the second layer underneath. He Lulan and the rest arrived at the second round like this. This is... We did not make a move, but we actually passed. After a moment of silence, many young Goo masters started to shout. The young Goo master earlier was tongue-tied. What method is this? The old Goo master beside him proudly replied, this is the refinement path killer move that all super tribes have. It is called Grey Meltdown. It can be quickly passed in 88-point Jianghu Tower. Kid, this is an eye-opener for you, right? The young Goo master, who had his horizons broadened, quickly nodded and praised, amazing. Such an amazing method. But with such a method, what else do we need to do? The old Goo master's smile froze. This method is not effective every time. There are some checkpoints that can use this method, but there are others that can't. Hee. This method is a little interesting. In his mind, Mo Yao's figure appeared. She had an enchanting figure, her charming eyes were like silk as she analyzed, this should be the control of Giant Sun's sleeping will. Inside and outside. The Gu Masters outside the Blessed Land release Gu at a specific location, and these Gu worms will be taken into 88-point Jianghu Tower to refine the round. But Giant Sun's will is sleeping, and the speed of refining Gu worms has become slow. At best, it can only be considered a half refinement. The so-called killer move Grey Meltdown uses the owner token to communicate with the half-refined Gu worms and refine them again. This way, the core of the round has already become his. This round naturally no longer exists, and he can move on to the next round. To achieve this, the key is time. The half-refinement state cannot last long. Even if Giant Sun's will is asleep, as long as he has enough time, he can completely refine these Gu worms. Once these Gu worms are refined, the Gu Master challenging the round will not be able to sense them, and will lose the possibility of forcefully refining them. As expected of a refinement grandmaster, with just one glance, you can analyze it so thoroughly. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, praising Mo Yao. This method was to compete with 88-point Jianghu Tower to refine Gu worms. If Giant Sun's will woke up, he could refine the Gu worms in an instant, and would not give anyone a chance. But now that he was asleep, the refinement would be slow, and there would be a loophole to exploit. Fang Yuan was a person of the later generations, he was clear about this. In his previous life, after the Central Continent Gu Immortals broke through Imperial Court Blessed Land, they used this method in the videos they spread. But this method was only used as a support. What the Central Continent Gu Immortals truly relied on was the Glass Owner token. This second owner token could be said to be a stroke of genius. Who knew how much effort and resources the Central Continent forces had expended, but now it was in Fang Yuan's hands, and raised to 6 edges. While everyone's attention was on the second round, Fang Yuan secretly took out the 6-edge owner token. He stroked the 6 edges of the owner token, sighing as he thought, after planning for so long, it is finally time to activate the plan. Flying Bear Strength Gu, isn't it perfect with my Flying Bear Phantom Gu? I also want it. Chapter 601. He Lulan concentrated on the front, the group was advancing in the forest with difficulty. The intense battle had already lasted for over 6 hours. This was the second round, the air was hot and humid, and the terrain was a vast primitive rainforest. To pass this round, Gu Masters had to cross the whole forest and reach the stone hall at the other end. However, it was not easy to pass through this forest. Although there were no beast groups in the forest, there were vast numbers of green vines. These green vines coiled around the tall trees and accumulated on the damp ground. Every green vine was at least as thick as a bowl, and was at least 70 to 80 feet long. Ordinary green vines were called green snake vines, and the vines were covered with smooth snake scales. When the Gu Masters got close, the vines would suddenly shoot out and coil around the Gu Masters like pythons, killing them. In the surrounding 100 steps of the rainforest, there were about 1,000 green snake vines, the density was extremely high. It was extremely difficult for the Gu Masters to advance. Along the way, green snake vines attacked from all directions, some shot down from the sky, some shot out from the ground, and some broke through the ground to attack, making it hard for the Gu Masters to defend against them. As the Gu Masters advanced in the forest, they suffered the attacks of the green vines at all times, like they were in a vast sea of green vines. The attacks of the green snake vines were heavy and powerful, but their movements were fast and fierce. Even more dangerous was that they often had woodpath Gu worms on their bodies, and because of these Gu worms, the Gu Masters group suffered great casualties. Report, a green snake vine king has been discovered ahead. Currently, Lord Yi Lui Sang has already fought with it. After advancing for a while, an investigative Gu Master returned from the front and reported to He Lulan. He Lulan nodded, continuing to move forward slowly. In every green snake vine group, there was a green snake vine king with battle strength comparable to a rank 4 Gu Master. But Yi Lui Sang was a rank 5 peak stage expert, the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Lui tribe. His fire path cultivation was extremely effective against wood path goo worms. He even had Yi Lui tribe's fire path supplementary immortal goo, taking care of a green snake vine king. It was not a problem. Sure enough, after a while, a report came from the front. Lord Yi Lui Sang has successfully gotten rid of the green snake vine king and has retreated. Lord Chang Shan Yin has taken over and is leading the wolf group to open the way. He Lulan replied calmly. The wolf pack was good at attacking but not good at defending, so it was not easy to deal with the vines. But in Chang Shan Yin's hands, there were also wolves like the turtleback wolf that were good at defense. There was also the vermilion flame wolf which had fire path goo worms on its body. In this situation, it could be said to be a great tool to open up the path. The Wolf King is very powerful and can be considered the #1 combat power, especially when he had a flying bear phantom immortal goo. He Lulan pondered as she walked. Flying bear phantom goo and flying bear strength goo, if the two are used together, it would be perfect. Let Chang Shan Yin work for me first. When the time is ripe, I will make him hand over that flying bear phantom goo. As long as I become a goo immortal, wouldn't a mere wolf king be at my mercy? This is the second test. It seemed to be a test of a goo master's endurance, but it was actually a test of investigative ability. In the dense forest, there were not only green snake vines but also green serpent vines. The green serpent vine was 10 times more powerful than the green serpent vine. It was a strange beast among plants. The route we chose avoided these green serpent vines as much as possible. Only 1 or 2 areas were the territories of the green serpent vines. I am sure there will be 1 or 2 tough battles, but this is also the greatest difficulty of this trip. He Lulan felt proud in his heart. We are getting closer to the end. According to this speed, we will be able to pass this round in another hour. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the green serpent vines around the group suddenly burst out, piercing through the air with incredible speed. There was even the sound of arrows piercing through the air. The vines' offense suddenly increased by tens of times. The previous battles were between the goo masters and the nearby green serpent vines. The vines outside the range were still. They did not move. But now, the green vines within 100 li, no, 1,000 li, had all joined the battle, surging up and creating a tsunami-like wave, crazily pouncing towards the goo masters. The goo masters were caught off guard and immediately suffered disastrous losses. Countless goo masters were sacrificed on the battlefield in a short period of time. How can this be? The green serpent vines suddenly went berserk. The experts shouted in shock. Quick, save me! The goo masters at the periphery were wantonly killed by the green vines. I order the entire army to attack. Don't care about expenditure, block them for me. If you don't block them, you will die. He Lulan shouted, rising into the air and trying to control the situation. But soon, over 100 green serpent vines flew into the air and attacked. He Lulan roared in anger, using a dark path method, killing 20 to 30 green serpent vines on the spot before descending to the ground. But the ground was not safe either. Countless green serpent vines and green serpent vines broke out of the ground, causing the entire army to fall into chaos. How can this be? We clearly scouted this place. Why would we encounter green serpent vines here? He Lulan's eyes were about to split open, unable to understand. Green serpent vines were extremely territorial. But as long as their territory was not invaded, they would be quiet and would not attack. But these green serpent vines went berserk, attacking the goo masters as if they had seen their father's murderer. Green serpent vines had strong vitality. Even if they were cut into 5 to 6 pieces by the goo masters, these 5 to 6 pieces could still bite back at the goo masters before dying. He Lulan even saw many green serpent vines breaking free from their roots and attacking. How can this be? What is going on? He Lulan could not understand. these green serpent vines breaking off their own roots was equivalent to killing themselves. All living beings had the instinct to survive. What kind of hatred was there for them to launch such a desperate suicidal attack? The army was split into several pieces, each fighting their own battles. The Gu masters retreated step by step, and for a moment, countless soldiers died. Could it be that the second stage is actually a huge trap? This is too strange. This is only the second round. Why is the difficulty so high? He Lulan was dumbfounded, a huge doubt rising in her heart. This was indeed a huge trap. But the one who set this trap was not 88-point Jinyang Tower, but Fang Yuan, who controlled this floor. He first restrained himself and mobilized the green serpent vines in the round, secretly moving them over. Then he accepted the order and joined the vanguard, taking turns to attack from time to time, purposely lowering his speed and stalling for time. When large numbers of green serpent vines were mobilized, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately launched a sneak attack. The Gu master army was ambushed and suffered a huge loss. Fang Yuan was an enslavement master. The green serpent vines that had even lower intelligence than beast groups, under his command, cooperated with each other and did not care about sacrifices, erupting with a terrifying battle strength that was 100 times stronger. Especially experts like He Lulan, Yi Luisang and Tai Baiyunsheng. He even specially mobilized green serpent vines that could rival mutated beasts to stop them. Retreat, let's retreat. There are green serpent vines everywhere. If this goes on, the casualties will be even worse. Lord He tribe leader, our tribe leader requests to retreat. Several large tribes urgently sent representatives. Anyone could see it. They had fallen into the ambush of the green serpent vines. No one had the time to think about the reason why the green serpent vines became so sinister and vicious. He Lulan gritted his teeth, a struggling expression appeared on his face as he squeezed out a word, retreat. He also knew that the battle situation had gone out of control. The green serpent vines were not afraid of death and had already penetrated deep. This caused the formation to become chaotic. All the experts were afraid of injuring their own people and were restrained. If the casualties were so severe in the second round, how would He Lulan have the strength to go and snatch the final round's immortal Gu? Retreating was a wise move, but it depended on whether Fang Yuan would allow it or not. He controlled this floor. It was a small matter for him to close the entrance and exit. Soon, everyone was shocked to find out. They could not get out. This discovery had a huge impact on their morale. The entire army was on the verge of collapsing. At the crucial moment, He Lulan sensed something amiss and stood up, his voice echoing over 1,000 li. Hold on, I am going to use Grey Meltdown killer move. Forcefully break through this round. Persevere is victory, persevere is survival. The Gu masters who were in desperate straits heard these words and were like drowning people grabbing onto a life-saving straw. The morale that had fallen to rock bottom. In the end, it did not completely collapse, but stabilized. The experts immediately fought hard and reopened the passage, allowing all the divisions to form a connection. Under the heavy encirclement of the army, He Lulan led a group of refinement path Gu masters and formed a circular formation, activating Grey Meltdown killer move. Lord, if we forcefully activate it, we might lose 30% of our people. An old refinement path Gu master who was familiar with the inside information had a pale complexion as he softly advised He Lulan. Grey Meltdown killer move naturally had its limitations. The killer move relied on coordination from the inside and outside. This required, the round's reward had to be a Gu worm purposely released by He tribe's Gu immortals or Shui Song Zi. But 88-point Jinyang Tower would not cooperate. It would only choose suitable Gu worms from the absorbed Gu worms to refine and form the round. The first round's reward was a Gu worm from He Bai. Thus, He Lulan could use Grey Meltdown killer move and use the gap that Giant Suns will had yet to completely refine to forcefully refine the Gu worm. This way, the first round would be passed with the reward in hand. But the second round's reward was a wild Gu. He Lulan could not communicate with these wild goo, thus Grey Meltdown Killer move could not be used. He could only obediently follow the requirements of the second round and complete it. But now that the situation was critical, He Lulan could only forcefully activate Grey Meltdown Killer move and directly skip the second round, communicating with the third round's reward Goo Worm. The third round's reward Goo Worm came from Shui Song Zi. The Goo Worm was half refined, but most of it was still Shui Song Zi's will. He Lulan had already cooperated with Shui Song Zi, and Shui Song Zi's will had acknowledged him. He could use Grey Meltdown to communicate with the third round's reward Goo Worm and refine it. This way, the third round would be passed. Once the third round was passed, the second round would have no foundation and would collapse. Because when 88-point Jianghu Tower condensed every floor, it would first form the 100th floor, then the 99th floor, the 98th floor, but if He Lulan did this, Grey Meltdown Killer move's power would increase by several times, far surpassing the Refinement Path Goo Master's endurance. Regardless of success or failure, a portion of Refinement Path Goo Masters would not be able to endure it and die on the battlefield. Dozens of Refinement Path Goo Masters dying is better than the entire army suffering disastrous casualties. He Lulan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with callousness. The situation forced him to choose the lesser of two evils. Chapter 602. The Refinement Path Goo Masters had solemn expressions as they quickly formed a formation. Grey light gradually blossomed, connecting into one. Under everyone's expectant gazes, He Lulan waved his hand, throwing the two-edge owner token into the air. The owner token floated in the air, and a huge grey light thorn condensed in the circular formation, piercing towards the owner token. The grey light flickered, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Now is the time. Fang Yuan had been at the periphery all along, he willed. The two-edge owner token instantly disappeared, and at the next moment, it appeared in his hand. He controlled this floor, so moving a small token was as easy as breathing for him. Without the owner token, the grey light immediately disintegrated, and the killer move Grey Meltdown was forcefully stopped. The Refinement Path Goo Masters in the circular formation suddenly cried out in fear, spurting out blood. Almost all of them died in an instant. Guh. He Lulan, who was at the center of the circular formation, was no exception. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he retreated several steps. My owner token! He lost his composure and shouted, his expression was filled with extreme shock, anger, and doubt. Everyone was stupefied by this change. Sun Shirhan was dazed, Tang Miaoming covered her mouth, and Pei Yan-fei was also dazed. Even Mo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind, "Lad, what are you doing? His current owner token is only 2-edge. Including your 6-edge, it is only 8-edge. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it better to wait until his owner token has 4-edge? What do you know?" Fang Yuan sneered, and under the cover of his wide sleeves, he quietly put away the 2-edge owner token. The entire process. It happened in front of everyone's eyes, but was done without anyone knowing. What exactly happened? Yi Luisang rushed in. Yi Luisang rushed in with an anxious expression, asking He Lulan, "Where is the owner token?" How would I know? He Lulan's eyes were spewing fire, he was so furious that his voice rose an octave, and he started swearing. What the fuck is going on? In the records of the past, there had never been a situation where the floor master token suddenly disappeared. The killer move Grey Meltdown had been used many times by the various forces and victors in the past. Why did it disappear when it fell into He Lulan's hands? Damn it! Without the floor master's token, what should we do? Fang Yuan rushed over. He frowned. His expression was sincere, and his expression was gloomy. It was obvious that he was anxious about the situation, and he could not help but empathize with him. The killer move that everyone had high hopes for had failed at the last moment. Even the 2-edge tower master token was lost for no reason. The attacks of the green vines became more and more ferocious, like a tsunami, not giving them any time to breathe. Morale hit rock bottom. There were signs of people fleeing in disorder in many places. It's over, she muttered to herself. Who would have thought that I would die here? Is this the final outcome? Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. Recently, he had been tormented by his conscience, and he looked extremely haggard. But suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, "They can go out. Someone can go out. We can go out." It turned out that Fang Yuan did not want to kill all these people, and opened up a path of survival, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave this floor freely again. If He tribe was completely exterminated, it would definitely attract the full retaliation of He tribe's Gu immortals. Moreover, Fang Yuan still needed Tai Bai Yunsheng to refine landscape as before Gu. Thus, the desperate defeat turned into a great retreat. I am actually still alive. This was too dangerous, I don't want to go in again. Sob, father, you died so miserably. The plaza around Truyang building was a scene of desolation. He Lulan had led his army and entered the building with great momentum, but after leaving the building, he ended up in such a state. This was out of everyone's expectations. He Lulan's expression was ashen, he took a glance at the plaza and left without saying a word. The people of He clan followed closely behind him, dejected and silent. Yi Luisang heaved a long sigh, shaking his head and leaving as well. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a complex expression. He looked at He Lulan's departing figure. After this battle, I am afraid it will be hard to stop another decent group in a short period of time. Tai Bai Yunsheng's guess was wrong. On the second day, He Lulan gathered his troops again and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Grey Meltdown, he had to use brute force. He Lulan deceived two great Gu immortals and swore to take revenge. There was no turning back. He had to brace himself and move forward. However, on the night of his failure, Fang Yuan secretly entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are too impatient, there are only 8 edges now. Let's see what you can do. In his mind, Mo Yao laughed coldly. Fang Yuan walked in the treasure room, he touched the crystal walls and walked slowly, looking at the treasures flashing past his eyes. He had a smile on his face as he calmly said to Mo Yao's will, "You are a grand refinement path great grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house. If you want to ask, just say it, why do you need to probe me so shallow?" Mo Yao heard this and her expression immediately changed. She smiled sweetly. "Young lad, it seems you already have a plan, of course." Fang Yuan's footsteps paused as he said this. He touched the crystal wall on the right and took out a treasure from it. Ever since he refined the guest halt steel, he could take as many treasures as he wanted. Fang Yuan took a few more steps and took 3 Gu worms from the ceiling. He moved to the left and took away the items inside. Like this, Fang Yuan obtained dozens of Gu recipes, over 100 Gu worms, all kinds of inheritance information and over 20 cultivation insights. Fang Yuan only took out over 80 Gu worms and stored the rest into his Gu worm storage. Mo Yao watched silently during the whole process, feeling increasingly strange. The Gu worms that Fang Yuan took out did not match, he really did not know what he was trying to do. In Fang Yuan's mind, the scene of the Central Continent Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life appeared. There were 11 Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land. There were both men and women, all of them had extraordinary auras. There was also a female immortal at the lead, she had a domineering aura and an imposing aura. The other Gu immortals were very respectful towards her. She was called Fairy Black Moon. She wore a mask that covered half of her face, covering her nose, mouth and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. Her facial features were strong, her eyebrows were sharp and long, her eyes shining brightly like stars. She had a heroic aura. She also wore a black gold armor. People would feel a heavy pressure just by looking at it. Fang Yuan's current actions were exactly the same as Fairy Black Moon's. He did it exactly as he had told him. The treasure he took out actually had a great origin. It was something that Central Continent's Gu immortals had done for countless years. They sent outstanding Gu masters to infiltrate northern plains and pass the test with high quality, entering the treasure room and setting up the things inside. The entire process. He spent close to 1,000 years. After passing the guest halt obelisk, Fang Yuan walked over 300 steps in the crystal corridor before finally stopping. This is the place. He looked around and after confirming, he started to put the Gu worms in his hands into the crystal wall. Be it the left and right walls, the top or the bottom, they were all placed according to a certain pattern. As for the original treasures in the crystal wall, Fang Yuan took some and let go of some. He then moved some places. This, don't tell me. Mo Yao observed carefully. With his deep foundation as a refinement path great grandmaster, he gradually saw some clues and said in a bewildered tone. Within the radius of tens of steps, after Fang Yuan's adjustments, the Gu worms in the crystal wall had formed a formation. Right, this is the refinement path killer move Grey Meltdown. No, more accurately speaking, it originates from Grey Meltdown, but its effect is even stronger. Fang Yuan chuckled. What are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, his lips curled into a confident smile. Just watch. Saying so, several Gu worms flew out of his body and floated in the air. The Gu worms in the surrounding walls shook slightly. Dust seemed to be rising in the air. The dust became thicker and thicker, forming a thick gray fog. The gray fog became thicker and soon engulfed Fang Yuan's entire body. He could not even see his own fingers. Fang Yuan stood in the thick fog with his eyes closed, his right hand tightly gripping the six-edge owner token. He carefully sensed and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he shouted, "Come back, fixed immortal travel." Boom! The crystal corridor shook, 88-point Jianghu Tower shook. The 21st floor of the tower had 17 rounds left, but they all disappeared at this moment. The 17 rewards pierced through the air, directly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. One of the Gu worms emitted rank 6 aura. It was glowing in green light and fluttered in the air, resembling a jade butterfly. Its aura was the strongest, pushing the other Gu worms to the side. If it was not fixed immortal travel, what else could it be? Immortal Gu. This is, fixed immortal travel? Mo Yao cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan stored the other rewards in storage Gu, leaving behind fixed immortal travel on his shoulder. Fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 Gu, his mortal aperture could not hold it in its full form. Fang Yuan did not keep the flying bear phantom Gu earlier, but kept it in his pocket. There is one more. Fang Yuan licked his lips, his gaze excited. There was another rumble. Truyang Tower shook intensely, the 34th floor's 12 rounds were instantly broken through. The rewards appeared out of nowhere. One of the immortal Gu had an ordinary appearance, like a lump of soil. It was, immortal Gu, gruel mud. In his mind, Mo Yao's will blurted out the answer. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. As usual, he kept the other rewards and gruel mud into his pocket. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel and gruel mud deep in northern plains. He was waiting for this moment. When 88-point Jianghu Tower condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains' blessed land. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. It went up to the heavens and down to the abyss, its might unparalleled. Wooden Chicken immortal Gu escaped Shui Song Zi and He Bai's pursuit, but was still captured by 88-point Jianghu Tower. Wild immortal Gu were already like this. The two immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had buried underground had no intention of resisting, and were naturally collected by 88-point Jianghu Tower. After collecting them, they became the final rewards of the 21st and 34th floor. But because Giant Sun's will was in hibernation, the two immortal Gu were in a half-refined state. Everything went according to Fang Yuan's plan. Chapter 603. The appearance of the two immortal Gu was truly unexpected, Mo Yao was extremely shocked. What made her even more fearful was that Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. The goo worms he used were all treasures stored in the crystal walls. The killer move he used was even more perfect than Grey Meltdown, and had stronger effects. To achieve this, it was not something that could be done by a single person, nor could it be done in a few decades. A large amount of effort was needed, at least hundreds of years were needed to infiltrate and hide the required goo worms in the crystal walls. And to prevent them from being taken away, he would need to prepare several sets of each goo worm. To sum it up, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could do, it had to be a super force with at least goo immortals. Facing Mo Yao's question, Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All of this was arranged by Central Continent's goo immortals. But Mo Yao had died too long ago, his will was trapped in Water Pavilion and had been asleep for too long, he did not know about the changes in the outside world. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn, he had a huge advantage, using the goo immortals' arrangements, he completed all of this naturally. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Central Continent goo immortals for spreading this video everywhere. Without the guidance of this video, Fang Yuan would not be so clear about the inside story. The method he used was essentially no different from He Lulan. But Fang Yuan sensed his own immortal goo, while He Lulan sensed other people's mortal goo. Refining immortal goo was at least 100 times harder than mortal goo, thus Fang Yuan did not need to be in a hurry like He Lulan. The two immortal goo were in a half-refined state. More importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fang Yuan used was a modified version of Grey Meltdown created by Central Continent's goo immortals. It was extremely effective, freeing the goo master and allowing 88-point Jianghu Tower to bear the power of the killer move, eliminating the worry of backlash. At the same time, he had to thank all the goo masters who were actively challenging the rounds. If the rounds were complete, it would be extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to cross 100 rounds and connect to the immortal goo. However, there were only 17 checkpoints left on the 21st level, and there were even fewer checkpoints on the 34th level, only 12. After Fang Yuan took away the two immortal goo, these two layers were unblocked. He took out the two floor master tokens. The glass floor master token was still hexagonal. After all, it was a cheating item, not an orthodox one. As for the floor owner's token he snatched from He Lulan, the number was increased from 2 corners to 4. When the two were added together, it would be 10 points. 10 points. This meant that Fang Yuan had reached the minimum requirement to obtain the Immortal Sovereign's inheritance. The Celestial Prime's inheritance. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue. Following the instructions in the image, he combined the two Tower Master tokens and instantly formed a 10-sided Tower Master token. Whoosh! The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. The scenery in front of him changed abruptly. By the time Fang Yuan reacted, he found himself in a void. His surroundings were pitch black. There was no sky or earth. Fang Yuan floated silently in the air. Several traces of either jade or red starlight shot over from afar. This is the true inheritance secluded domain of 88-point Jianghu Tower. To think that after so many years, I could still come here. Mo Yao's will showed a rare absent-minded expression as he muttered to himself. Oh? You've been here before? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Back then, let's not talk about it. Kid, you being able to come here can be said to be a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Although you only have 10 points and can only obtain the lowest level ordinary true inheritance. But this will not stop you from gaining more experience. What you see next will definitely broaden your horizons, you will never forget it for the rest of your life. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yao's will return to normal. Fang Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Giant Sun Immortal, I can't compare to him for now. Today is indeed an eye-opener for me. Saying so, he waved his hands like he was paddling in the water, moving his body forward slowly. In the previous life's video of Central Continent, a lot of content regarding this part was clearly omitted. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were even more generous than Fang Yuan, using a total of more than 10 Immortal Gu to raise the owner token to 43 points. Their gains were great, but they concealed all of it. This was no doubt to not expose their wealth, to avoid attracting the greed of others. This also made Fang Yuan even more yearn and curiosity towards Giant Sun's true inheritance. He followed a trace of blood-red starlight and got closer. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter and brighter. Finally, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a round starlight. This red starlight was the size of a bowl and was quietly floating. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand its contents, you only need to use your mind. Mo Yao pointed out at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan cautiously probed his mind and immediately, a series of images flickered in front of him. The primitive forest was vast and boundless. Ancient trees towered into the sky, giant beasts were as large as mountains. Ha ha ha. A figure with a stocky build raised his head and laughed loudly. His figure was blurry, but his skin was of all kinds of colors, with all kinds of ancient totems carved on it. His domineering aura filled the world. He stepped on clouds and gales, his purple hair fluttered in the wind and his double pupils seemed to be burning with wildfire. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart uncontrollably pounded, even breathing became difficult. He recognized this person's identity. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He is facing an immemorial desolate beast, Primordial Earth Owl. Strange, why would Giant Sun's inheritance have a demon venerable's item? What is so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal is the era's sovereign, the ruler of heaven and earth, invincible in the universe. He plundered the world and seized a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's item, placing it in his own pavilion to benefit his descendants. This is very normal. Mo Yao said. Immemorial desolate beasts were overlords that had existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 8 Gu Immortals. This primordial earth owl had a bird's head and beast's body. It had 2 pairs of golden eyes and a dragon horn on its head. Its robust body was covered in dense rainbow-colored feathers. Its beast aura filled the world. With a light wave of its arms and legs, it could collapse mountains and break rivers. When it opened its mouth and roared, its voice could shake heaven and earth. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable praised, "What a beast!" The primordial earth owl had intelligence no lower than humans. It was enraged upon hearing this. It opened its mouth and spat out thunder from the 9 heavens. Deep blue lightning shot out, piercing through the sky and arriving in front of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's expression changed. The power of the lightning was vast and boundless. It was beyond imagination. Right now, he was like an ant. Even his previous life's Gu Immortal self might not be able to last 3 breaths of time. But Reckless Savage Demon Venerable did not move. He let the berserk lightning strike his body. Within the lightning, his bronze-colored body was unscathed, shining brightly. His bulging muscles were like stone ramparts. The totems on his body were like living creatures. All kinds of fierce beasts were moving around his body. Within the exploding lightning plasma, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's face actually showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily, punching with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color, winds and clouds surged. The lightning collapsed, the mountains shook, and the forests wailed. A simple punch created 8,000 layers of intense winds. The white clouds were quickly cleared, the 9 heavens were clear, and the sunlight was dim. Just one punch. The power shocked heaven and earth. The primordial earth owl let out a miserable howl. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of an area. It was arrogant and untamed a moment ago, but now, its bones were shattered, its colorful feathers were flying everywhere, its golden eyes were filled with terror. It was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Fang Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen a venerable attack. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, the might of rank 9 was truly invincible in the world. 9,999 owls. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable spoke indifferently. He opened his hand and grabbed at the air. At once, the primordial earth owl was lifted up by a formless force. Like a little chick being held in someone's hand, it was lonely and helpless, screaming in panic, "Transform!" Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's body shook, it expanded along with the wind, instantly turning into a giant. Great giant. Uprooting the earth to connect to the heavens, holding up the heavens. 10,000 tribulations cannot be moved, the universe cannot contain it. The giant slowly opened its mouth. The primordial earth owl struggled with all its might, but it was still sucked into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed it in one gulp. It chewed a few times. There was a terrifying sound of mountains collapsing and thunder rumbling. With a gulp, the giant swallowed the primordial earth owl into its stomach. It actually swallowed an immemorial desolate beast that was comparable to a rank 8. Reckless Savage's might was so terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted its stomach. Its voice was like thunder. It had a look of longing for more. And on its stomach, there was a new totem. It was not eye-catching among the countless totems on its body. It was the image of the primordial earth owl. The giant seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned around and stared at Feng Yuan. Guh. Feng Yuan felt like he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was shaken intensely. He felt an intense dizziness. He only recovered after a long time. Huff huff huff, he breathed roughly. He barely opened his eyes. His eyes also could not take it. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down, flowing down his cheeks. Thankfully, this place did not prohibit goo worms. Such a small injury only needed goo worms to heal for a while. This is the inheritance test? Feng Yuan asked as he healed. He, what kind of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao's will was gloating, replying with an arrogant tone, this inheritance contains a trace of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's will. Only goo immortals can bear it. But this inheritance has already been dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal after he obtained it. It can be obtained by mortals. You are still alive. It is all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal's benevolence. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. His benevolence is only towards his descendants. What does it have to do with me? This means that Giant Sun's true inheritance is not so easy to obtain. There is great danger inside. That is natural. But you have already endured this test. This true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. You have the 10-edge owner token. You already have the authority to inherit it. Mo Yao said. Sure enough, when Feng Yuan probed his mind again, the door to the red light lump opened. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's phantom no longer appeared. Primordial Grey Owl Transformation. Feng Yuan now knew that this true inheritance was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a goo immortal to transform into a primordial grey owl. Their battle strength would rise sharply. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Strength Path. He also created Transformation Path. His strength could shake heaven and earth. He was the most ferocious among the 10 Venerables. At the same time, he could transform into countless ferocious beasts. He had endless transformations and could be reborn from a drop of blood. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He let go of the red light lump, letting it fly away from him. Although a true inheritance was precious, it was not suitable for the current him. Feng Yuan was very calm. He was even more expectant. To think that Giant Sun's true inheritance would involve Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Furthermore, this inheritance was only the lowest level of true inheritance. He really did not know what other ordinary true inheritances there were. What about the even higher unparalleled true inheritances? Chapter 604. Feng Yuan tried his best to swim towards a lump of jade light. This lump of jade light was much harder to get close to than the red light earlier. It flew slowly and kept turning. Feng Yuan chased for a while before catching it and grabbing it. It was also the size of a bull. Fang Yuan carefully probed it with his mind. An indescribable vibration spread from the jade-green light to Fang Yuan's body. Be careful, this is old Immortal Kong Ju's item. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly recognize this item and warned. Don't worry, it can't fly away. Fang Yuan said with certainty, his hands tightly gripping the light lump. Idiot, that's not what I'm talking about. Let go. By the time Mo Yao said that, it was already too late. A mysterious vibration came from the jade light and actually affected Fang Yuan's aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly shook. Huge waves appeared on the 90% primeval essence sea. Swish swish swish, the huge waves crashed against the aperture walls. The crystal membrane of the peak stage of rank 5 started to crack under the impact of the waves. Fang Yuan was shocked. This true inheritance test was extremely mystical and hard to defend against, it actually affected the aperture walls. Lad, quickly use goo worms to cut off your arms. Only by cutting off your arms can you have a chance of survival. Mo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind. Cut off my arms? Fang Yuan's expression sank, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He tried to let go of his arms, but this jade light emitted an extremely strong suction force, firmly holding onto Fang Yuan's arms. Fang Yuan could not get rid of it, the vibration of his aperture was getting stronger. I got it. In a moment of desperation, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he moved his second aperture's primeval essence into his first aperture. The vibration spread to his second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started to shake, but this way, the danger of the first aperture was greatly alleviated. Mo Yao gasped. The jade light gradually stopped. The tremors disappeared, seemingly acknowledging that Fang Yuan had passed the test. What's going on, you actually have two apertures? Mo Yao shouted. The two apertures faced the test together, even though there were cracks on the crystal walls, they did not shatter. Kid, you really hit it well, you actually have two apertures. Second aperture. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. I can't believe it's been proven by you. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotion. Fang Yuan did not want to talk about this, so he asked, you mentioned old Immortal Kong Ju earlier, is he that ancient refinement path great-grandmaster? Yes, it's him. Refinement path great-grandmaster, throughout the history of humanity, since ancient times. There were only 3 of them. Later generations called them the Three Elders. They are the Great Master Tian Nan of the Ancient Era, the Great Master Kong Ju of the Ancient Era, and the Great Master Ancestor Mao of the Middle Era. Mo Yao continued, among them, old freak Tian Nan had an eccentric temperament. He tried in vain to refine the sky, but he was defeated and died. Old Immortal Kong Ju had the deepest understanding of apertures. He wrote the Immortal Aperture Guide, and even helped the 10 extreme physiques become immortals. Before him, there had never been a case of the 10 extreme physiques becoming immortals. And Long Hair Ancestor had the longest lifespan, he refined the most immortal goo, the 88-point Jianghu Tower was refined by him. There were even rumors that he could refine lifespan goo, luring Ancestor Giant Sun to attack Langya Blessed Land. But in the end, nothing happened. Mo Yao spoke of many secrets. The 3 elders, 3 refinement path great-grandmasters, each of them was a legend. In human history, they stood at the peak of refinement path, even rank 9 venerables could not conceal their glory and glory. Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance tests the aperture of the fated person. You actually have 2 apertures, you can be considered to have cheated. Take a look. This inheritance is quite good, it will be helpful to you in the future. Mo Yao continued. Fang Yuan looked into it again. This inheritance was called Immortal Ascension Secrets, it recorded old Immortal Kong Ju's immortal ascension process for Gu Masters of all paths. The possible difficulties they might encounter, how to deal with them, the key points of immortal ascension, and so on. Fang Yuan pondered, although this is not a goo recipe or an immortal goo, it has extremely high theoretical value. If a goo master obtains it, not only will it be of great help to them, it will also increase their understanding of other paths. It is an absolute treasure. This immortal ascension secrets has existed for a long time, it cannot keep up with the trend of the times. After so many years of development, many paths have blossomed, it is far from the monotonous olden antiquity era. I need to remind you, the essence of this is not the immortal ascension secrets itself, but the annotations left behind by Giant Sun Immortal when he read it. This annotation is very detailed, it is not an exaggeration to say that each word is worth 1,000 gold. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Old Immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great-grandmaster on par with long-hair ancestor. His exploration, along with the annotations written by an immortal venerable, had huge value. After a goo immortal reads it, their chances of immortal ascension would be greatly increased. Moreover, through the vision of an immortal venerable, they would be able to see the future developments. It would have a huge guiding effect on the future goo immortal path, it could help them avoid many detours. The allure of this true inheritance was astonishing. Especially for a genius like Feng Yuan, who desired to advance and was not satisfied with the mortal world, it was even more so. But Feng Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experience, he could just walk the blood path again. He came to the true inheritance space with an ulterior motive. Thus, Feng Yuan let go, letting the jade light lump move away from him, flying away at a speed slightly faster than the red light lump. You really chose to give up. Don't regret it when you think about it in the future. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret? The word regret no longer exists in my life. Feng Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He moved in the dark void for a while, before finding the third light lump. This light lump was shining with gray light, its speed was faster than the previous two, like a leisurely flying meteor. As it flew, it left behind a beautiful frost-colored flame tail. When Feng Yuan tried to get close to it, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Actually, you don't need to take the risk every time, since you have already collected many wisdom path goo worms, why don't you use them? Oh? What do you mean? Feng Yuan did not stop. Lad, thank me properly, I will teach you this move, it can let you avoid the true inheritance's test, and you can explore most of the true inheritance's contents. The method Mo Yao spoke of was not complicated. After Feng Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was to use his mind to explore it, this would trigger all kinds of tests of the true inheritance. Mo Yao suggested Feng Yuan. Use wisdom path goo worms to create a will. Send this will into the true inheritance, and after a while, take back the will. This way, the goo master could avoid close contact with the true inheritance, it was an opportunistic method. Wisdom path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind. That is, thoughts and divine sense. When the mind enters, it is the exploration and exchange of thoughts. Thoughts are like water droplets, they are the easiest to create, but also the most fragile. Thus, a large number of water droplets need to gather into a stream to continue the exploration. During this process, it also needs the goo master's mind to produce them continuously. And wills are higher than thoughts, like ice. They have stronger defense, and are not easy to create. But they can be used independently, and can be retrieved when needed. Mo Yao explained. Feng Yuan was silent. Lad, at this juncture, what are you hesitating for? I know you have been collecting wisdom path information, and are also purchasing wisdom path goo worms. Your special will goo, deliberate will goo, toy will goo, notice goo, and new will goo, if you don't use them now, when will you use them? Mo Yao laughed. After pausing for a while, she continued to persuade, the current you should be clear, my will is living in your mind, and is deeply entangled with you. And the will you create using these goo worms will be pure and flawless. I cannot infiltrate it. Weren't you always on guard against me? This method has a huge advantage. You can use this method to avoid the true inheritance test, and investigate the secret of the unparalleled inheritance. Unparalleled inheritances are much more valuable than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. The relationship between him and Mo Yao had always been like this. They did not make it clear. To think that Mo Yao would reveal it at this moment. What was her intention? Was it really like what she said, that she wanted Fang Yuan to return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's frank expression. It made Fang Yuan's emotions fluctuate. Maybe, he was too vigilant, and was on guard against Mo Yao? But wills were not like thoughts were very simple, and were not good at deceiving. Land spirits formed from obsession spoke the truth. But wills were different, they were the combination of many thoughts, and were more complex than thoughts. Deceiving others was also possible. Fang Yuan shook his head, dispersing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Undeniably, Mo Yao's words were completely on Fang Yuan's side, and successfully convinced him. Fang Yuan took out the wisdom path Gu worms he had purchased. He had little Hu immortal land spirit, and could communicate with jewel yellow skies at any time. Standing on the shoulders of a Gu immortal, it was easy to purchase mortal Gu. Right now, the 8 wisdom path Gu in his hands could all form wills, but they were all different. Special will Gu could create special wills, and under certain circumstances, it could trigger special actions. Deliberate will Gu could create willpower, and when this will entered the body, it would be like carving on a rock. The difficulty of getting rid of it was several times higher than other wills. Toy Gu, it produced Toy Gu. This was one of the wills that could create emotions. There were also mindful Gu, new will Gu, battle will Gu, and so on. What was worth mentioning was that these wisdom path Gu worms could create different types of wills, and could also restrain the corresponding wills. For example, special will Gu could create special wills, and could also devour special wills. Deliberate will Gu could create willpower. It was hard to get rid of it, but as long as the right medicine was found, and the deliberate will Gu could be easily gotten rid of. Why did Fang Yuan want to purchase these Gu worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will. Unfortunately, he had not found a single Gu worm that could deal with Mo Yao's will since he started buying. In this situation, choosing the will Gu was not important. Fang Yuan casually chose the special will Gu, and injected his primeval essence, producing a will. It looked like Fang Yuan himself, a young man with dark eyes, but different from his main body. His face was firm, and had a resolute expression. Wills can only be stored in the soul. If you want to send this will out to explore, you need at least one small soul worm. Mo Yao reminded. Small soul Gu was a rank 1 soul path Gu. It was extremely ordinary, but it was an important foundation of soul path. Many higher rank soul path Gu worms were refined step by step using it as a foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was somewhat unnecessary. Before she finished speaking, Fang Yuan summoned a Gu worm. It had no physical body and was the size of a palm. Like a butterfly, it swayed slowly like a shadow. If a normal person tried to grab it, it would pass through their body. This was a rank 2 big soul worm. Fang Yuan lightly patted it, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he mobilized the big soul worm to fly towards the nearest green and white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him swimming. Soon, it entered the true inheritance light lump. After a while, the damaged big soul worm flew back shakily. Fang Yuan retrieved his will and looked at it carefully. Chapter 605. The third true inheritance had high value, because it talked about lifespan extension methods. As the saying goes, living a bad life is better than dying of old age. Apart from special reasons, there was no one who didn't want to live and live longer. Gu masters could cultivate, and at rank 6, they could change the essence of their life, but they could not directly increase their lifespan. Ever since the development of Gu Path, countless capable people had researched all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Qingmao Mountain's Guyue generation chose to turn into a zombie. Or Southern Border's demonic path Gu Master Century Boy, using return to childhood Gu to strengthen himself, he had the appearance of a child to reduce the loss of his lifespan. These methods were only the common methods of mortals. Gu immortals had even more profound methods. The third true inheritance was a lifespan extension method for Gu immortals. The one who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal. The lifespan extension method created by an immortal venerable. It was easy to imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the true inheritance's contents, on a certain day, Giant Sun Immortal had a flash of inspiration and activated this wondrous idea. He named this immortal method, Possession. The core was a rank 6 Possession Immortal Gu. Other than that, there were all sorts of rank 5 Mortal Gu, amounting to 3,000. To think that the origin of Possession Immortal Gu is here. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Possession Immortal Gu shined brightly. Several high-ranked Gu immortals extended their lifespan and changed the situation of the 5 regions. Possession Immortal Gu might be rank 6, but it was a crucial Gu worm that could change the situation of the world. In an instant. Fang Yuan had an impulse. This was the origin of Possession Immortal Gu. As long as he took it away, he would be able to control the source. During the 5 regions chaotic war. If he sold Possession Immortal Gu, who knew how much benefits he could obtain? Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who needed this Possession Immortal Gu the most. As long as he used it well, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm transmitted more information. This true inheritance. It was only an empty shell. Inside was Possession Immortal Gu and the 3,000 Mortal Gu. They had all been taken away by others before they could do so. In the 88-point Jianghu Tower, there were the 88 true inheritances set up by the Giant Sun Immortal. But after so many years, a portion of them had been destroyed. They were taken away by people one after another. Mo Ya once said that. When she was still alive, when she explored the 88-point Jianghu Tower, out of the 88 true teachings, there were still 53 left behind. Mo Ya was an influential figure from 10,000 years ago. Although it was difficult to clear the 88-point Jianghu Tower, there were very few people who managed to reach the level of 10 points. But as time went by, there would always be some capable people. He entered the true inheritance secret realm. The number of true disciples left behind was definitely less than 53. This is the Great Soul Worm's special ability. As they conversed, Fang Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Although the true inheritance had been taken away, the special will that Fang Yuan had wrung out had made a shocking discovery. Using the soul to possess the body is merely a struggle at death's door. Death is unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult, difficult, difficult. In the true inheritance, there was such a sentence. This sentence directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal's idea of possession. The tone was extremely arrogant. It also summarized the myriad methods to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan Gu had always been the most important. The last 3 words, difficult, were filled with emotions. Finally, the person who said this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, people immediately felt that the previous sentence was very reasonable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the same status as Giant Sun Immortal. They were both rank 9 Gu Masters. But Giant Sun Immortal was an immortal venerable of the medieval antiquity era. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sunday. After Giant Sun Immortal died, 200,000 years later, the demonic venerable with the heaviest killing nature, spectral soul, appeared in the world. 88-point Jinyang Tower was so famous, spectral soul demon venerable was invincible in the world, it was not strange for him to come to 88-point Jinyang Tower. Could possession immortal Gu have been taken away by spectral soul demon venerable? No, it seems very unlikely. Spectral soul demon venerable created soul path, he was an expert in manipulating souls. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal could not compare to him. From spectral soul demon venerable's words, he did not care about possession methods at all. It is just that he wanted to live forever in heaven and earth, but he was alone and faced with many difficulties, seeing that his predecessors were also trying to find a way to live forever, he felt inspired and left behind these words. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables who were invincible in the world could not escape the erosion of time. Time was the greatest enemy of heroes and beauties. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, their locations were uncertain and their production was limited, they could only be produced in heaven and earth. Rank 9 venerables searched the world, they gradually used up their lifespan Gu, but they could not find new ones, they had to think of ways to extend their lifespan. The number one person in heaven and earth, behind the invincible aura, was the misery of having a limited lifespan. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal thought of the possession method, spectral soul demon venerable sighed at the difficulty of living forever. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable, such an invincible person, cannot escape death. Sigh, the wheel of fortune changes, each person dominates the world for generations, after the peak of prosperity, after the peak of misfortune comes prosperity, how can there be a person who can live forever in this world? In his mind, Mo Yao sighed with a heavy mood. Fang Yuan, however, did not think so. His gaze was eerie, the great Tao of heaven and earth emphasizes on balance and mutual restraint. But a Gu master's cultivation was to plunder heaven and earth, gathering resources to support themselves, thus it was a truly heaven-defying path. Maybe this is the reason for heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But it is also because of this that eternal life that surpasses longevity is a worthy goal for me. Thinking of this, there was a fire burning in his heart, he became even more spirited. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only live forever, but his goal was an even higher level of eternal life. This was a realm that even venerables could not reach. Using the words of a person in Fang Yuan's previous life, that was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was an endless joy. Only when the tide hits the reef can it create beautiful waves. Humans could only feel the brilliance of life through constant struggles. In his previous life, Fang Yuan, he was only rank 6, but close to rank 7. He had never looked up to rank 9 existences in the past. It was because he had great ambitions. Here, he saw the other side of an immortal venerable or demon venerable, fatigue, weakness, helplessness. This stimulated his fighting spirit even more. The true inheritance in front of him was already an empty shell, it was not worth wasting time on. Fang Yuan continued to search. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances, they were related to wisdom path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. One was false emotion fake will Gu. The other was love of children Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's wisdom path attainment was extremely deep, this was something everyone knew. Especially in the aspect of love Gu. He carried on the past and created many new Gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, collecting beauties and making all the women in the world fall in love with him. This showed the power of love Gu. These 2 true inheritances. They were not what Fang Yuan wanted, he chose to let them go. Strange, didn't they say that this true inheritance secluded domain not only has ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled true inheritances? Why haven't I found a single unparalleled true inheritance after searching for so long? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao in confusion. During this period of time, Mo Yao did not speak. It was as if he was affected by the possession immortal art true inheritance, his fighting spirit had dissipated. She had been hiding in Fang Yuan's mind all this time. After hearing Fang Yuan's question, she showed her vague figure and said indifferently, "Humph, how long has it been and you are already impatient?" "Back then, I explored this place for a full 3 months. True inheritance secluded domain is very wide, all the true inheritances are moving, there are very few supreme true inheritances, it is normal that you can't find any. Be patient, lad." Fang Yuan asked again, "Speaking of which, you also came here back then, tell me what good inheritances you found." This was what he wanted to ask. "Humph, I have come into contact with many true inheritances, but in this place, the true inheritances are flying everywhere and their locations are not fixed, it is useless to tell you. You can only rely on luck to explore. Pay attention to time, the more true inheritances you come into contact with and the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances will fly and the more dangerous your situation will be. Back then, I was a Gu immortal, but I could only stay here for 3 months and almost died." When Mo Yao said this, there was a lingering fear in his tone. "Even you almost died here?" Fang Yuan immediately grasped the main point of the conversation. "Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate you can only see 8 true inheritances and stay here for a month at most. Now that you have seen 5 true inheritances, you need to be careful." Mo Yao vaguely reminded. "What is it that can threaten a grand Gu immortal's life?" Fang Yuan asked. But Mo Yao only smiled and said, "If you are fated to experience it, you will know," before concealing herself again. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly heavy. He had a doubt. In his previous life's video, there were a total of 11 Central Continent Gu immortals who entered true inheritance secluded domain. But after erasing the process, there were only 9 people left, and they were all injured. Could it be that the 2 people who didn't go had died in the true inheritance secret realm? Sometimes, there were benefits to having Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan was reminded by Mo Yao and became even more careful as he started to explore. 3 days later, he approached the 6th true inheritance and used special Wu Gu and the big soul worm to successfully obtain the true inheritance's information. This true inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal, it had the same purpose as the 3rd true inheritance, it was also a lifespan extension immortal method. Giant Sun Immortal had researched Renzu and created a brand new path, it was called Yinyang Path. To use this method, a male and female Gu immortal had to cooperate and have intercourse to achieve the goal of extending one's lifespan. But this method had a flaw. If one's lifespan was extended, the other's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one's lifespan to the other. This true inheritance had also been taken away by the predecessors. The popularity of lifespan extension immortal methods could be seen from this. This is already the 6th true inheritance. Fang Yuan mumbled as he thought of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see at most 8 true inheritances, beyond this number, there would be a huge crisis. If he wanted to obtain the true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to be careful. After all, he only had 2 choices left, and he also had to guard against the possibility of the true inheritance being taken away by someone else. 13 days later, Fang Yuan encountered the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a wash basin, it was dazzling with white light and its aura was higher than ordinary true inheritances. Chapter 606. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Looking at the blazing white light lump, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. He quickly took out special Wu Gu and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and injected it into the big soul worm, watching it fly towards the true inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritance is superior to ordinary true inheritances, I want to see what is the difference. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. But something unexpected happened. The big soul worm and the true inheritance light lump got closer and closer, but Fang Yuan felt the connection between him and the big soul worm getting weaker and weaker. When the big soul worm was not even 300 steps away, its connection with Fang Yuan was completely cut off. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance following its previous trajectory, flying forward leisurely. And the big soul worm he released was motionless. It was not appropriate to say it was destroyed, but no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it quietly floated without any sound. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple, you need to be careful. In his mind, Mo Yao's will also lightly exclaimed, warning him. What is going on? Fang Yuan was curious, he rushed to the big soul worm and carefully approached it, inspecting it in detail. The great soul worm wasn't injured, but the will it imbued with had dissipated completely. The big soul worm was a rank 2 gu, after being refined by Fang Yuan, its wild will was expelled. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could move it like an extension of his body. But now, Fang Yuan's will, including the special will condensed from special will gu, had mysteriously disintegrated, not leaving a trace behind. The big soul worm had become a blank object, anyone could instantly refine it by injecting a trace of will. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not move it no matter what. The previous few times, Fang Yuan had used special will to probe the true inheritance, cleverly avoiding the true inheritance test. This method had been tried and tested many times. But to think that before he could even probe the unparalleled true inheritance, he fell into a trap. Just what was hidden in this unparalleled true inheritance, to be able to completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Oh, I remember. So it's him. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Soon after, she giggled. Kid, I should say that you're lucky. Or is it better to be unfortunate? There aren't many or few unparalleled inheritances, but you just had to encounter the most special one. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression calmed down. I've seen this legacy before, and it left a deep impression on me. I spent a lot of effort to get close to it. This is a rank 7 immortal gu personally refined by Giant Sun Immortal, called Human Chi Gu. The power was mysterious. It could even be said to be strange. Even I had to pay a great price to understand it back then, Mo Yao lamented. When Mo Yao was alive, she was a rank 7 gu immortal, a famous fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But to get close to this true inheritance, she had to pay a great price. Fang Yuan was now immortal, it was natural that he could not even get close to it. Human Chi Gu. Fang Yuan muttered this crucial name. He suddenly realized something, asking, is it related to the 3 Chi of immortal ascension? Kid, you guessed correctly. Mo Yao sighed, explaining, when a gu immortal becomes an immortal, they pay attention to the 3 Chi of heaven, earth, and man. During immortal ascension, to completely shatter the aperture and take in heaven and earth Chi. The more heaven and earth Chi they take in, the higher the gu immortal's achievements. But heaven and earth Chi cannot be absorbed endlessly, they must be equal to human Chi. And human Chi is the sum of a gu master's accumulation. The gu master's battle strength, the strength of their body, and the depth of their soul. Their familiarity with gu worms, their knowledge of heaven and earth, their awakening of their nature, as well as their luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, inspiration, and so on. They will all turn into human Chi during immortal ascension. The more gu master accumulates, the more human Chi they will have. The more human Chi they can absorb, the more heaven and earth Chi they can take in, and the higher the gu immortal's achievements. And this human Chi gu's effect is to absorb other people's human Chi, purify it, and use it on oneself during immortal ascension, greatly increasing the chances of becoming a gu immortal, and also deepening the gu immortal's foundation and potential. Mo Yao's words broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. He could not help but exclaim, there is actually such an immortal gu, such a wondrous idea. Amazing. In human history, gu immortals had always been extremely rare. Immortal ascension was difficult, often only 1 out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters could succeed. One of the most important points in immortal ascension was the Gu master's accumulation. Many Gu immortals did not have deep accumulations. During immortal ascension, they would gather very little human chi, but a lot of heaven and earth chi would come. This way, the balance would not be reached, the heaven and earth chi would suppress and swallow the human chi, eventually causing the Gu master to be assimilated by heaven and earth, dying. But if there was human chi immortal Gu, this difficulty could be resolved. Collecting other people's human chi, purifying it, and concentrating it on the crucial person, even if the accumulation was not enough, it was not a problem. One could say, with human chi immortal Gu, the chances of success in immortal ascension would be greatly increased, and the number of Gu immortals would increase. And increasing the number of Gu immortals would clearly increase the strength of a region. No doubt, this was a Gu worm that could change the situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, any super force would go crazy and rush over like a flock of ducks. However, human chi immortal Gu was too powerful, it was rank 7, even higher than the current spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mortal body could not endure the remnant power of human chi immortal Gu. His will had just approached the immortal Gu when it was devoured by the immortal Gu, purified into a trace of human chi and stored. If not for Mo Yao's information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark, not knowing the truth. Although human chi Gu is good, it is not suitable for me. Fang Yuan took a last look at the burning white light lump, sighing and shaking his head, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Human chi Gu's rank was too high, Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications to control it. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To Gu masters, Gu were tools. But human chi immortal Gu was too powerful, it was like an ice blade, compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a baby, before he could even get close, he was already injured by the cold air emitted by the ice blade. Most importantly, I cannot use human chi immortal Gu. If I want to advance to Gu immortal, I have to break through from immortal, I cannot control human chi Gu. If I become a Gu immortal, why would I need human chi Gu? To help others? Human chi immortal Gu. It was not suitable for the lone wolf Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fang Yuan created his own force. Flying leisurely in true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually understood, after a while of silence, he said, Mo Yao, I understand the danger you are talking about. He. Mo Yao laughed lightly, she was not surprised. When Gu masters enter true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come into contact with a true inheritance, or the longer they stay, the faster these true inheritances will fly. Thus, they urge Gu masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. In the end, the true inheritance will be as fast as a meteor. Gu masters simply cannot catch it. Because of this, the Gu master's life will be in danger. After pausing for a while, Mo Yao continued, and the danger to one's life comes from the true inheritance. You have seen the unparalleled true inheritance just now. Human chi immortal Gu, before you even get close, your will be turned into human chi. Think about it. When it crashes towards you like a meteor, and you can't dodge in time, what will happen? Fang Yuan snorted lightly. He could completely imagine this scene. If a mortal's body was hit by the blazing white light, be it the body, soul or will, they would probably be completely melted and turned into human chi. Like I said before. You are too weak, only at the mortal realm. For the ordinary true inheritances here, every test is a difficult one for you. Unparalleled inheritances are even more difficult. To tell you the truth, above unparalleled true inheritances, there is a higher level of inheritances. They are known as supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Supreme true inheritances? In the entire true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotions, as if she was immersed in the deepest part of her memories. To mortals, it is impossible to obtain these three supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of obtaining an unparalleled true inheritance is even harder than ascending to immortal. An imperial court-blessed land forbids Gu immortals from entering. This is also why even though 88-point Jianghu Tower has stood for so long, more than half of the 88 true inheritances are still here. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed with Mo Yao's words. It was extremely difficult to enter true inheritance secluded domain, and the chances were extremely slim. First, one had to be the victor of the imperial court contest, then one had to clear at least 10 floors of True Yang Tower, and finally, after entering, one had to pass the true inheritance test. That is to say, once every 10 years, among so many heroes of Northern Plains, only one could stand out and hold the owner token. Just holding the owner token was not enough, the victor also had to have a strong force around him, and could not lose too much in the imperial court contest. There had to be enough experts around him, and he had to be well-rounded, involving every path, only then could he have hope of clearing 10 floors of True Yang Tower. After entering True Inheritance secluded domain by luck, the True Inheritance test would send out another batch of people. The True Inheritance test was extremely difficult, even a reborn old monster like Fang Yuan almost failed, not to mention those people. What was even more abnormal was, even if they passed the True Inheritance test, would this True Inheritance coincidentally suit them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, having talent, temperament, and opportunities. Such people had high aspirations, they would naturally want to see more and choose more. Like this, when they could no longer stay in True Inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regrets. Perhaps, he might even die here. The flying speed of the True Inheritance is getting faster and faster, you still have one last chance. No matter what True Inheritance it is, quickly take it and leave. Not good, quickly leave. Mo Yao was advising, but his tone suddenly changed as he shouted. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a True Inheritance. It was the size of an adult, shining with 7-colored profound light as it flew towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it dragged out a long and dazzling flame tail. The light lump the size of a bowl was an ordinary True Inheritance. The light lump the size of a wash basin was an unparalleled True Inheritance. Then what was the light lump the size of an adult? In Fang Yuan's mind, lightning flashed, and 4 words appeared: Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 607. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his gaze shining brightly. He was still 1,000 steps away from the True Inheritance light lump, but Fang Yuan could already feel the surging aura of the True Inheritance. This was a feeling that ordinary True Inheritances and unparalleled True Inheritances did not have. Under the influence of this aura, thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind, countless thoughts appeared out of nowhere, and memories flashed in his mind. If it was during normal times, his mind would be like a deep pool. But at this moment, thoughts surged in his mind like a majestic waterfall, suddenly crashing into the deep pool. Thoughts surged, creating waves. This feeling was incomparably mystical, and Fang Yuan could not find the right words to describe it for a moment. The memories buried deep in his heart all came to life, the dust on the surface was blown away, and each and every one of them was vivid and lifelike, appearing in his mind with incomparable clarity. Large amounts of inspiration flashed in his mind, and many strange and wondrous ideas appeared out of nowhere in Fang Yuan's mind. Some of the difficulties that he had encountered during his cultivation were instantly overcome under the flashes of inspiration. Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily surged with an incomparably strong sense of self-confidence. This was an incomparably mystical feeling, as if he could control everything, as if he could solve all problems. This was a unique power, causing people to involuntarily be immersed in it. Lad, quickly wake up, I also know how intoxicating this feeling is. If you don't want to die, don't be immersed in it. Quickly look at yourself. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted. This voice reminded Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he immediately turned pale with fright. In just a short period of time, his body became weak and exhausted. Wrinkles appeared on his originally smooth forehead, and his originally strong and powerful arms were covered with a layer of old and withered feeling. He was becoming even thinner and weaker. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might still be immersed in this mystical feeling. And ignore the changes in his body. Could this Gu be? In Fang Yuan's mind, an incomparably shocking answer appeared. At the same time, he activated his movement Gu and rapidly retreated. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The peerless True Legacy did not chase after Fang Yuan, but flew in a straight line. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from him. With lingering fear in his heart, he watched as this supreme True Inheritance tore through the dark sky and flew far away. And this is just the aura of a supreme legacy, yet I almost lost myself in it and died on the spot. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed. He had connected the peerless True Inheritance of human Qi Gu. They couldn't even get close. As for supreme True Inheritances, it was even more difficult to reach. Putting aside getting close to it, if he were to get even a little closer, the aura that leaked out from it would nearly take his life. Just as Mo Yao had said, Fang Yuan in the mortal realm was too weak. Although the inheritance was good, he did not have the ability to bear it. It was like a bee gathering honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, it could drown the bees. This supreme inheritance's immortal Gu, don't tell me, it's that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke, he was almost 80% sure. But this answer was too shocking, he did not dare to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed, lad, you guessed right. Back then. I also did not dare to believe it, but the truth is right in front of you, you have no choice but to believe it. That's right, the immortal Gu in this supreme True Inheritance is the legendary rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could give the Gu master endless wisdom. But one had to use it. The price was extremely high. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Inguyue had offered their Middle Ages to it, thus obtaining its help. That is to say, one had to use Wisdom Gu. One had to expend their lifespan. Before Fang Yuan even got close to it, his lifespan was decreasing, wrinkles appeared on his body, his mortal body was aging rapidly in a short period of time. To Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true life reaper. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal obtained it back then, and what shocking method did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal thought of all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan, it must be because he used Wisdom Gu too much. Fang Yuan sighed. Mo Yao sighed, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal used Wisdom Gu, I'm afraid there was only one motive, that was to extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Gu was used, the shorter his lifespan became, he did not get the answer he wanted in the end. According to historical records, Giant Sun Immortal lived for over 8,000 years, but he still died in the end. 8,000 years old was already above average among rank 9 venerables. The one with the longest lifespan was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, he lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he was only 3,000 years old. The other venerables had an average lifespan of around 7,000 years. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there are 3 supreme True Inheritances. Tell me, what do the other 2 True Inheritances look like? I really want to see them. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao could hear something amiss in his tone, he quickly urged, lad, don't think blindly, you should take one of the ordinary True Inheritances and leave. You only have the 10-edge owner token, you can only take ordinary True Inheritances. Even if you pass the test of the Unparalleled True Inheritances, you won't be able to take them. Not to mention the supreme true inheritances, your frail little body can't even withstand their aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now that you say that, I want to see them even more. This is an extremely rare opportunity. If I miss it, I might not get another chance. Lad, are you crazy? Do you know, in just a short while, you lost at least 2 years of lifespan? If you continue to waste time like this, when the true inheritances fly away like meteors, not only will you not get anything, you might even die here. Mo Yao said anxiously. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop, but he was unmoved. He continued to wander, and when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, he circled far away, without the slightest intention of taking them away. When Mo Yao's will saw until here, he became anxious. You lunatic. My God, what on earth are you thinking in your head? Not taking such a great true inheritance, just for the sake of broadening your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what about me? What about the water pavilion? Even if I die, this will of yours naturally can't survive either. But don't worry, the water pavilion still has your will. You can very well wait for a fated person at the back, and then entrust this precious mission to him or her, Fang Yuan said slowly. Mo Yao urged again, but Fang Yuan was stubborn. He did as he pleased. He explored continuously, and several more days passed. The speed of the true inheritances became increasingly faster, and Fang Yuan was in danger again and again. Several times, his life was in danger, but he narrowly avoided it in the end. Mo Yao urged again and again, and was about to go crazy from anxiety. Lad, I give in to you. I give it to you. You're really one-track minded. Alright, don't stay any longer, I will tell you what the other 2 supreme inheritances are. The first is the luck path inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal created this path because he relied on his luck path attainment to dominate the world. Invincible in the world. The second is the control rights of 88-point Jianghu Tower. This tower was created by the combined efforts of Giant Sun Immortal and Longhair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. With it, there will be an endless supply of goo cultivation resources. She was truly anxious. Normally, even if Fang Yuan asked about such insider information, she might not have the mood to answer him. But now, she directly revealed it, afraid that Fang Yuan would act foolishly again. But what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Fang Yuan chuckled, as if he did not hear anything, and continued to fly. A few days later, the true inheritances were already as fast as birds. It was easy for Fang Yuan to dodge 1 or 2 of them. But the true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking. True inheritances of all sizes flew in the narrow space, each dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were of all colors, almost forming a sparse net of light. Fang Yuan could only survive in the cracks. At this stage, Fang Yuan was fully concentrated, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid of a careless mistake that would lead to the tragedy of his death. It's almost time to go, at this moment. You can't even take away an ordinary true inheritance. As long as you stay at the same spot, the danger will increase along with your breathing. Sigh, you actually acted up at such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was tired of persuading, and had no strength left. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright. He suddenly asked, Say, is it possible that when the 2 true inheritances collide, I will benefit from it? Mo Yao heard this and was stunned. But immediately, she screamed, You idiot, you idiot. Would the great Giant Sun Immortal make such an obvious mistake? So that's what you were thinking. I overestimated you. I overestimated you. You're too smart for your own good. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to take advantage of? You're too naive, you're too naive. Oh, so it's just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression calm, and continued to explore. Actually, he already knew this, and purposely said this to provoke Mo Yao. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die? Mo Yao was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan's provocation. Whether I die or not is my business, it's none of your business. You're already dead, what's a dead person shouting here for? Fang Yuan mocked lightly, his expression calm, as if the one in deep danger was not him. Damn it! Bastard! Idiot! Mo Yao's anger seemed to have been ignited, he cursed endlessly. Bam! Right at this time, there was an explosion 10,000 steps away. Fang Yuan followed the sound and saw that the two true inheritances collided, before they bounced off and flew in different directions. Fang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his nonsense would actually cause the clash of true inheritances to occur. Especially one of the true inheritances, it seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also stunned. How is this possible? Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing. She no longer had the demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. When I explored this place back then, why didn't I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes widened as she realized, so that's it. That is a luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I risked my life to create a crack, wanting to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo inside, but it flew away. I could only use a portion of the inheritance and settle for the next best thing, to refine calamity beckoning goo. This supreme true inheritance was cracked by Mo Yao. It was already incomplete, thus it did not follow the rules and collided with the other true inheritances. Bam! Another collision. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. This collision seemed to have knocked out a goo from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stunned. What do you think that is? Mo Yao was also stunned. He shouted, that is a luck path goo worm, what are you waiting for? Quickly go and take it. Fang Yuan was hesitant. If I take this goo worm, will I face the luck path true inheritance's test? The luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan could not endure its test. Bullshit test. The collision caused the crack in the true inheritance light lump to become larger. It was disintegrating. Quickly take it and leave. If you don't leave, you will die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled. He dodged left and right, getting close with difficulty and grabbing this luck path goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, but not an immortal goo. Lad, why are you still not leaving? Mo Yao shouted. Huh, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave. He stayed in true inheritance secluded domain and looked around. Looking at the time, it should be about time. He muttered. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan scattered a bunch of goo worms, activating them together and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong suction force, absorbing a portion of the true inheritance's light into the whirlpool. After a few breaths of time, the whirlpool paused and collapsed, revealing a door. That's right. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. At the next moment. Chapter 608. In front of them was a beautiful white jade hall. 4 huge pillars supported the dome. On the ground, the light could illuminate one's figure. Be it the walls, pillars, or the ceiling, they were all constructed from white jade stones that were as white as snow. In the center of the hall, there was a small platform with 23 steps. On the platform, there was a bronze divine bird statue. The divine bird raised its head, wanting to soar into the sky, but countless black chains, each as thick as an ancient tree, clung onto the divine bird's body, tightly coiling around its slender neck, coiling around its slender legs, and even piercing through its feathers cruelly, latching onto its body. The divine bird's eyes squinted into the shape of a blade, it frowned and opened its mouth, as if screaming in anger. Its expression was captivating, every detail was vivid and lifelike, its entire body overflowed with an unyielding spirit, giving people a deep impression with just one look. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the huge bronze divine bird statue that occupied his entire field of vision. 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his black eyes. This. The shock brought by the change made Mo Yao tongue-tied. She swallowed her saliva, pointing with her finger as she exclaimed, "This is Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." "Ah, what's so strange about that?" Fang Yuan's lips curled up, smiling lightly. "Imperial Court Blessed Land has a land spirit to begin with, otherwise, it would not have acknowledged Giant Sun Immortal back then, and acknowledged him as its owner. The land spirit is formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power of the blessed land. To get rid of the land spirit, one has to deal with the entire blessed land. The death of the land spirit means the blessed land is destroyed. Conversely, the blessed land is destroyed. It also means the death of the land spirit. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land is here, the land spirit is definitely alive." These words caused Mo Yao to scold in pain. "Rascal! How can I not understand such a simple logic?" Mo Yao had spent a lot of effort researching 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover Bo Qing, attempting to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. In the end, although she successfully entered the true inheritance secluded domain, she was not able to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He could only settle for the next best thing, using the contents of the inheritance and his refinement Grandmaster Foundation to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. Because of this, she knew the value of the royal court's land spirit very clearly. Back then, the giant Sun Immortal had yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. In the competition for the inheritance rights of Royal Court Blessed Land, he succeeded and became the owner of Royal Court Blessed Land. When he reaches the 9th transformation and becomes invincible in the world, he will have a better longevity. Grotto Heaven, Imperial Court Blessed Land will become one of the above-ground palaces of Giant Sun Immortal. The Giant Sun Immortal set up the 88-point Jinyang Tower. He placed it in Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. To plot for the 88-point Jinyang Tower, one had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Royal Court Blessed Land was equivalent to a layer of turtle shell protecting 88-point Jinyang Tower. After the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal, this layer of turtle shell had always been displaying its great effect, preventing Gu Immortals from entering. But among them, there was a huge loophole that almost any Gu Immortal could understand. That was the existence of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. This loophole. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, it did not exist. Because Giant Sun was the owner of the land spirit, whatever he wanted the land spirit to do, the land spirit would obey unconditionally. But after Giant Sun Immortal died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as the land spirit recognized them as its owner, no matter who it was, they could become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would control the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this relationship after thinking about it for a bit. When Mo Yao was alive, when she researched 88-point Jinyang Tower, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort researching this. But in the end, she gained nothing. In this aspect, all the hard work she put in was for naught. What kind of person was Giant Sun Immortal? How could he not know of this loophole? He dealt with it extremely well, sealing the land spirit and hiding it deeply. When Mo Yao explored it, she did not even see a strand of hair of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden in true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritance reaches a certain level will a loophole appear and the door to this place can be opened. Mo Yao was extremely shocked. At this moment, she had already figured it out. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. This kid, I underestimated him too much. What is his origin? He actually knows the way to enter this place. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance had greatly surprised her, it far surpassed her imagination. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan copying the images of the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent Gu Immortals could research so thoroughly was because of Mo Yao's research. Mo Yao was a Grand Refinement Path Grandmaster. she wholeheartedly researched 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover and entered alone. After her death, she left behind precious research materials that were controlled by Spirit Affinity House. After 10,000 years, generations of Spirit Affinity House's geniuses continued to deepen their research. At the same time, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was also eroded by time. The more loopholes there were, the easier it was to use them. But Spirit Affinity House knew that it was not possible for a super force like them to take over a fat piece of meat like 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly cooperated with several Central Continent ancient sects, plotting for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead and held the most important research materials. Afterwards, when Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked in large numbers, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Black Moon. Slowly walking up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the bronze divine bird's feet. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. But it was firmly sealed by Giant Sun Immortal and could not move. From over 100,000 years ago, after a long time, it had stood there until now. As he got closer, Mo Yao discovered something. Kid, it will be difficult to realize your plan this time. The green mud on this Frost Jade Peacock's body is formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison Gu. The black chains coiling around its body are formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Web Gu, Ugh. Saying so, Mo Yao suddenly thought of something, his words stopped abruptly. At once. In Fang Yuan's mind, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because she suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu and Earth Web Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu, they were one rank higher than Gruel Mud. But they were expendable Gu, they would dissipate after one use. The power of the 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to imprison the land spirit, but after 100,000 years of cleansing. This power had already weakened a lot. And Gruel Mud was precisely restraining this power. It seems you have already thought of it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, taking out Immortal Gu Gruel Mud from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expendable Gu, it was easy to use and did not require any immortal essence. It only needed to be pinched lightly. Fang Yuan pinched lightly and crushed it. The Gu worm broke apart, revealing a liquid-like brownish-green radiance. The radiance followed Fang Yuan's intention, flying up leisurely and merging into the divine bird statue's body. During the whole process, Mo Yao stared blankly at it. He was speechless. After the radiance completely merged into the statue, there was a slight vibration. This vibration was so slight that it felt like an illusion. But soon, this vibration became stronger and stronger. The entire divine bird statue started to shake. The green mud that covered the divine bird's body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. And as the black chains shook and collided with each other, continuous dull sounds could be heard. Success. Success. Don't tell me, after 100,000 years, the power of the 2 Immortal Gu is almost gone? Mo Yao muttered to himself, his expression was extremely complex, there was disbelief, joy, doubt, denial, but next, the vibration became weaker and weaker. The divine bird statue soon quieted down, the black chains no longer collided, the whole white jade hall became peaceful again. Mo Yao was greatly disappointed, he could not help but sigh, I failed in the end. I was still a rank away, this arrangement was made by an immortal venerable after all. He. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed lightly, Mo Yao, why don't you take a look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao probed with his mind, he immediately said in shock, the green mud on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. Right, this is the true effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. I was too focused on this, I lost my sense of propriety and did not think of this. Laughable, laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed, her expression was completely restrained. She once again displayed the demeanor of a legendary Gu Immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Actually, she had no choice but to lose her composure. When she was alive, she had paid a heavy price for Imperial Court blessed land and 88-point Jianghu Tower. Now, although the power of Earth Prison Gu and Earth Web Gu had been mostly washed away by time, there was still a portion left. Although Immortal Gu Gruel Mud countered them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to dissolve the remaining power. But don't forget, there was still the land spirit. The vibration earlier originated from the land spirit. It was because of it that most of the Immortal Gu's power was used to suppress it, allowing the power of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud to enter. The green mud gradually melted, turning into mud that fell on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was very conspicuous on the snow-white floor. Drop by drop, it soon fell on the ground. Frost Jade Peacock's head was freed, but when it reached its neck, the speed of melting was greatly reduced. Evidently, the remaining power of Earth Firm and Earth Web Gu had reacted and resisted Gruel Mud, causing its efficiency to fall greatly. It is exactly the same as the scenes in my previous life. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Frost Jade Peacock. "O Imperial Court Land Spirit, look at your feet, I was the one who saved you. After being sealed for over 100,000 years, how does it feel to breathe again? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will let you regain your freedom." Frost Jade Peacock's furious expression was still fixed on its face, but after hearing Fang Yuan's words, it arrogantly sneered, "I am one with the blessed land, everything that happened in the blessed land for over 100,000 years is reflected in my heart. If you want to become my new master, you have to agree to a condition." Over 100,000 years ago, Giant Sun Immortal fulfilled the land spirit's condition and became the owner of Imperial Court blessed land. Today, Fang Yuan was also facing the same condition. At this point, the scenes in his previous life no longer had any value. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he asked. Chapter 609. "No, don't leave me behind, save me, benefactor." His voice reverberated in Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Huff huff, he was panting heavily, his body was covered in sticky sweat, he felt very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert showed an aged appearance that matched his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's breathing became softer and softer, his tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he fell into a deathly silence, as if he was in a daze. His eyes revealed an extremely deep sense of exhaustion. Ever since he failed to pass the round, for a moment of selfishness, he ignored Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, causing them to sacrifice their lives. Tai Bai Yunsheng had fallen into deep self-blame and guilt. Almost every night, he would have nightmares with similar content. In the nightmares, blood splattered everywhere, a foul stench filled the air, all kinds of ugly blood fiends bared their fangs and claws, and he was deeply surrounded, facing Zhu Zai and Gao Yang's pleas again. They called him benefactor, begging him to save them. But every time, even if Tai Bai Yunsheng's aperture was filled with primeval essence, he would not be able to move and watch as Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were surrounded by blood fiends, then devoured their flesh and blood, until only their pale white skeletons were left. During the entire process, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang kept pleading for help, sometimes pleading, sometimes defending, sometimes scolding, sometimes mocking. Finally, when they turned into snow-white skeletons, lying in a pool of blood, only their skulls were left. They were still saying, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and benevolent, he will definitely not give up on us. Yes. I also believe in him. Even if I die, I still believe." Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain, grief, helplessness, regret. Especially at the final juncture, he would weakly kneel on the ground in the dream, letting blood stain his white hair as he cried bitterly. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such an experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he reevaluated himself, it was a severe denial. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he even felt like he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only one who had a sleepless night. It was already late at night. The night of the imperial court blessed land shone brightly. It spread throughout this part of the world. He Lulan leaned against the window and looked into the distance. The 88-point Jinyang Tower at the top of the Holy Palace was still forming a new floor. The dazzling haze swayed in the air, looking magnificent. Damn it! The owner's token was actually lost. What the hell is going on? He thought back to the scene when he was trying to break through the barrier during the day. He Lulan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with an ominous glint as if he wanted to devour someone. Throughout history, there had never been a case where a new house master had lost his house master token, but this had happened to He Lulan. Whatever. Without the owner token, so what if he could not use the killer move Grey Meltdown? There was no difficulty. None of them can stop me from obtaining the strength path Immortal Gu. Nyangqin, in the underworld. Watch me take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was strolling in the courtyard of the Holy Palace. His expression was not good, his face was solemn. In the flower garden, jade springs, stone bridges, and flowers bloomed like spring. Such a beautiful scenery, but he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Just as he left the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was vexed over the matter of subduing the imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yaozwill laughed continuously, to think that the condition for imperial court blessed land to recognize a master is actually like this. Kid, with your gloomy personality, it won't be easy for you to find a woman who truly loves you, and for her to truly love you. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan faced the imperial court land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, he was told the condition to become the lord of the imperial court, true love. To make Frost Jade Peacock willingly recognize a master and be obedient, what was needed was not a person, but a Gu master couple who truly loved each other. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal to meet this condition. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just asking Fang Yuan to truly love a woman was almost impossible. If it was my previous life, I could achieve this. But in this life. Fang Yuan paced around, walking to the stone bridge and stopping. He held the railing of the bridge and gazed at the jade lake under the bridge, sneering continuously. The lake was like a mirror, shining brightly like silver under the night light. The night invasion of 88-point Jinyang Tower, a hair-raising action, came to an abrupt end. Right now, he was in the tranquil and peaceful sacred palace, a huge contrast from the danger lurking everywhere before, making him feel like he was in a dream. Life is like a dream, morning dew and sunset flowers, like bubbles. Fang Yuan muttered, absent-minded for a moment. A light wind blew, causing ripples to form on the small lake. Within the ripples, a silvery figure appeared, and in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze, a woman's figure appeared. That was the woman buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he met her when he was at his lowest. Life's encounters were so wonderful, but fate's teasing was so cruel and merciless. If we truly love each other, why would I think of her? Fang Yuan's fingers that were holding the railing couldn't help but slightly tighten. He suddenly frowned, and his gaze became as cold as ice. The woman's figure quietly disappeared, and in front of him was still that sparkling silvery lake. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not optimistic. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. It was very arrogant, but it recognized true love. It was almost impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he couldn't subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower would be for naught, coming to an abrupt end. No wonder in my previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Gu immortals have deep secrets, they have extreme personalities, and it is even harder for them to truly love each other than mortals. After using gruel mud, although the melting is slow, the seal on the land spirit is weakening continuously. The land spirit has been sealed for over 100,000 years, it is filled with anger and hatred, and yearns for freedom. It will definitely break free from the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still sleeping, as long as the seal is dissolved to a certain extent, or if the land spirit resists and struggles, it will eventually awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal's will. When an immortal venerable is angry, blood will flow and all living beings will mourn. But the land spirit has the home field advantage. As long as the blessed land is not destroyed, it will have endless strength. The conflict between the two was even more terrifying than a fight between immortals. At that time, the ones to suffer would be Feng Yuan and the other mortals. Especially Feng Yuan, who was the culprit behind the release of the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would definitely meet with a tragic end. Feng Yuan's original plan was like this. The first step was to go to northern plains and infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. He had achieved this step. Cleverly using his previous life's memories, he killed Wolf King Chang Shan, who was on his last breath, and then took his place, becoming a higher-up of He tribe. Finally, he would hide in the Alliance army and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower and obtain enough benefits. Then, using the image of the Central Continent Gu immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land without waking up the immortal venerable's will. The third step was to not rush to attack 88-point Jianghu Tower after becoming the owner of Imperial Court. He would hide behind the scenes and let things develop. 88-point Jianghu Tower had the immortal venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the holy land that all Gu masters in Northern Plains yearned for. It could not be tarnished or touched. Once the situation was discovered, Feng Yuan would be hunted down by the whole of Northern Plains. With such a terrifying force, even if Feng Yuan escaped to other places, it would be of no use. And there would not be any super force that would protect him against all the forces in Northern Plains. Unless the Five Regions War, when they could not even fend for themselves and suffered heavy losses, this situation would be exposed, and Feng Yuan would have a chance to survive. After becoming the owner of the land spirit, Feng Yuan would order the land spirit to stay in the White Jade Hall and cooperate with the operation of 88-point Jianghu Tower. This way, everything would be smooth sailing. First, he could use the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land to deal with Gu Immortal Tai by Yunsheng. This way, his chances of success would increase greatly. No matter the result, Feng Yuan was already in an invincible position. Even if he failed to snatch the immortal Gu landscape as before, with the land spirit's protection, Feng Yuan would not have to worry about his life. Second, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to freely travel between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covetously eyed by the Super Force Crane Gate, and every once in a while, there would be earthly calamities. It was at the center of the storm and was not an ideal place to cultivate. Feng Yuan became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his outpost, and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his main base. He could cultivate while contending with Crane Gate to obtain the greatest benefits. If things did not go well, he could abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an immortal venerable's arrangements. Wisdom Path Gu immortals would have difficulty in making deductions. And with Feng Yuan's ability to fix the loopholes in the future and secretly take charge of it, it was much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Third, Feng Yuan had a treasure land. Every time Truyang Building opened, he could enter and subdue immortal Gu and other precious cultivation resources, no longer needing to take risks. When the time came, he could use his previous life's fortuitous encounter to subdue Blood Path Gu worms and advance to a Blood Path Gu immortal. It was stable and safe. But plans were beautiful, while reality was incomplete. Feng Yuan tried his best, but was stuck at the most crucial second step. If he could not become the owner of the land spirit, he would not be able to borrow its strength. A mere mortal could not accomplish anything. Now that the situation was worsening, Giant Sun's will would definitely awaken. If Feng Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole bottom goo to connect to Hu Immortal blessed land. But he could not take away these immortal goo. And even if he obtained landscape as before immortal goo, how could he safely return to Hu Immortal blessed land? Without the land spirit's help, as immortal, Feng Yuan could not do this. The only thing I can do now is to think of a way to convince the land spirit. If I stand on its side and deal with Giant Sun's will together, I might be able to make use of some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 610. Half a month later. 88-point Jianghu Tower. Wind scythe birds were densely packed, countless of them covered the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords and their curved wings were like scythes. They flew extremely quickly, leaving afterimages in the air as they charged forward without fear of death. Kill, kill, kill. He Lulan shouted, black smoke surged around his body as countless black tentacles shot out, capturing and devouring the surrounding wind scythe birds. The intense battle had already lasted for an hour. The Alliance army and wind scythe birds were fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The ground was covered in bird corpses, and similarly, there were large numbers of dead goo masters. Ah! He Lulan roared, his eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed a claw as dark undercurrents appeared out of nowhere and rotated in the air before gathering at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents gathered into a black ball of light in He Lulan's right claw like rivers returning to the sea. The ball of light was dark and unfathomable, it rotated rapidly and actually let out a thunderous roar. Go! He Lulan suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger as he shouted, gathering all the strength in his body as he raised his right claw towards the sky. He grabbed the ball of black light like it was a heavy object. His movements were slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the ball of light slowly flew into the sky. In the air, it expanded rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. At once, the black ball of light occupied half of the sky above the Alliance army. Countless wind scythe birds were enveloped by it. Soon after, they were corroded, not even bones were left. The entire process was silent. It was strange and tyrannical, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex lasted for 6 breaths of time, killing tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. There were too many wind scythe birds, and they were all gathered in the sky above the Alliance army, thus the number of deaths was shocking. After the Dark Vortex disappeared, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the surrounding wind scythe birds filled in like water. In the sky above the entire Goo Master Alliance army. It was once again occupied by the wind scythe birds. This was the 25th stage on the 68th floor of the 88-point Jianghu Tower. There were simply too many wind scythe birds, including a large number of bird kings. Their offensive power was too great. Based on everyone's previous experience, it wasn't hard to guess that there had to be some sort of trick to clear this stage. However, He Lulan directly charged forward and mobilized all the strength he could muster. Directly flattened them. This attracted the crazy retaliation of the wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha, kill all these damned birds. Yi Luisang laughed loudly. He Lulan's outburst had triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe and He tribe were equally famous, both were super forces with Goo immortals guarding them. Yi Luisang and He Lulan had the same status, they were both the leaders of this generation's super forces. Now, he saw He Lulan use her killer move. After killing a large number of wind scythe birds, he naturally did not want to be outdone. Look at my newly researched killer move, Flame Demon. Yi Luisang shouted, his sleeves fluttering as his primeval essence burst out, activating the goo worm in his hand. Tang! His whole body burst into flames, the flames soared to the sky. The surrounding goo masters were forced away. Within a radius of several hundred steps, he was the only one left. His body shook, the raging flames on his body split into a portion, forming a 10-meter-tall Vajra made of flames. The flame Vajra had an ugly appearance, sharp teeth, strange horns, and bulging muscles. It was a flame demon. The flame demon soared to the sky, rampaging in the sky. Any wind-scythe birds that came into contact with it would be ignited, causing the birds to scream in pain. Along the way, the flames soared to the sky, forming a line. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were instantly roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of many bird groups, reducing a lot of pressure on the goo master army on the ground. What flame demon, it's nothing much. Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, feeling proud. Yi Luisang also laughed loudly, "Hey tribe leader, look again." Saying so, his whole body shook, shaking off the flames and forming into flame demons. He Lulan's expression changed. Not only him, even Fang Yuan's gaze tightened in the army. The flame demon's power was astonishing, and there was actually more than one. 88-point Jinyang Tower brought opportunities. Not only did Fang Yuan, He Lulan and others improve, the other goo masters also had great gains. When 6 flame demons joined the battle, the flames on Yi Luisang's body were completely shaken off. 6 flame demons, fortunately. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression also eased slightly. Yi Luisang was talented, this killer move had great power, but that was it. At best, it could only be compared to the dark vortex. The flame demons continued to wreak havoc for an hour, their power becoming weaker and weaker, until they were finally annihilated among the wind-scythe birds. But soon, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yan Fei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked one after another, using killer moves. The powerful battle strength of rank 5 goo masters changed the battle situation, tilting the scales of victory towards the alliance army. Finally, they successfully passed the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a joint petition, requesting to stop the advance. They are worried that their casualties are too high and need to recuperate. Before He Lulan could carefully look at this round, his trusted aide He Shu came to report. He Lulan immediately frowned, shouting, "Such small casualties and they are complaining. A bunch of good-for-nothings, incompetent cowards. Reject this petition and tell them that they need to advance. Whoever dares to retreat and escape the Alliance army will have their 9 clans killed without mercy." As he said this, he snatched the joint letter from the patriarch and tore it into pieces in a few swift moves. Continue advancing. Charge forward. He Lulan waved his arm, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88-point Jinyang Tower would give off strange vibrations every once in a while. Together with the mysterious loss of the owner token, He Lulan felt that the situation was not simple. His sharp intuition told him that something terrible had happened. To prevent any problems from happening, he had to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Goo as soon as possible. After advancing to a Strength Path Goo Immortal, he would have the strength to control the changing situation. This time, they attacked all the way to the 28th round. He Lulan saw that everyone could not hold on any longer, the casualties were huge and they needed to recuperate, he could only reluctantly retreat. In the room, Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. He looked at the East Window Goo in his hand. These East Window Goo recorded the cultivation insights of Goo masters of the past. Most of them were time path insights. These were the rewards from clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Don't tell me this is fate's arrangement, I have to advance to a Goo Immortal? Tai Bai Yunsheng had failed in his search for lifespan Gu and expended all his wealth. He could only become an external elder of He tribe. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage. He had a keen sense of time. He had sensed that he did not have much time left. Advancing to Gu Immortal could raise the quality of a Gu master's life, but it could not increase their lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was special. His time path inheritance. It had an extraordinary origin. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. This inheritance had 3 cores: river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance content had already been deduced, when becoming an immortal. Using the supreme opportunity of heaven and earth resonance, man as before Gu could become an immortal Gu. Mortal man as before. It could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before, but it could be used on oneself. If I had man as before immortal Gu, I could use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not spring-autumn cicada. It cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart clenched. Intense guilt and remorse assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan stood at the top of the tower, looking towards He tribe's direction. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated all along, giving him a new and unique vision. This rank 5 mortal Gu was his only unexpected gain in true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggested, could inspect luck. This was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, He tribe's area had countless smoke-like luck. Among them, there were 2 that were extremely thick, standing out like a crane among chickens. Even palaces and houses could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was grand like a giant pillar, the color of blue clouds, extending for a long time. The other came from Tai Bai Yunsheng. His luck was like a burning cloud at dusk, the red light shining brightly, accumulating in the sky above his house, giving people a feeling of burning flames. These two's luck are flourishing, but there is a difference. He Lulan's luck gives people a feeling of permanence. Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck is like a pile of firewood, burning intensely at the final moment. These days, I have been manipulating in the dark and obtained a lot of time path insights, giving them to Tai Bai Yunsheng as a reward. Every time he gets a reward, the fire cloud luck above his head will become brighter and brighter. His chances of becoming an immortal will increase by a bit. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, sighing inwardly at the mysteriousness of luck path. But he had only obtained 1 luck inspection Gu. He did not know the contents of the other inheritances. It was like opening a new window. Facing this new path, he could only slowly explore it. Next, he used luck inspection Gu to look at himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in pitch-black luck. This luck formed a huge coffin shape, covering his entire body, emitting dense death energy and ominous aura. Even though Fang Yuan had inspected it many times, every time he saw this, his heart would sink. My luck does not look good. But these days, I have been persuading the imperial court land spirit, but there is no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. He only wants to break through the obstruction and regain his freedom. Truyang building has already trembled 38 times, there will be a moment when giant suns will awaken. Fang Yuan gasped. He saw a group of Gu masters far away, each covered in a small black coffin luck, walking towards He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while and understood why these people were leaving. Chapter 6:11. Old Sir Tai Bai, please seek justice for us. I beg old Sir to plead for mercy for us. Our tribe, the old, the weak, the women and the children, the future of our tribe is in Lord's hands. In the house, a group of Gu masters knelt on the ground. They were either sobbing or had a sorrowful expression. They were all pleading for Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. These Gu masters had extraordinary statuses. They were all tribe leaders. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, these tribes were all mid-sized or small to mid-sized. In the process of attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower, they suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, they might face the danger of being exterminated. Several times earlier, they had submitted petitions to retreat, but He Lulan had rejected them harshly. Survival first. He Lulan's militaristic behavior had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and mid-sized tribes. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to look for He Lulan directly. They discussed for a while and came together to seek Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the #1 healing master of the current generation in Northern Plains. He was publicly recognized as a merciful person. His reputation was #1 in the hearts of Northern Plains mortals. Now, he had also become He tribe's external elder, and was highly regarded by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunsheng's help, they might be able to give their tribe a precious chance to rest and recuperate. All of you stand up and talk. Tai Bai Yunsheng advised. Old Lord, if you don't agree, we won't stand up. Come and see my people, and you will understand our pain and sorrow. Our casualties are too heavy. The women lost their husbands. The children have lost their parents, the elderly have lost their children. Old sir. Please persuade Lord He Lulan. If this goes on, our tribe will be exterminated. Humph, we did not die in the imperial court contest, but perished in imperial court blessed land. If news of this spreads, where will He tribe's reputation go? How ironic would this be? The tribe leaders spoke one after another. His attitude was firm, and he refused to get up. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a long sigh. He had long been dissatisfied with He Lulan's methods. They could obviously take it slow, so why did they act so hastily? He really couldn't bear to cause such heavy casualties. In Tai Bai Yunsheng's opinion, losing the OP token in the second stage must have triggered He Lulan. There was another reason. Even He tribe's supreme elders were urging him. Under the pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to try her best. Servants, serve tea to the patriarchs. Tai Bai Yunsheng summoned his servants. Then, he turned around and comforted the other patriarchs. I will go over and persuade Patriarch He Lulan. I will do my best. Sir. You're such a kind person. It's our clan's fortune to have the old mister's help. Sir, this is our joint letter, we will wait for Lord's good news. All the patriarchs were deeply grateful. Tai Bai Yunsheng took the book and kept it in his bosom. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the main hall. He went to see He Lulan. He Lulan was not handling matters in the main hall, but was relaxing in the garden at the back. Tai Bai Yunsheng rushed over and saw He Lulan. The latter was playing chess in the pavilion at the center of the lake. He Lulan heard his intentions and rejected him sternly at first, but after Tai Bai Yunsheng persuaded her with kind words, He Lulan gradually relaxed. How about this? I can let these tribes rest for now, but they have to lend out all their goo worms. My army is attacking, we cannot let their battle strength fall because of their absence. Lend 1 goo worm, exempt 1 quota. Lend rank 2 goo worms, exempt rank 2 goo masters. Lend rank 3 goo worms, exempt rank 3 goo masters, so on and so forth. Tribe leader is wise and benevolent. I will first thank tribe leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunsheng knew when to stop, and after returning, he informed the patriarchs of this news. The patriarchs looked at each other and finally accepted this condition. Goo worms were the foundation of a goo master. Loaned goo worms were easily damaged, but it was better than losing their lives. The loss of members of these tribes was too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner army to go to the residences of all the tribes and collect their goo worms. He also sent Tai Bai Yunsheng to hold the line and deal with the relevant matters. After 3 days, the matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunsheng came back to report that He Lulan had invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan repeatedly toasted, Sir, please drink to your heart's content. Fortunately, Sir has joined our tribe. We were able to reduce the casualties of our army. Sir, you have saved countless lives, your merit is immeasurable. I don't dare, it's just that man proposes and heaven disposes, longevity heaven is above, I will do my best. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed an ashamed expression as he toasted back. He Lulan's praise made him think of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In fact, after returning from the Blood Path Hall, every word of praise he heard was like a form of mockery, lashing at his soul. But today, he dealt with this matter and eased the conflict between the small and medium tribes and He tribe. In a sense, he saved many Gu masters' lives. This made him feel slightly better. In the name of longevity heaven, I will do my best. He Lulan drained the wine in one gulp, putting down the wine cup as he muttered, sighing, Old Sir's words are very good, very well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the future is mysterious and unpredictable, as mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai, you will do your best, so I, He Lulan, will also do my best. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and felt He Lulan's words had a hidden meaning, so he asked, Lord Tribe Leader, why do you say this? He Lulan laughed and was about to speak when He Shu came in from outside to report. He was covered in blood and had a respectful expression as he approached He Lulan, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Black Banner Troop did not disappoint you, we have dealt with it properly. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw killing intent lingering around his body and had a bad feeling, he quickly asked, what dealt with it properly? He Shu. What did you guys deal with? He Shu did not answer, only raising his eyebrows and glancing at Tai Bai Yunsheng. His gaze revealed disdain towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate way of doing things. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. Like you said before, do your best. You are doing your best. I am also doing my best. I am doing my best to break through the checkpoint and complete the Grand Elder's mission as soon as possible. Tell me, these people deserted in the face of danger, what crime should they be punished for? They relied on me to come here and develop. Taking advantage when there are benefits, hiding when there are disadvantages, is there such a cheap thing in this world? Humph. If everyone learned from them, would my great army still exist? Would there still be people following me to break through the checkpoint? He Lulan said this. Her tone was strict and her eyes revealed a vicious glint. With these words, it was obvious what punishment would be. He Lulan, you. Tai Bai Yunsheng jumped and stood up. He glared at He Lulan, his face revealing shock and anger. There was even hatred. How dare you? He Shu was displeased and was about to attack, but was stopped by He Lulan's hand. Elder Tai Bai, don't forget your current status. He Lulan restrained her fierce gaze and calmly poured a cup of wine. Tai Bai Yunsheng's fists were tightly clenched, his whole body was shivering from anger. He stared fixedly at He Lulan. He wanted to curse but was unable to do so. He Lulan chuckled, personally pouring wine for Tai Bai Yunsheng, Old Sir, sit down, this is such a beautiful scene. This is such a beautiful scene, we cannot waste good wine and good food. Screw your good wine and good food. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his sleeves furiously. With a bang, the wine cup fell to the ground. He Lulan was not offended, she pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed, Elder Tai Bai, this is your celebratory feast. Without you, how could they trust us and lend out their goo worms? Without goo worms, my Black Banner army was able to easily suppress them in a few moves. We have to thank you for all of this. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard these words and felt like thunder had struck his heart, he took 3 steps back and his face turned extremely pale. He Lulan, you are truly a despicable scoundrel. Despicable? How can you say such naive words? Elder Tai Bai, you were once a young tribe leader, you have lived for so many years, how can you not see the ways of the world? The so-called politics has always been dirty. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to retort, but could not find any words to retort. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeves, walking out of the hall without looking back. Lord Tribe Leader, should we send people to monitor Tai Bai Yunsheng? He Shu asked. He Lulan raised his cup and drank wine, his expression was indifferent without a trace of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back and sneered, Tai Bai Yunsheng is merely a healing gu master, what is there to be afraid of? His reputation? With just this one matter, who would dare to trust him? Good deeds do not leave the door, but evil deeds travel 1,000 miles. He Shu heard this and his heart shook. Those who hold high positions are truly unfathomable in their schemes. He could see that He Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, to suppress the small and mid-sized tribes and make an example out of them. Second, to teach Tai Bai Yunsheng a lesson and make him understand his status. Third, to weaken Tai Bai Yunsheng's reputation and stabilize his ruling position. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. The massacre had already ended, but in order to intimidate others, He Lulan did not order his subordinates to clean up the scene. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked around, his face was pale and his heart was shaking. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there strong men, there were also old and weak women and children. Some of them had died with their eyes wide open, some had their hands and feet cut off, some were cut in half at the waist. It was a horrible sight. Some had messy clothes, their expressions twisted in pain. It was obvious that they had suffered inhuman humiliation before they died. All of this, it's all my fault, if I didn't believe in He Lulan, if I didn't mediate. I was too stupid, I was too naive. I actually didn't see through He Lulan's sinister intentions. These people, they all died because they trusted me. Tai Bai Yunsheng's whole body trembled, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the corpses all over the ground formed a tragic scene, causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was stooped, and his white beard swayed slightly in the breeze. His deep wrinkles, lifeless eyes, and tightly clenched fists were silently expressing the sorrow, anger, regret, and self-blame in the depths of his heart. Plop. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, his hand supporting the ground. The pool of blood on the ground had stained his hands, knees, and trouser legs bright red. I'm sorry. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried bitterly. For a moment, tears flowed down his old face. This is a good person, even though there is darkness in his heart. But there is a great fear between life and death. In the face of death, how can a normal person not lose his composure? In the distance, in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been watching quietly. He had seen everything happen. It turned out that the Black Coffin's fate represented a serious fatal disaster. The annihilation of these tribes was the best proof of this. And the aura of death on his body was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than these tribe leaders. This is interesting. Luck. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He wanted to see the so-called bad luck. Could it stop his footsteps? In this life, no one, no reason, no difficulty, can affect my determination to move forward. His deep and cold gaze looked towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Who said good people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold gaze added a tinge of sarcasm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Let me give you a push. He secretly activated a gu worm, forming a faintly discernible illusory sound, faintly entering Tai Bai Yunsheng's ears. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mental state was on the verge of collapse, his mind was in extreme turmoil. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. The same tone as Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe you. You will definitely save me, won't you? Old Lord, you are our benefactor, we are grateful to you, we are willing to risk our lives to help you. Ah! Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out in shock. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he saw the pool of blood on the ground. The pool of blood swayed. It was the scene of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying in the blood beast group in his nightmare. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body shook, he was as still as a statue, but at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might. Ah! A shrill and hoarse voice echoed in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, ha ha ha. After the roar ended, it was Tai Bai Yunsheng's loud laughter. His laughter was crazed and unbridled, it was the sorrowful cry of anger, but it was also a cold mockery towards the world, towards himself. Crazy? Crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone crazy. The surrounding He tribe Gu masters shouted in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He was a transmigrator, and also a rebirther. His rich experiences allowed him to grasp people's hearts at an extremely high level. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. But his subconscious action in the Blood Path Hall was betrayal. This behavior caused him to doubt and deny his own value. If a person denies himself and doubts himself, he would no doubt fall into an abyss of pain. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in pain, he was filled with guilt and was tormented by similar nightmares almost every night. He could not accept his despicable actions. He had been following the path of justice and benevolence all his life, he wanted to return to the past, but the clear truth lay in the depths of his heart, it was an obstacle that he could not overcome. He was sinking into the abyss of pain, his powerless struggle only made him sink deeper and deeper. The tribe leader's request gave him a chance to save himself, to atone for his sins. If it could really be done, it would no doubt be a relief to him, it would be a good medicine that came at the right time. But the truth was, He Lulan ordered the extermination of his 9 clans, not a single person was left alive. Tai Bai Yunsheng had instead become an accomplice of the evildoer. The medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison, the intense poison made him unable to control himself, his mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, Fang Yuan gave a light push, finally causing Tai Bai Yunsheng to explode, a hysterical explosion. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him. From a certain point of view, Fang Yuan, who had searched Tai Bai Yunsheng's soul, could be said to be his confidant. But the cruel thing was, this confidant was not a friend, but an enemy who schemed against him. Hidden in the darkness, Fang Yuan quietly listened to Tai Bai Yunsheng's loud laughter with an appreciative expression and a faint smile. This respectable yet pitiful old man roared at the top of his lungs, laughed loudly, and his face was covered in tears. He was interrogating himself, criticizing the cruelty of the world, and powerless to resist the teasing of fate. What else can you do after denying yourself? Fang Yuan muttered softly, his eyes dark and deep. Go to the Blood Dao Hall and challenge the trial again? No, when you get there, your mind will be filled with the shadows of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Go and seek help. Who can help you? He Lulan. You must have had a falling out with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you get lifespan Gu, can you use it with peace of mind? He. The current you, what other path do you have? What other choice do you have? You deny yourself, you give up on yourself, you are filled with grief, you are being interrogated by your conscience, what other choice do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer became clearer. So, go and make your choice, don't disappoint me. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he stared at the deranged Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed loudly, his laughter was bitter, as if he was howling in grief. He tore his clothes, tears and mucus flowed down his face, he no longer had the demeanor of a rank 5 peak stage expert. He was a greedy person, he was a good person who was forced into a corner by the cruel and cold world. In fact, he was even more of a pitiful person. Unknowingly, a light breeze started to blow. The sound of the wind became louder, clouds started to form in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunsheng as the center, the atmosphere changed silently but rapidly. A mysterious change started, heaven and earth started to shake. You did not disappoint me after all. Fang Yuan shuddered in excitement, he retreated silently. He retreated far away, retreating all the way. Because, Gu Master's immortal ascension was not a joke. Soon, the wind and clouds started to change, heaven and earth started to change. The dark and thick black clouds seemed like they were going to collapse at any moment, crushing the sacred palace. Everyone in the sacred palace shouted in shock. What is going on? What the hell happened? Most people did not know the reason, they fell into panic. It can't be. A small number of knowledgeable people stared at this turbulent scene with dumbfounded expressions. Investigate, investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan flew into a rage. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Shu was sweating profusely, he stumbled as he ran over to report. He Lulan's expression froze, he was like a statue for a moment. After a few breaths of time, he reacted, his expression was distorted as he shouted, retreat. Tell everyone to retreat from the sacred palace. Of course, those who want to die can stay behind. Gao. Chow. It's near. Many god of prediction had guessed some plot. Of course, there were some that were absolutely impossible to guess. Chapter 6:12. The sky was dark and gloomy, winds howled. A formless power of the heavens and earth lifted Tai Bai Yunsheng up into the sky. He laughed wildly, his white beard dancing in the wind. There was no trace of his usual gentle and benevolent expression, his face was twisted and crazed. The sacred palace was in a state of panic, the Gu masters covered their heads and scurried away, forming huge groups of people as they escaped for their lives. After escaping for 10,000 li, the people stopped in their tracks in trepidation. The Gu master experts occupied the mountain tops or directly floated in the sky, using investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different expressions. The other Gu masters also raised their heads to look at Tai Bai Yunsheng in the sky, their expressions were filled with worship, reverence, love, worry, jealousy and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yunsheng advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread like wildfire. Immortal Ascension. This was an unreachable phrase in the past, but at this moment, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yunsheng has not even used his Gu worms, but the weather has already changed. Looking at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky, many Gu masters shouted in amazement. Soon, a wave of exclamations was about to set off. Chow! Not only was the weather changing, even the ground under everyone's feet was starting to tremble. At first, there was only a thin layer of dust, but soon, there was a vast amount of dust rising from the ground. This is the movement of Earth Qi. According to the tribe's records, when a Gu master advances to Gu Immortal, they first need to shatter their aperture. After shattering the aperture, they can draw in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Yi Luisang, He Lulan and the others came from super tribes. They knew much more than ordinary people. Right now, they were all watching. Shock filled their hearts. The first step to Gu Immortal was to shatter the aperture. Using primeval essence to charge at the aperture, completely destroying it and shattering it. This way, the sealed aperture that was sealed by the crystal wall would become a loophole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step requires a huge amount of courage. Because after the aperture shatters, there is no way to recover it. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong sighed. Immortal ascension is extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 can survive. Tai Bai Yunsheng is too courageous, he actually dared to take this step. We are truly impressed, Nya Yacheng, the patriarch of the Nya family, sighed. He Lulan's expression was complicated. He knew the inside story. The reason Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to become an immortal was probably because of his power. It was because of me that Tai Bai Yunsheng was agitated and took the risk to ascend to immortality when he had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that even though I'm familiar with the ancient books, however, he also needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension is of great help to me. It was just that, it was fine if he failed. If he really becomes a Gu immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan frowned and felt a headache coming on. Fang Yuan sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, surrounded by the azure wolves. Immortal Ascension. His gaze was deep and serene. There was excitement, but there was also nostalgia. Using luck inspection Gu, he found that Tai Bai Yuncheng's luck was like a raging fire, it was like a burning cloud. Now, his aura was even more vigorous. It was as if it was burning intensely. His luck is blazing, he succeeded in his immortal ascension in my previous life. In this life, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Different from He Luolan's hesitation, he already had a plan against the immortal Tai Bai Yuncheng. As he continued to look, luck inspection Gu could not bear the burden and was actually injured. His eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped using it, he was not surprised. Tai Bai Yuncheng had already shattered his aperture, drawing in the heaven and earth qi of the surrounding 10,000 li. Using Gu worms in this range would definitely cause a chain reaction, causing the heaven and earth qi to shake intensely and form a backlash. If one insisted on using it and forcefully used it, even an immortal Gu would be injured or even destroyed. Not to mention mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to trap Tai Bai Yuncheng, this was also the reason. If he acted rashly at this time, he might even be implicated. In an instant, black clouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Correspondingly, the yellowish-brown dust on the ground rumbled endlessly, forming a hole. This Tai Bai Yuncheng's accumulation is deep, his human qi is vast, he actually attracted so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is even more majestic than our tribe's supreme elder. Yi Luisang saw this and was shocked. Tai Bai Yuncheng had an immortal inheritance, he had roamed northern plains his entire life, he had rich experiences, now that he had almost completed his entire life, his accumulation was incomparably deep. Two huge whirlpools covered an area of 100 li. Tai Bai Yuncheng raised his head and looked at the fierce whirlpool, it was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Compared to it, Tai Bai Yuncheng's body was tiny, like a flying insect in a pond. But Tai Bai Yuncheng was still laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted, his body trembling, there was fear, excitement, and relief. Even if he failed, it was a release for him. As if hearing his call, the whirlpool that had been brewing for a while started to rotate slowly. In the sky, the two whirlpools rumbled and rotated like millstones. In the sky, the black cloud whirlpool flashed with lightning, thunder rumbled. On the ground, purple smoke rose from the dust whirlpool, accompanied by loud roars. Like a mill, the black cloud millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. From the dust millstone, a golden aura emerged. It was heaven and earth qi. Heaven and earth qi floated, the earth qi was deep and vigorous. And Tai Bai Yuncheng's body emitted a white human qi. This human qi was extremely dense, like a cocoon, tightly wrapping Tai Bai Yuncheng into a huge ball. Heaven and earth qi descended, earth qi surged up, converging in the air and intertwining with the human qi. Heaven, earth and human qi, these three qi converged and started to fuse. First step is shattering the aperture, second step is taking in qi. He Luolan muttered. There is no turning back after shattering the aperture, there is no turning back, you can only succeed and not fail. Taking in qi is a test of the Gu master's temperament and control ability. This step is extremely crucial, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Slightly unbalanced. If the human qi is slightly heavy, it will self-detonate. If the weather is slightly heavy, it will melt into nothingness. If the earth qi is slightly thick, it will turn into stone and suffocate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yi Luisang sighed as he shook his head. Even as a spectator, he felt his heart palpitate. Once the Gu immortal breakthrough begins, there is no turning back, there is no turning back. The danger was extremely high. Thus, many rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if they knew the method to become an immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Amateurs watch the show, while experts observe the technique. Most people opened their eyes wide, excitedly watching the show. Only a few Gu Master experts who knew the inside story were sweating profusely, their hearts pounding. Fang Yuan was the one who had the deepest experience. In his previous life, he succeeded in becoming a blood path Gu immortal. He had a deep impression of the process of immortal ascension. This second step is extremely difficult. Not only does it test the Gu Master's control and balance, it also tests the Gu Master's temperament. It is more of a test of the Gu Master's nature. He sighed inwardly. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi attack the body, the three Qi converge. It is the process of a mortal fusing with heaven and earth. Since birth, a normal person would never have such an intimate contact with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the foundation of all living beings. The heaven and earth Qi resonates with each other. The mysteries of the great Tao will fill the Gu Master's mind. Gu Masters comprehend the great Tao. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. It is very easy to get lost in it, unable to extricate themselves. This can easily cause mistakes, causing the balance of the three Qi to fail. The most crucial point is, the more heaven and earth Qi one absorbs, the higher the Gu immortal's future accomplishments. At this crucial period, Gu Masters are often too greedy and absorb too much heaven and earth Qi, causing the three Qi to lose their balance, leading to failure and death. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, adjusting the three Qi just right, progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunsheng probably has an expert guiding him. Tai Bai Yunsheng actually did it. Even the second step did not stump him. This person is really not simple. We still have to see. Doing it now does not mean he can persevere to the end. He Lulan and Yi Lui Sang were bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. The haze shook, 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely. As the foundation of the sacred palace, smoke and dust rose, and for a moment, an unknown number of magnificent courtyards collapsed. What's going on? 88-point Jinyang Tower. Everyone exclaimed and shifted their gazes. Humph, it's about time. Fang Yuan sneered, but he was well aware of the situation. In Truyang Building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunsheng's Gu immortal ascension needed to absorb heaven and earth Qi. But this world was not the outside world's northern plains, it was the small world of Imperial Court blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng's consumption of this small world's heaven and earth Qi was equivalent to weakening Imperial Court blessed land, extracting the land spirit's source of strength from its roots. How could the land spirit not be furious? It had been imprisoned for countless years, and now, it finally had the hope of escaping. Although it was formed from obsession and did not know how to lie, it had intelligence and understood tactful and hidden strategies. The land spirit was afraid of Giant Sun's will. It had originally planned to hold back and wait for the gruel mud's corrosion to reach a certain degree before erupting. But now that Tai Bai Yunsheng was breaking through to Gu immortal realm, not only did he extract the land spirit's strength, he would also awaken Giant Sun's will. This way, the land spirit's plan would be foiled. It was very likely that it would be suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. Without a choice, it could only make a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the time when Giant Sun's will was still in slumber, it decided to rebel and catch him unprepared. Thus, everyone saw Truyang Building shake, and many of the sacred palace's buildings collapsed because of it. In Truyang Building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock sang loudly. Its attack had an outstanding effect. The green mud covering its body fell down to its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body were shaken off. A soft murmur of someone waking up from a dream resounded in the deepest part of Truyang Building. Who has the guts to wake me up from my dream? In the boundless darkness, a will that was as large as a sun slowly awakened. It was only a faint light at first, but soon, it became brighter and brighter, until it reached the 9 underworlds and swept through every corner of Truyang Building. Chapter 613. A will that was as hot as the sun attacked Fang Yuan's mind through the glass owner token. The will was like a golden flood, rampaging around and directly barging into Fang Yuan's mind. Wills were formed from a large number of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to charge into his mind, it could cause Fang Yuan to lose his memories. Oh no! Quickly throw away that damned token. In his mind, Mo Yao's will appeared and screamed. She was a Gu Immortal's will and had reached rank 7 before her death. Her will foundation was even deeper than Fang Yuan's. She and Fang Yuan were bound together for good or bad. They were like two grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The mind was the most crucial place. Fang Yuan was even more unwilling to fight in his mind. No need to panic. He sneered. He was already prepared and was not flustered, activating Special Will Gu. Special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly appeared in his mind, blocking in front of Giant Sun's will. The golden flood of will stopped, completely obstructed by the Special Will Gu. Next, Special Will Gu burst out with a strong suction force, continuously devouring Giant Sun's will. A small one swallowed a big one, like a snake swallowing a whale, but Giant Sun's will could not resist. This is... Mo Yao's will was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will is special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time, originating from the remote antiquity era until now. Wills belonged to Wisdom Path, they naturally had rich contents. Not only were there different types of wills, they also had a wide variety of effects. Just with Fang Yuan's preliminary research, he had bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Notice Gu, New Will Gu. They were used to create Special Will, Play Will, Notice Gu, and New Will Gu. These four wills had their own advantages and disadvantages. They needed the Gu Master to choose according to their own situation. They could choose the will that suited them. Among them, Special Will Gu Masters could set a preset action and trigger it under specific circumstances. This effect, to put it simply, was like a mouse trap. When the mouse triggers the mouse trap would activate and trap the mouse. The Giant Sun Immortal sought benefits for his descendants. Considering the dangerous situation in the future, he chose the most suitable Special Will Gu and condensed Giant Sun's will. It was placed in the 88-point Jianghu Tower. As long as the danger reached a certain level, and certain conditions were met, the intentional would trigger the Giant Sun Immortal's preset actions. As for this preset action, what exactly was it? Outsiders did not know. Even the reborn Fang Yuan. He wasn't sure about that either. However, he knew from his previous life that Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made things much easier. Even though Giant Sun's will was an immortal venerable's will, it still had to obey the great Tao laws of heaven and earth. Wills were created by Gu worms, and were similarly restrained by the corresponding Gu worms. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly countered by Special Will Gu. In Fang Yuan's mind. Before he could show off his power, Fang Yuan used Special Will Gu. It devoured everything. After swallowing this wisp of Giant Sun's will, Special Will Gu's belly immediately swelled up, like a fatty that had eaten too much. Good will. Fang Yuan praised, but was inwardly shocked, so dangerous. Although it is countered, it is after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it is only a wisp, it is not easy to deal with. The Glass Owner token was a part of the 88-point Jianghu Tower. Giant Sun's will use this Owner token to attack Fang Yuan. But the Owner token was like a passage, and this passage was too small, only a wisp of Giant Sun's will could pass through. If the passage was bigger, the situation would be different. The wisp of will that Special Will Gu ate was insignificant compared to Giant Sun's will in True Yang Tower. After being plotted against by Fang Yuan, Giant Sun's will was furious. Cheater, you dare to blaspheme my, Giant Sun's, glory. I will crush you into pieces. Rumble. True Yang Tower shook, letting out all sorts of light rays that soared into the sky. Its might was unparalleled, shaking heaven and earth. Although Giant Sun Immortal was already dead, with just Giant Sun's will, he could not activate 88-point Jinyang Tower. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air. Refined goo worms would lose this ability, and could only absorb the goo master's primeval essence. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal goo house. It obeyed Giant Sun's will, absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Activating it on its own was a piece of cake. Run! Seeing that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to activate, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan was the despicable scoundrel who refined Truyang Tower. The moment Giant Sun's will awakened, he treated him as a mortal enemy. Fang Yuan was not of Giant Sun's bloodline. This hatred was too great. Fang Yuan was directly targeted. He was in a desperate situation. An unprecedented killing intent was about to descend upon him. No hurry. In the face of danger, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He tightly held the Glass Owner token in his hand. This token was not simple. It had consumed an immortal goo, and was made from the foundation of the Owner token. It had used up thousands of years of preparation and painstaking effort of Central Continent's goo immortals and several super forces, and it was a crucial key. Still causing trouble even after death. What era is this? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, without any fear. He willed and activated the ambush through the Glass Owner token. Truyang Tower shook intensely, the smoke and light covering the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. The illusory building that was condensing dissipated like candlelight in the face of strong winds. Everything stopped abruptly. Inside Truyang Tower, Giant Sun's will let out a deafening roar, being attacked by countless special will goo. These special will goo were prepared by Central Continent's goo immortals for thousands of years. They had been accumulating endlessly, and were specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was completely targeted. At once, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. His first thought was to activate his goo worms to kill these special will goo. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal goo house. It was a solid-state killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. It naturally had methods to exterminate internal enemies. But Central Continent's goo immortals had deep research. They had already calculated this. Along with the activation of the special will goo, there were other shocking methods that sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Truyang Tower could not be activated by the immortal essence. It immediately shut down. Even though Giant Sun's will was furious, he had no way to deal with it immediately. He fell into a predicament. Truyang Tower fell into deathly silence. Fang Yuan was at ease. In his previous life, Central Continent's goo immortals had used this method to destroy Giant Sun's will and destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I am still a mortal and not a goo immortal. I cannot obtain any benefits from this place. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was Giant Sun's will's weakest moment, but he could no longer interfere. In fact, even if he became a goo immortal, he would not be able to gain any advantage by relying on his own goo immortal battle strength. Central Continent's goo immortals attacked this place, a total of 11 people, each of them an elite expert, but only 3 returned victorious. However, their sacrifices were worth it. The battle results were plentiful. Truyang Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Its sudden destruction caused Northern Plains to suffer heavy losses. Their morale fell to rock bottom and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. If not for Ma Hongyun, who was already a goo immortal, acting as a pillar and repeatedly playing a crucial role at the most crucial moments, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. To the current Fang Yuan, at least for a period of time, he was safe. What happened to Truyang Tower just now? Don't tell me the impact of Tai Baiyunsheng's immortal ascension was too great. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower was affected by it. Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits goo immortals from entering. Tai Baiyunsheng's immortal ascension here is an extremely rare event. Will this destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements back then? Truyong Tower's strange movements made those who did not know the truth bewildered. They started to make guesses. Truyong Tower fell into a deathly silence. There were no other movements for the time being. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted to Tai Bai Yunsheng again. Tai Bai Yunsheng floated between heaven and earth, continuously absorbing heaven qi and earth qi, combining them with his own human qi. The three qi were balanced, pouring into what was once the aperture. An extremely mystical transformation was happening on his body. Be it his body, soul or mind, they were all being tempered by the heaven and earth qi. The essence of his entire life was being refined. There were 3 steps to immortal ascension. First was shattering the aperture, second was taking in qi. Tai Bai Yunsheng had benefited from a complete Gu immortal inheritance. He was very clear about the crux of this. He was able to perform stably with no major obstructions. However, how could the process of immortal ascension only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven qi and vast earth qi, human qi only came from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, heaven and earth qi were vast and boundless, while human qi was small. The 3 qi were balanced. The excess heaven qi and earth qi could not be absorbed in time, and were pushed to the side. As time passed, these heaven qi and earth qi would accumulate in the sky and on the ground, continuously accumulating and condensing. A qualitative change would occur from quantity to quantity. Tai Bai Yunsheng's accumulation is too deep. He has absorbed so much heaven qi and earth qi. Now, these heaven qi and earth qi are about to condense into a calamity and tribulation. Yi Luisang's eyes shone brightly. The deeper the Gu Master's accumulation, the higher the difficulty of immortal ascension. But if they succeeded, their future achievements would also be higher. The risks and benefits involved were directly proportional. He Lulan was even more speechless. She was closely watching, trying her best to observe and reference. How were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed? The scene in front of them, the process of their formation, was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The golden earth qi became denser, the turbid qi condensed into a single horned tiger. And the green heaven qi condensed into countless huge jade willow leaves. Each willow leaf was the size of a boat. The single horned tiger was the size of a small mountain, sitting on the ground, raising its head and waiting to leap. The jade willow leaves swayed, spreading in the sky, ready to move. This is the earthly calamity tiger, heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped his maniacal laughter, his expression turned serious. Everyone was so far away, but they could feel the boundless might of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, not to mention the target of the earthly calamity and earthly calamity, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the heart of the storm. At once, everyone was silent, the atmosphere was heavy. Chapter 6:14. Inside Truyong Building. The land spirit used all its strength, attacking the power that was sealing it. Bam bam bam. With 3 consecutive light explosions, 3 of the black chains that bound its body were directly broken. The green mud on its body had also completely fallen off its neck. Even the top of its 2 wings were no longer covered in green mud, revealing fresh and resplendent feathers. Little sparrow, you dare. Giant Sunswill was furious. Giant Sun, you are dead, but you imprisoned me for over 100,000 years. Today, I will break out of this broken cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out an ear-piercing shriek, similarly furious. After being imprisoned for so many years, unable to move, unable to have freedom, the anger and frustration it felt had turned into its motivation to break the seal. Giant Sunswill growled, his sunlight will burst out, countless golden currents shot out in all directions. Over 10,000 special will Gu had already surrounded it. Like a dam, it blocked the golden currents of will. Giant Sun special will was completely countered by the special will Gu. The entire dam did not move, but this situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will Gu that had devoured Giant Sun special will reached its limit, exploding one by one. After a few breaths of time, the dam formed by the special will Gu shook, broke down and collapsed. Although Giant Sun's special will was countered, it was too much, originating from Giant Sun Immortal. Even after over 100,000 years, it had lost a lot of energy, but it was not something that 10,000 special will goo could suppress. Restraint was also relative. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was strong enough, it could directly turn the water into steam. Giant Sun's will was like a small sun, grand and powerful. Directly charging over, although the expenditure was not small, it caused over 10,000 special will goo to explode. Without the special will goo's entrapment, Giant Sun's will was like a prisoner that broke free, immediately controlling True Yang building with all his strength. But at the next moment, over 50,000 special will goo swarmed in, regrouping and forming a new encirclement. Because of their deep research. Thus, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had never underestimated Giant Sun's will, they had made ample preparations for this. Special will goo were not immortal goo, they could accumulate numbers. Giant Sun's will had just regained freedom. But it was sealed again, and immediately roared in anger. It attacked again, pouring down like a vast river, breaking the special will goo's encirclement. But soon, the third wave of special will goo arrived. This time, there were even more of them, more than 100,000. Central Continent's Goo Immortal spent thousands of years on this, several super forces worked together to purchase and refine goo, expending an astronomical amount of goo refinement materials. After paying a shocking price, Fang Yuan was now able to utilize them to great effect. Seeing that he was once again surrounded, Giant Sun's will did not roar. He was the will of an immortal venerable, so he knew how to think. When he realized that he had fallen into a trap. After the other party was fully prepared, he regained his composure. He began to think and soon found a flaw in the encirclement. Although the special will goo had surrounded Giant Sun's will from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, without a single blind spot, Giant Sun's will could not escape. However, this did not mean that the encirclement was flawless. These special will goo were refined by Goo Immortals. The refined goo worms could not directly absorb primeval energy, and there was no primeval energy here for them to absorb. Then, where did the primeval essence to activate these special will goo come from? With so many special intention goo, and possibly even more, the demand for primeval essence was huge. Giant Sun's will thought for a while and realized, these special will goo did not absorb primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest rank 6 green grape immortal essence could turn into almost limitless primeval essence. This immortal essence was the energy source of these special will goo. And these immortal essence were hidden very well, evidently, there were other supplementary goo worms working together with the special will goo, forming a huge and concealed goo formation. As long as I sever the connection between them and the immortal essence, these special will goo are not a threat. Giant Sun's will quickly thought of this. And to sever the connection between the special will goo and the immortal opportunity, the prerequisite was to understand this goo formation. Just like how the Central Continent Goo Immortals sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in order to restrain 88-point Jianghu Tower. Giant Sun's will had the same idea. Immediately, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues, he deduced deeply, and the blurry goo formation diagram gradually became clear. The land spirit naturally would not wait for its death. Sensing that Giant Sun's will was restrained, it exerted all its strength and attacked the seal on its body. Gruel mud was very effective against the seal, the green mud on its body was filled with cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting. For more of the pitch-black chains locked onto the wings snapped in quick succession. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched, its body shook intensely, breaking off most of the green mud on its wings. Shortly after, it opened its wings impatiently. Its whole body was overflowing with cold air, it was pure white like snow, it raised its head and flew, looking noble and magnificent. But before its wings could fully open, they were tightly pulled by the black chains. Its movements paused, the intense pain made it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they were still firm shackles that restricted its freedom. Tear it apart. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned its elegant neck, its sharp eyebrows like a blade flickered with cold light. Oh no! Giant Sun's Will, who was thinking intensely, sensed this situation and had to stop thinking. Once the land spirit left his control, then 88-point Jianghu Tower would be thrown out of Imperial Court blessed land by the land spirit at any time. Without the protection of Imperial Court blessed land, Jianghu Tower would attract countless Gu immortals to fight over it. At that time, the ants would devour the elephant. No matter how much yellow apricot immortal essence he had, it would not be able to sustain the expenditure of countless Gu immortals. But Giant Sun's Will wanted to stop the land spirit, but he did not have the strength to do so. Earlier, while he was thinking, he had tried to attack it several times. Although there was some effect and he recovered some of his methods, it was still limited and could not be suppressed directly. At this time, outside Jianghu Tower, roar. Zenith Tiger opened its mouth and roared, jumping fiercely. At once, the earth shook. The mountain-like Zenith Tiger actually leapt into the air. A huge malevolent tiger claw. It fiercely slapped towards the insect-like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout and quickly retreated. The tiger claw did not hit him, but the enormous wind force created when it slapped still made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, willow winds drifted down from the sky. These willow winds were as big as small boats. When they landed, they were graceful like falling leaves. But their movements seemed slow but were actually fast. Their killing power was astonishing. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood. He paid close attention to the willow wind's movements. Earlier, he was careless and got hit by 3 willow winds. His defensive Gu had already been destroyed. Right now, seeing the willow winds descending, he quickly dodged left and right. On the ground, the Zenith Tiger pounced. The willow winds drifted down from the sky. Tai Bai Yunsheng only persisted for a while before he felt it hard to continue. He was in a sorry state and faced the danger of losing his life. Tai Bai Yunsheng is doomed. His accumulation is too deep, but his preparations for immortal ascension are not sufficient. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, do your best. Even Feng Yuan. Being in the situation, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel nervous. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng going to fail his immortal ascension in this life? He suddenly had a thought. Disregarding the backlash, he forcefully activated Luck Inspection Gu. He saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck was burning like a cloud of fire, like boiling water. It was unbelievably vigorous. But in the next moment, a small half of the karmic luck that looked like a burning cloud actually vanished. What's going on? This was the first time Feng Yuan had seen such a change in luck. Right at this time, a pillar of light shot out from Truyang building. The light pillar was straight, as thick as an ancient tree, piercing the sky. The willow winds disintegrated after being hit by this light pillar, returning to the clear and bright sky, pure and gentle. The light pillar continued to shoot. The willow winds in the sky disintegrated by more than half. The light pillar shot at the Zenith Tiger again. It howled in pain and tried to dodge, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow. It could not dodge at all. The earthly calamity Zenith Tiger became smaller and smaller, until it turned into nothingness. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. 88-point Jianghu Tower made a move. Ancestor above, he protected Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng. Many people cheered. But a portion snorted disdainfully, bullshit, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, why would Ancestor protect him? Is this the legendary Divert Disaster Gu? Yi Luisang was shocked. He Lulan was even more moved. Luck Path Divert Disaster Gu, it can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, causing their power to fall, or even directly vanish into nothingness. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jianghu Tower. It was also one of the limited methods that Giant Sun's Will could use currently. Giant Sun's Will's actions did not stop there. After several attacks, he was able to forcefully extract a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence. After activating Divert Disaster Goo, he activated the Human Chi Immortal Goo in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Fang Yuan saw that Tai Bai Yuncheng's fire cloud luck had reduced by a small portion. Human Chi Immortal Goo was activated and similarly emitted a white light. This time, it directly shone on Tai Bai Yuncheng's body. Human Chi Immortal Goo could increase a Goo Master's Human Chi and raise the Goo Immortal's future potential. With this help, Tai Bai Yuncheng's Human Chi instantly rose by 10 times. With the increase in Human Chi, he naturally needed more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. But Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted from Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yuncheng laughed loudly. Truyang Building's actions were out of his expectations. He quickly absorbed and fused a large amount of the 3 Chi into his body. Not only did he turn the situation around, his potential also rose greatly and his future prospects were bright. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched in anger. The extraction of Heaven and Earth Chi in large amounts caused its strength to weaken, an intense feeling of weakness assaulted its whole body. Little Sparrow, you are still too inexperienced. Giant Sun's Will snorted coldly. He used all the immortal essence he could extract at the most crucial point and obtained the greatest effect, greatly alleviating the dangerous situation. After all, it originated from an immortal venerable's will and had outstanding wisdom. Now that the situation had changed, it was advantageous to Giant Sun's Will. The land spirit's weakness gave Giant Sun's Will sufficient time to decipher the special Will Goo formation that trapped him. Once he broke through the encirclement, Giant Sun's Will would regain control and it would be much easier to undo the Immortal Essence Seal. As long as he undid the Immortal Essence Seal, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the supreme might of a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Damn it, I still underestimated the Immortal Venerable's will. The time I have left is less than half of what I expected. Relying on the Glass Owner token, Fang Yuan had the information of Truyang Building. Chapter 6:15. At the center of heaven and earth, the 3 Chi converged. With the help of Giant Sun's Will, the dense Chi almost enveloped Tai Bai Yuncheng into a Chi cocoon. He was inside, all his injuries were healed, and his body, soul and mind were continuously rising. He recalled his life, scenes after scenes flashed in his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao flowed in his heart, inspiration flashed continuously, the cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were being perfectly answered one by one. At this moment, heaven and earth were like a selfless teacher, imparting everything to Tai Bai Yuncheng. But the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast. The more Tai Bai Yuncheng knew, the more insignificant he felt. He could only start from his own time path, continuously deepening and expanding it. His understanding of time path had reached the peak of his life. Natural inspiration. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo masters use Goo, refine Goo and nurture Goo, they are actually constantly interacting, exploring and learning from heaven and earth. During immortal ascension, Goo masters no longer need to use Goo worms to indirectly understand heaven and earth, they can directly interact with heaven and earth. Such a precious opportunity to interact might only appear once in a Goo immortal's life. Rank 5 peak stage was the endpoint of a mortal Goo master. And rank 6 Goo immortals transcended the mortal world, it was a new starting point for becoming a Goo immortal. At this crucial starting point, every Goo immortal's achievements and the potential they accumulated for the future would be different. Such a wonderful experience, it is a pity my human chi is not enough. Tai Bai Yuncheng had not had enough, he showed a regretful expression. His human chi had already been used up, and this was with the help of human chi immortal Goo, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dissipated. Tai Bai Yuncheng's figure reappeared in the air. The 3 chi fused and compressed into a tricolored mixed essence chi lump, condensing at Tai Bai Yuncheng's original aperture. At this point, the second step of immortal ascension, taking in qi, was completed. Next was the final step of immortal ascension, releasing gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng was extremely solemn. He took out river as before, mountain as before, man as before, 3 gu. These 3 gu were his core gu worms, he was extremely familiar with them. Among them, man as before was his vital gu. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Tai Bai Yunsheng first threw the natal gu into the tricolored qi mass inside his body. Boom! An auditory hallucination suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tai Bai Yunsheng's body to tremble. 3-colored air mass. Originally, they intertwined with each other and flowed continuously. After, man as before barged in, it was as if a bomb had been ignited, causing the primordial qi mass to explode violently. There can be no construction without destruction, rebirth from death. This was the moment to ascend to immortality as a mortal. There was a loud explosion. It was truly too wonderful for words, exploding into a miracle of life, exploding into a brand new world. The mortal aperture shattered, the immortal aperture formed. What a good immortal aperture, the sky inside is blue like crystal, the land is barren like yellow stone. The immortal aperture was like a newborn baby, it needed nutrients urgently. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from it. Hu, heaven qi and earth qi poured into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. Within the immortal aperture, the area was expanding rapidly. 1 million mu, 2 million mu, 3 million mu. As for the flow of time, it continued to rise from the original 1 to 10, 1 to 20, qi currents surged, the immortal aperture became unstable. Tai Bai Yunsheng threw in river as before and mountain as before to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued to put in gu worms, maintaining the immortal aperture's stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32. 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit, like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven qi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth qi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth qi slowed down. At first, it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth qi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense qi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 gu immortal's green grape immortal essence, a total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth qi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before and other gu worms, causing the fog around these gu worms to become dense, forming a qi cocoon. The two qi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the qi cocoon, some gu worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A gu recipe flashed across Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. This gu recipe was only a theoretical gu recipe, it came from the old beggar's gu immortal inheritance, it was the theoretical deduction of the gu immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee the success of this theoretical gu recipe. But he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left, it was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time, he could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long, he sank into silent pressure and even fear. Because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan gu had failed because of Fong Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the Blood Path Hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before Gu. According to the theoretical Gu recipe, as long as he refined man as before Gu to rank 6, he could use it. Refine for me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical Gu recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick chi cocoon of man as before Gu. The heaven and earth chi were the source chi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two chi were the source of all beings, they could replace any Gu refinement material. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts. It was like a key, or a precise direction for the heaven and earth chi. The thoughts entered the chi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the Gu, the 3 chi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The chi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before Gu as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind, large amounts of heaven and earth chi entered, turning into the Gu refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, muttering softly. His tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for True Yang Building's help, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had helped him. This was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant SwordWill awakened? Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly guessed. He had a Gu immortal inheritance, his knowledge was not less than He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others. Giant Sun Immortal strictly forbids Gu immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in True Yang Building. Inside True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking, the green mud fragments around its body were jumping around, the chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness, instead it was filled with anxiety. Giant SwordWill laughed heartily, "Little sparrow, your struggle is useless." Through Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands, Giant SwordWill used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant SwordWill had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special Will Gu formation that trapped him. An immortal venerable's arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant SwordWill was free, he would naturally have many methods, like metal path, water path, fire path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in True Yang Building. At that time, 88-point Jinyang Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant SwordWill said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the word stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions, they could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits, it was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle, instead it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination. Giant SwordWill was stunned, but soon realized something and said angrily, "Little sparrow, you dare to do this? Outside True Yang Building. The tribulation clouds and the calamity soil are gradually dissipating. Could it be that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng has succeeded in his immortal ascension? Those who did not know the truth saw this and felt excited. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng has actually reached the third step. Looking at his appearance, his immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what kind of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. When a Gu master ascends to immortal, if they pass the second step, they can form an immortal aperture. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are blessed lands, while Rank 8 and Rank 9 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into large, medium, and small grades. The more heaven, earth, and human chi it fuses, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed land has an area of at most 300,000 square kilometers, drawing in a small tributary of the river of time, producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. It is barren in resources. Medium-grade blessed land has an area of 400 to 600,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. High-grade blessed land has an area of 700 to 900,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. He Lulan stared fixedly, the relevant information flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had obtained Tru Yang Building's help and passed the second step, reaching the third step. Currently, it seemed that his immortal ascension was very likely. If Tai Bai Yunsheng becomes an immortal, what kind of attitude should I have towards him? He Lulan pondered over this difficult problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunsheng will definitely obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu is risky. It will cause calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered continuously. Ascending as immortal to immortal naturally had its own risks. Gu masters were like this, Gu worms were also like this. When humans absorb heaven and earth chi, the three chi would fuse and create heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When Gu worms absorb heaven and earth chi, they would also create calamities and tribulations. When calamities and tribulations occur in one's own blessed land, outsiders would not be able to interfere. Tru Yang Building could affect Tai Bai Yunsheng, but it could not affect the blessed land in his immortal aperture. In other words, Tai Bai Yunsheng could only rely on his own strength. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. Imperial Court blessed land's sky was shining with golden light during the day, and gentle silver at night. However, at this moment, pitch-black marks appeared in the golden sky, and specks of starlight shot out from the marks. This was the night sky of northern plains in the outside world. Next, the whole of Imperial Court blessed land started to shake. Everyone gasped in shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust that were about to dissipate became denser again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were like moths flying into a flame, pouring into Tai Bai Yunsheng's body without hesitation, going straight into his immortal aperture. What's going on? He Lulan was tongue-tied. What in the world happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting. Imperial Court blessed land absorbed too much heaven and earth chi, it damaged its foundation, thus it is exposed to the outside world. It is going to connect northern plains. Fang Yuan's heart shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunsheng to 88-point Jinyang Tower. He guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It did as it said. Chapter 6:16. When a Gu master ascends to an immortal, their aperture would become an immortal aperture. Compared to the aperture, the immortal aperture was a qualitative improvement. It was like opening up a whole new world. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were often called blessed lands. The immortal apertures of rank 8 and 9 Gu immortals were called grotto heavens. After a Gu immortal dies, if they leave behind their obsession, the obsession will fuse with the heaven and earth power in the immortal aperture and form a land spirit. Every immortal aperture was unique, it was a part of the Gu immortal's body. In a sense, even if a Gu immortal died, the land spirit and immortal aperture they left behind were another form of continuation of their life. It was precisely because they were formed from obsessions that they were stubborn and inflexible. There were many examples in history. For example, a powerful Gu immortal covets a certain blessed land, but in the end, the land spirit would not allow it to recognize him as its owner, and the land spirit would not allow it. In the end, the land spirit would self-destruct, causing the Gu immortal's efforts to be in vain. Giant Sunswill had forcefully sealed the Frost Jade Peacock Imperial Court's earth spirit, causing the latter to be enraged for more than 100,000 years. Now that he had to continue sealing it, the Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was ignited. What the hell is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension caused a hole in the blessed land? Imperial Court blessed land is appearing in the world, unbelievable, this has never happened in tens of thousands of years. This is bad. I have a very bad premonition. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone exclaimed in shock. Fear and doubt quickly spread. Countless wounds appeared in the sky. The heavenly wall of the blessed land that was originally alternating between gold and silver. Right now, they were covered in wounds, and from these wounds, people could see the starlight in Northern Plains' night sky. Fang Yuan's gaze. However, there was still silence. Imperial Court blessed land will not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. He was very certain of this. In history, there were many examples of land spirits committing suicide and blessed lands self-destructing, but this was definitely not the case before him. How could the arrangements of the giant sun immortal be so easily overturned? This was the great effort of a rank 9 Gu immortal, directly covering Northern Plains. The 88-point Jianghu Tower was the biggest obstacle. In the past. How could a land spirit create such a wave? But now, Giant Sunswill had just awakened from its slumber and was caught unprepared. For the time being, he couldn't spare any effort to clean up the situation. And under the influence of my Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, the sealing power of the land spirit has dissipated by more than half, that is why the land spirit has the strength to struggle. Analyzing until here, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sunswill's decisiveness and methods. He cleverly used Tai Bai Yunsheng as a chess piece. Using the only means at his disposal. He had fought for the most precious time, allowing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Although the land spirit cannot truly self-destruct, it can still extract its own heaven and earth chi. This is the most basic ability. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan looked into the distance at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the tribulation clouds that had already dissipated gathered again. The dust on the ground. Similarly, it began to spread again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi gushed out. A brand new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were about to form. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Haven't they passed already? Yi Lui Sang's eyes opened wide at this sight. This is completely different from the records. Tai Bai Yunsheng is very strange, how can there be two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was also puzzled. They did not know, the others were even more clueless. Seeing the imposing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities forming again, many people cried out in shock, expressing extreme worry towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was ashen. Why are there still heavenly tribulations forming? That's not what my inheritance says. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. Because not only in the outside world, at the same time, inside his immortal aperture, another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was brewing. Mortal Gu becoming an immortal was like a Gu master becoming an immortal, it was a dangerous process of defying heaven and earth. When a Gu worm refines into an immortal Gu, it would naturally draw in heaven and earth chi, thus forming the corresponding heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With both internal and external problems attacking together, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a dilemma. He was afraid of losing sight of the other. The situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used Gruel Mud Immortal Goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the contest between the land spirit and giant sun's will. This immortal ascension was already out of the control of the people involved. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were muddle-headed and did not know the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's plan. The land spirit could not win against giant sun's will in a race for time, so it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven and earth chi were extracted by the land spirit by sacrificing its own foundation. Its goal was to form a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to destroy Tai Bai Yunsheng. What benefits would destroying him bring to the land spirit? This involved the annexation of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures could not annex each other, but after immortal ascension, the immortal aperture would become a small world. Between the heavens and earth, they could annex each other, which was even more beneficial to the Gu Immortal. Earlier on Tian Ti Mountain, Fang Yuan had given up a quarter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which was quickly seized by other Gu Immortals. Annexing other immortal apertures to strengthen one's own immortal aperture had many benefits. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunsheng, the latter would die, but his immortal aperture would remain. After the immortal aperture was left behind, it would naturally be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After this annexation, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise greatly, and the land spirit's strength would also rise sharply. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through giant sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground. It was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke, and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their 5 senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right, and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep, still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him, as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive goo has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight! His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement goo worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng trying to commit suicide? Yi Lui Sang frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability, it only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam bam bam, the lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing! What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hid it too deeply, I only found out now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng is also proficient in cloud path goo worms. Yi Lui Sang praised, he was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing goo master, he had traveled in northern plains all these years, and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing goo masters were not proficient in defense, but in movement. When goo masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing goo masters were often the first targets, and most of the time, they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing goo master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the number one healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. He Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shan Yin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In True Yang Building, giant sons will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal Goo, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunsheng, he is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving Ancestor's favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Goo. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, he poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Goo was a rank 5 luck path investigative goo, it could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to a third of its original value. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck, it was still black coffin luck, it was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he sneered to himself and looked at the blessed land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the goo masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only He Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting, he wisely stopped using luck inspection goo. During the process of a goo master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil, using goo worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and goo would be injured, or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive goo on him, he was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls, it was like walking on a tightrope, it was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds. This was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly, his hair was in a mess, his body was weak, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Buzz! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment, he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert disaster Gu. The rescue at 88-point Jinyang Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a Gu immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a Gu immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Gu immortals were not afraid, even if they had no defensive Gu worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts would be in chaos, his thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yunsheng would not even have the ability to think, he would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Jinyang Tower has saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With Truyang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Hei Lolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any Gu worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert disaster Immortal Gu was no exception. In the history of Gu masters, there were many cases of using Immortal Gu to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the Immortal Gu. It was just that most people were amateurs, they did not know such secrets. Divert disaster Immortal Gu is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sons would absolutely not sacrifice this precious Immortal Gu for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That is to say, Giant Sons' will support is limited. Next is the most crucial part, everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yunsheng can quickly pass the Immortal Aperture's calamity and tribulation. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before Gu was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal Gu ascending to immortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly, his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert disaster light pillar shined with a dazzling light, it also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most crucial moment has arrived. Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others could clearly see this, their gazes flashed. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal Gu burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal goo slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal goo is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yuncheng guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance. He did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yuncheng shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. Immortal goo landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before goo also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success, immortal goo man as before. Ahaha. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yuncheng cried tears of joy. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment, he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder. The deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks, and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yuncheng's heart shook. Facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal goo landscape as before. Come. He willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before goo. The ladybug-like landscape as before goo immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went. In a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring, the mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good goo, good goo. Tai Bai Yuncheng's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal goo, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. Howl. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal goo. Tai Bai Yuncheng suddenly became nervous. Immortal goo had their own abilities, except for defensive goo, they were all weak. Landscape as before goo was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yuncheng. Fortunately, landscape as before goo resonated with heaven and earth. It was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yuncheng had accumulated a lot. He quickly activated landscape as before immortal goo and escaped. Behind him, the silver horn green scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, the earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on. Tai Bai Yuncheng's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut, his body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had divert disaster immortal goo's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yuncheng could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88-point Jianghu Tower are limited, who knows when they will stop. I can only do this, man, as before. Immortal goo is in my hands now, as long as there is time, there is hope. Cut, cut. Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed in his heart. Giving up a pawn to save the general, he resolutely gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, and started to cut the sky. The blessed land was the foundation of a goo immortal. Cutting the blessed land was the same as harming oneself, reducing one's strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to do this. Like when Feng Yuan underwent the earthly calamity in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also making a decisive decision. The sky of the immortal aperture was cut layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were directly expelled from his body. Outside his body was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock chirped happily, immediately devouring these blessed land fragments to increase its strength. Giant Sons Will roared in anger. He was protecting Tai Bai Yunsheng's life now, but the latter was supporting the enemy. Giant Sons Will had no choice but to protect him. If Tai Bai Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be annexed by Imperial Court blessed land. And most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was already full of cracks. If it continued to support Tai Bai Yunsheng, it might be destroyed by the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jianghu Tower. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it would also be disadvantageous to Giant Sun's will. Chapter 618. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer. The thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size. Its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing. He could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of Divert Disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Jianghu Tower's help, otherwise, would not have even a trace of hope of success. Ugh! The light of Divert Disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard. He was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him. His thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunsheng inside. Giant Sun's Will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Goo, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunsheng from the blessed land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sun's Will could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Jianghu Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Jianghu Tower absorbed Tai Bai Yunsheng, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's Will chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor? This is a heavenly tribulation. It will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Jianghu Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now, he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense. And because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become the key to the battle between Giant Sun's Will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's Will had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Jianghu Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The Frost Jade Peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sun's Will. It was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. It tore apart the defense of the 3 ancient tree men, but its speed fell greatly because of this. A metal path immortal goo behind it caught up. A layer of golden light quickly spread out from its body. Wherever the golden light went, it condensed into a thick golden shell, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock's body. Frost Jade Peacock only felt that the areas covered by the golden light could not move at all. It was immediately shocked and furious. It quickly flapped its wings, trying to raise its speed again. But at the next moment, it suffered the attack of a second immortal goo. An intense drowsiness assaulted its mind, causing its eyes to blur as it felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Bang! A loud sound echoed. It fell from the sky and fell head first to the ground, unable to fly again. It had a premonition of its fate of being sealed again, and tears of grief and indignation flowed out of its eyes. Don't even think about it, don't even think about it. Frost Jade Peacock muttered, trying to resist with all its remaining strength. But although it still had the power of immortal goo gruel mud, the 2 immortal goo that sealed it were not restrained by immortal goo gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Frost Jade Peacock burst out with an intense will to die. Disregarding everything, it extracted the foundation of Imperial Court blessed land, heaven and earth chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As for it, it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court blessed land was originally created by a space path goo immortal, thus the blessed land's area was huge, far surpassing its peers. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's development, it became a top-tier blessed land, possessing astronomical changes. It could be said that it was already one step away from transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could annex the time path goo immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, space and time would converge. It would be a huge supplement to Imperial Court blessed land. It was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and raise Imperial Court blessed land to a grotto heaven. In this way, Frost Jade Peacock would be able to destroy most of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Although it could not suppress 88-point Jianghu Tower, it had the ability to sweep it away. But Giant Sun's Will was too decisive. He would rather endure the attacks of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, to protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only a remnant obsession of a dead goo immortal. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's Will? But it was also because of this obsession that it had a sense of bravery and bravery. When it was sealed, it would rather be destroyed. Disregarding the consequences, it extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court blessed land. This heaven and earth chi was like adding fuel to the fire, adding to the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. The number of chaotic lightning balls instantly increased by 10 times. Restraint Smoke also underwent a new transformation. Its body expanded and became even darker. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely smashing onto 88-point Jianghu Tower. Amidst the intense explosions, 88-point Jinyang Tower was riddled with damage, the eaves were broken and cracks appeared on the outer walls. Restraint smoke turned into an even more troublesome life-taking smoke calamity, its power was even greater and the smoke pervaded every opening. It permeated into 88-point Jinyang Tower, gradually dyeing its surface black. The pitch-black walls looked like they had been eroded by thousands of years of wind. They continued to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are getting stronger. This power is too terrifying, quickly retreat, retreat. What's going on? Even the wind and snow outside the blessed land are pouring in. The spectators were all shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi, damaging the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a sturdy house. But now, the bricks and walls were all extracted, only the supporting frame of the house was left. This way, countless loopholes were formed. It was connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, the outside world, Northern Plains, was currently experiencing the 10-year snow calamity. Divert Disaster Gu's hibernation caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be attacked by the snow calamity. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a shelter, large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature fell rapidly. Large snowflakes fluttered in the air. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not far from it. Little Sparrow, look at the trouble you have caused. Giant Sons will shouted angrily. Blessed lands and grotto heavens, every once in a while, they would welcome calamities and tribulations of varying sizes. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamity and tribulation. The great snow calamity that ravaged Northern Plains every 10 years was actually Imperial Court Blessed Land's calamity and tribulation. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was 88 True Yang building. It was also a top-grade Blessed Land with such a huge area. The fortune was too great, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were also extremely terrifying. Now that Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, Imperial Court Blessed Land could communicate with the outside world, causing the 10-year snow calamity to return. 88-point Jinyang Tower could resist the lightning balls and black smoke, but it could not resist the great snow calamity that ravaged the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would crumble under the impact of the snow calamity. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88-point Jinyang Tower, but 88-point Jinyang Tower needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. However, there was only one way to salvage the situation. That was to activate Divert Disaster Gu and eliminate the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity, turning it into heaven and earth chi. Then, Imperial Court Blessed Land could absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close itself off from Northern Plains. Giant Sons could take a risk and barely activate Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land absorb heaven and earth chi, Frost Jade Peacock had to cooperate. To make this little sparrow cooperate, it is simply a fantasy. Even Giant Sons knew the difficulty. He helplessly thought of the only possibility, unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master. What Giant Sons did not know was that in Tai Bai Yuncheng's Immortal aperture, there was landscape as before Immortal Gu that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another Immortal Gu that he had, False Emotion Fake Will Gu. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute, the land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Sons knew that as long as he found two candidates and used False Emotion Fake Will Gu, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sons' will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sons' will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using False Emotion Fake Will Gu to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Sons would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will goo contained Giant Sun's will. False emotion fake will goo was controlled by Giant Sun's will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will goo was still in his hands, at worst, Giant Sun's will could just choose two new people. Little Sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Sun's will was astute and far-sighted, he had inherited some of the main body's wisdom, the seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Jianghu Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was fleeing for their lives, there were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening, the wind was bone-chilling, even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down, tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Jianghu Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of Northern Plains. Not to mention the two people in front of him. These two people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Sun's will selected two satisfactory candidates. Hei Lolan's vision suddenly changed, even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist, she was forcefully sucked in by Jianghu Tower. Ah, save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing, he did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Bam! He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. It feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. Hei Lulan was speechless. Chapter 6:19. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared, the surroundings were warm like spring, it was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky, the lush leaves covered the sky, the bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Jianghu Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and Hei Lolan's ears. Who is it? Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock, Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to Hei Lolan's side. Ghost? I am not a ghost, if I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body, I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sun's will sighed, golden sand-like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure, it was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. Ah, you are. Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sun's will, he was extremely shocked. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk, he was after all the leader of Hei tribe, he knew a lot. His expression was solemn, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed, Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun's will sighed again, saying, I know the two of you are filled with questions. Long story short. Not long ago, this person barged into Jianghu Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sand light particles condensed into Chang Shan-yin's image. Ah, it's Wolf Wangda's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him? Hei Lulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sun's will continued, what you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Chang Shan-yin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sun's will said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Chang Shan-yin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo, it could deceive Hei Lulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm, giant sons will entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, He Lulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Chang Shan-yin is an impostor. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the two methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do, he definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants, True Yang building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger, I need your strength now. Giant sons will said. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's words were simple. In a short while, he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why True Yang building would help Tai Bai Yunsheng. His heart was pounding, Giant Sons will wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, the benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a very special condition to recognize a master, there are 2 blessed land owners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake Wu Gu can deceive the land spirit, this is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the Blessed Land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lulan's gaze shook, afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, wait. Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside, I don't want to be the Blessed Land's owner, I need to go out and save them. Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyun. And Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ma Yingjie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun, thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sons will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily, ha ha ha, tender feelings for the fairer sex, as expected of my, Giant Sons, descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want. Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, no, it is so dangerous outside now, I need to save the 2 of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly. Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself, how can you protect others? Giant Sons will laughed heartily, just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. I'll save your woman. Giant Sons will was swift and decisive, the moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into True Yang building, almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants, the reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sons will did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sons will made his move again, this time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying, Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify, it was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic, even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed, broken walls were flying around in the wind, it was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jianghu Tower's situation was worrying, it was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant SunsWill has already awakened, he wants you dead, it is already a good thing that he did not target you, he will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then, it can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination, why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point, the whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant SunsWill had awakened, Water Pavilion could no longer hide, it was a good chance to retreat now while Truyong Building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat? Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card, he had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant SunsWill. The first was the special Will Gu formation, it was specially used to deal with Giant SunsWill. The second was the Sealing Gu formation, it could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power, it could temporarily pull Giant SunsWill out of Truyong Building. The glass owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2, it could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Jianghu Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, once Giant SunsWill was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside Truyong Building, Chongli and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant SunsWill, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Chongli was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun, silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant SunsWill in the air, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chongli and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. Alright, don't talk nonsense, the heavenly tribulations are getting heavier, if this continues, even 88-point Jianghu Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible, hurry up and do this. Giant SunsWill's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam, a group of tall tree men slowly walked over, each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The Treants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant SunsWill introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake Will Gu slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant SunsWill instructed in a leisurely tone. He Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chongli watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the frost jade peacock. He shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Giant Sun's Will's voice stopped. He Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." "Oh, oh. So it was like this, I was wrong, I was wrong." Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. "Calm your mind, get rid of all distracting thoughts, don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake will goose power better." Giant Sons will continue to instruct. He Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute, wait a minute." Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. "You brat, you are courting death." He Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest. She was flustered and exasperated. "Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it." Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lulan's might. He muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against He Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's Will. "Disgraceful thing." He Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's Will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. Idiot! The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you. Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that He Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. "That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind." Changli also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake will goo." Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's Will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake will goo. He Lulan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's Will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's Will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion. "Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you?" He. Giant Sun's Will's words made Chang Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chang Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder, his assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chang Li. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun's Will had already started investigating Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's Will. "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Ma Hongyun frowned, he was foolish and daring. He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast. I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show. Chang Li's face turned pale, her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved. He was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, he did not believe it. Giant Sun's will continued, there is also this little female companion of yours, she is called Zhao Lianyun. She is somewhat intelligent, she had no choice but to accompany you, she was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart, she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger, she has already started to rely on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart turned cold, the feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child, she was a transmigrator. The hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused, the will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed, he stared at Zhao Lianyun with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Lianyun into retreating a few steps. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You truly have guts, you truly have guts. But a pity, you met me. Giant Sun's will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lulan was shocked, with his knowledge, it was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Lianyun, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Lianyun, opening his arms. Protecting her behind him. Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Giant Sun's will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason, he had to explain, beaten to death. Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world, they are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon, when he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun, raising her head to face Giant Sun's will in the air, her tone firm, if you want to take my life, come and take it. Good. Giant Suns Will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will goo. The difference between special will and other wills was, the goo master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this giant sun's will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's Will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No! Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's Will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky, damn it. The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's Will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Jinyang Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's Will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will enveloped the whole of Truyang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence, they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's Will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls, and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's Will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely fragile. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.